The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good Thursday morning, everyone. I now call the September 19th, 2024 Administrative Briefing and Work Session of the Marion County School Board to order at 9 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. Mirroring and modeling how our students begin each day, I ask that you please pause with us for a moment of silence. Please join me. Thank you. I'll now read our board commitment statement. We are the Marion County School District Leadership Team. When we come together to work, we are efficient, effective, and productive. Our three most important characteristics are dedicated, transparent, and individually responsible. To work well together, we must demonstrate respect, confront reality, and be accountable. We will always put students first, and we will leave a legacy of success. I'll now ask our school board attorney to explain the rules for this public work session. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call speakers' names in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout this meeting. Speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students and their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Thank you for your attention to these important rules.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Good morning, Ms. Martinez. Please provide the proof of publication for today's meeting.
Good morning. The notice for the September 19th, 2024 work session was published in the Ocala Gazette on September 6th, 2024. Proof of publication has been attached to board docs under proof of publication.
Thank you, and we'll now begin the work session with the Superintendent's Administrative Briefing. Good morning, Superintendent Gullett.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Very nice to see all of you today. I just have a couple of brief items. First one, I want to thank you, board, for participating in our, what I call our refresh, our strategic plan subcommittee work. Asked the team and asked you all to be involved with us in looking at where we are with our strategic plan goals, strategies, what's working, what needs to change. And so they've been very productive, and I appreciate your involvement in those. With that said, that was something we were going to bring on October 3rd on the work session that's coming up, but we are still working on those. been great work. So we will be doing an update with recommendations to the board, but that will be later than planned on October 3rd. Right now, we don't have any topics on the 3rd. We have topics already scheduled through December of this year, but with that item and then another item that was moved up to today, we don't have any topics right now. So I will let you know that. The other item I think is really critical that I just want to mention publicly this morning. We all are aware of a lot of social media threats that are out there. I urge our students and our community, if you hear something, please report it to the proper authority. Spreading it with others, posting it, reposting it, just adds harm. So we want to make sure that anything of threat gets reported appropriately so that we can work together and allow our amazing law enforcement and safe school team to address items of concern. But this is not only a local issue, but it's a national issue, and we will not, we have no tolerance for students who are posting things that are of threatening nature, and we are going to see through those consequences fully for any student who's participating. So just urge everyone for their due diligence in making our students aware that we're not playing around. We want to make sure that everyone feels safe coming to school, and those situations are being addressed fully and completely. So thank you for your time. That concludes my briefing, board.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. I think we're ready for our first item.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. So I'm pleased this morning to present Ms. Morant, who's going to kick off our conversation this morning with our salary study presentation. As you know, we had a consultant look at the work and look at our salaries and do a real dedicated job in comparison and where we would like to be as a district. So turn it over to Ms. Morant at this time. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Gullett. Good morning, Chair Thrower and members of the board. I am excited to introduce Ms. Allie Crumpler, who is the Senior Consultant with Evergreen Solutions, LLC. As Dr. Gullett mentioned, and I'm sure you all recall, Evergreen was approved by the board in the fall of 2023 to complete a compensation and classification study for Marion County Public Schools. This extensive study includes an assessment of current conditions, employee outreach, a job assessment tool, market survey, and lastly, recommendations of potential changes and next steps to our salary schedule. Ms. Crumpler will share the outcome of the different project phases during her presentation, which includes the recommendations to the current salary schedules. It is the recommendation of the superintendent, CFO, and human resources to present the potential adjusted salary schedule to the board for approval effective fiscal year 2025-2026, which would allow an opportunity to budget for the increase as potential increases were not budgeted for the 24-25 fiscal year. Of course, this would include bargaining with the respective unions regarding their salary schedule recommendations. We will provide additional information to the board as Dr. Gullett, Ms. Boston Ellis, myself, and our respective departments determine the specific plan of implementation. And without further delay, I welcome Ms. Crumpler to the podium.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. So as Ms. Marion mentioned, my name is Allie Crumpler, Senior Consultant with Evergreen Solutions. Very excited to present the results of our classification and compensation study to you all today. So just to discuss, or to provide an overview of what we'll discuss today, so we'll talk about our study goals, so why do a classification and compensation study. We'll talk about the project phases, so what Evergreen has been doing behind the scenes this whole time, and then our subsequent recommendations that we are making to the district as a result of our analysis. So for this study specifically, our goals were to review the current classification and compensation system that is present within the district to ensure an appropriate internal alignment of positions. So that looks encompasses looking at your positions and the internal hierarchy of those, making sure that they're slotted appropriately in terms of the roles, responsibilities, and risk that each position entails within the district. We also surveyed peer organizations to ensure external equity or market competitiveness. And then based on those two factors, we aim to provide the district with recommendations, including an updated compensation and classification system that will assist in the recruitment and retention of your employees. So for this study Specifically, we kicked off your study way back in October of last year, so almost a year ago. And at that time, we asked your district leadership team for quite a bit of data. So we asked for the employee database, which included the information for all employees that were included within the study. We asked for all salary schedules for those positions, so how those positions are being paid currently within the district, all job descriptions for those positions, all organizational charts for district departments, and then any personnel policies and procedures related to classification and compensation. Once we received that information, we were able to officially start your project, which encompasses all of these different project phases, which we will go through in depth. So we start with the assessment of current conditions. We then move into an employee outreach phase. We also ask employees to complete what's called a job assessment tool. We also completed your market survey, and then encompassing all of that information, we use to make recommendations to the district. So starting with the assessment of current conditions, which really gives us a snapshot in time of where the district started when the study began, and really provides the baseline for recommendations moving forward. So looking at the compensation system that is currently in place within the district, we can see that it is a combination of salary scales with both steps and placement plans. This particular study included 10 different groups of employees within the district. So that included your assistant principals, athletic trainers, non-instructional management and support services, your DSP employees, administrative employees, MESP employees, your Public Education Foundation employees, your IUPAT employees, and your confidential secretaries. So we can see that, based on how these employees are currently being paid within the district, your assistant principals and principals are based on placement plans. So they are placed into a salary based on their years of service and experience. There are flat rates currently being utilized for your athletic trainers, and then step plans for all other positions. So a step plan is a plan where there is a minimum starting salary and a maximum earning salary, and then there are predefined steps in between those two pay rates, and employees move through those plans accordingly. The first thing that we noticed in reviewing these, the current plans that are in place within the district, is that the district has very narrow range spreads. So a range spread is the distance between the minimum starting salary to the maximum earning salary. And, looking at the ones that do have range spreads, so that, there is a minimum starting to a maximum earning, those range spreads are narrow. So on average within the district, your current average range spread is 13%. Best practice within HR typically calls for a range spread between 50 to 70%, although some smaller organizations do utilize a 40 to 60% range spread. So your current range spreads, again, average of 13%, but that varies between 9% to 34%. So on average, very narrow. And this narrow range spread does affect the earning potential for your employees. But if we look at how employees are progressing through their salary ranges, so for employees that do have a set salary range, the majority of them are being paid within 5% of their expected placement. So this does indicate to us that although you do have narrow range spreads, your employees are progressing through those range spreads as the model would anticipate based on a 30-year progression plan. So once we completed your assessment of current conditions, we moved into your employee outreach phase of the study. So for this, we sent an outreach survey. So an anonymous outreach survey was sent to all employees included within the study via email in February of this year. And we left that survey window open for 3 weeks. So during that 3-week period, we received over 750 responses, so roughly 23% completion for your employees that were included within the study. And we asked them quite a bit of information and opinions related to the district's current classification and compensation system. And I want to stress here that these are employee opinions, not necessarily that of the school district or that of Evergreen Solutions. So we asked employees to share why they came to work for the district as well as why they remain working here. So you can see the most common response was the benefits package. They're very appreciative of the benefits that are provided to them through working in the district. Many employees mentioned the location. Many of them mentioned that they live in Marion County, and so they enjoy working where they live. They enjoy making an impact on the students and their local community. And many employees share that they enjoy the work schedule and the holidays that are provided to them by working here. So many employees share that they came from working in the private sector, where they often had to work nights and weekends. So having a schedule that is similar to that of their children, they were very appreciative of. So we also asked employees' perceptions regarding how the district should approach being more competitive within their external market and how to better recruit and retain their employees. So again, employees felt that the district should increase compensation for employees, so just higher salaries across the board. Increase pay ranges, so again, increasing the minimum starting salaries and the maximum earning salaries. And then employees felt that the district should provide additional cost of living adjustments to account for inflation and the current cost of living. We also asked employees to share their classification concerns. Generally, employees were more positive about the classification system that is currently in place within the district. Roughly 41% of respondents felt that there are limited opportunities for career growth, but roughly 25% stated they were unsure if more levels were needed, so additional room to move within their classifications. The majority of respondents, so roughly 56%, stated that they felt their job description was accurate and does encompass the roles and responsibilities of their position. And most respondents felt that their job title accurately described their role, which is great. So we also asked employees to share their concerns related to compensation. So on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest, satisfaction regarding their current compensation within the district was rated at a 4.6. So roughly 33% of respondents rated their satisfaction as a 3 or less. Roughly 13% of respondents rated their satisfaction at an 8 or more. So roughly 54% of respondents felt that compensation practices, so how pay grades are assigned, how raises are given, are unfair between employees and or departments, schools, or bargaining units. So we also asked employees what their top priorities would be for this study and what they would like to see the district address through a study such as this. Those top 3 priorities would be competitive compensation with market peers, adjusting compensation to account for the high cost of living, and then accurately aligning compensation within the district, again, according to those roles, responsibilities, and risk. We also asked employees to complete what's called a job assessment tool, or a JAT, and this is really our version of a desk audit. So we ask employees to provide information on their roles and responsibilities, or what they're asked to do every day when they come to work. So every employee that was included within the study, if we had an email address for them, we sent them this tool. And we received approximately 19% completion on this job assessment tool. So this was open for about 4 weeks to collect employee feedback. And we like to get 50% completion, but in this instance, we did use current job descriptions if we were unable to receive employee feedback. With the employee feedback that we did receive, that represented roughly 67% of the classifications that are currently being utilized within those groups in the district. So based on this analysis of the job assessment tool, and again, those current job descriptions, we were able to analyze each submission to review that internal hierarchy within the district to make sure that positions were in appropriate alignment. At the same time, we also completed your market survey. So you can see here, these were the peers that were selected for your salary survey, or comparison for your ranges in comparison to their current ranges. So I want to stress here that we are looking at pay ranges, not individual employee salaries. So we're looking at how your minimum starting salary compares to your peers' minimum starting salary and their maximum earning salary versus your maximum earning salary, not individual employee salaries. So you can see 3 peers here did not provide information. The rest of them we did receive good information from. So for this market survey, we did use 100 classifications or district positions as benchmarks. For that, we're looking at the roles and responsibilities of the position, not just the title, as it may be called something different in another area. And through this analysis, we were able to collect 829 different data points. These market results were finalized in April of this year. So again, this was looking at market data from the 23-24 school year. So looking at that data on average across all of those peers that we collected information from, you can see that the district salary ranges are on average well above the market minimum of that of your peers. So at the minimum, so your minimum starting salaries are roughly 13.7% above that of your market peers. However, as I mentioned before, you do have narrow range spreads. So while you are making quite a bit of ground at the beginning, you're losing ground towards the maximum end of your scale because your ranges are on average much narrower than that of your peers. So where you start 13.7% above market minimums, on average at the midpoint or the middle of your pay ranges, you're roughly 1.8% below that of your market peers. And at the maximum end of your range, you're roughly 15.2% below the market maximums. So again, that is just simply due that your range spreads are much narrower than that of your peers. So I think on average your peer ranges were roughly 55%, where on average yours are 16%, or 13%, I believe. So taking all of this information into account, we want to provide the district with recommendations moving forward, but we also want to make sure that we are providing the district with a plan that is going to be fiscally sustainable and something that you can afford to implement now and in the future. So we want to suggest to the district to adjust step plans by expanding range spreads as much as possible in year 1, with a recommendation for the district to continue to increase range spreads in subsequent years to make you more competitive at the maximum end of your scales. So we want to expand your range spreads by keeping your current minimums. So your current minimums are already in good shape. We want to utilize your existing step structure because that seems to be working. Again, employees seem to be progressing appropriately through those plans. And then no changes to assistant principal or principal since they are based on placement plans. Again, those placement plans, you're already well ahead at the minimums. So your assistant principals and principals seem to be being placed appropriately, and just making sure that they're receiving increases as appropriate in moving through their plans. So you can see here we do have your proposed salary plan. So this is your administrative plan. Very similar to the structure that is already in place within the district. You can see that we widened your range spreads to a more even 20%. Pay grade 97 was already at a 34% range spread, so we left it at 34%. The previous range spread for the other pay grades within this plan were previously 13%, so we've widened those to 20%. For your confidential employees, the previous average range spread was 14%, so again, we've widened that to 20% for you in year 1. For your DSP employees, current average range spread is 13%, so again, we've widened that out to 20% for you. IUPAT, the current average range spread for this plan was already 24%, so we just made it a consistent 25% for this employee group. For your Marion after-school program, current average range spread was 13%, so we've widened that again to 20% for you. For your MESP employees, the current average range spread for this was 10%, so again, widened it to 20% in year 1. And then for your non-instructional management, current average range spread was 13%, widened it to that common 20%. And then for your public education foundation, current average range spread was 13%. We've widened that again to that 20%. So really we're widening those ranges and increasing the earning potential for your employees. Again, that recommendation would be for you to continue to increase those range spreads as budget allows for you to be more competitive with your peers at the maximum end of your range. For this implementation cost, so widening those ranges to 20% in the first year, looking at base salaries only, and then readjusting some of your positions within your plans for internal alignment based on those roles, responsibilities, and risk. The estimated implementation cost is roughly $2.47 million. This is an estimated cost only. We would work with your finance folks and HR to make sure that we have the best numbers moving forward. Subsequent recommendations for the district from Evergreen, we would recommend that the district implement 8 updated pay plans for the employees that were included within the study, slot all classifications into these plans based on that external and internal alignment, and then transition employees' salaries into the new plans with the salary ranges for all classifications. We would also, again, recommend that the district implement a multi-year approach to extend salary ranges to a level that is going to be more competitive with your market peers. And then we would suggest that the district continue to conduct small-scale salary surveys as needed to assess market competitiveness, especially for your hard-to-fill positions or positions that you have a lot of turnover, just to make sure that you're maintaining a check on the market and that those positions are aligned appropriately. We would also recommend that the district review and revise as appropriate existing pay practice guidelines, including those for determining salaries of newly hired employees, progressing employee salaries through their ranges, and determining pay increases or decreases for employees who've been promoted or demoted as appropriate. We also provided the district with all of the information we received through our job assessment tool process. So our final recommendation would be to review and revise all job descriptions as necessary to make sure that you are accurately capturing those roles, responsibilities, and risk as necessary. Questions for me?
Thank you. Gallant?
Thank you so much for the presentation. I wanted to see, Ms. Marion, is there anything that you want to add at this point, or do you want to allow the board to just answer questions?
I shared the recommendation earlier, which would be to implement 25-26 school year. I think other than that, we would welcome any questions from the board.
Thank you. All right. We will open it up for board discussion. Board Member Campbell.
Sure. So 2 quick questions come to mind, specifically relating to the Public Education Foundation and also Marion After School programs. So while they're both included in the study, and I completely appreciate that, Public Education Foundation specifically, we do not have control over their salary ranges because those are independently voted upon by their board. So I'm assuming that those are probably included in the Evergreen study in that $2.436 million, but in my opinion would need to be pulled out because, again, we do not have control over their salary schedules. Marion After School programs is also a unique one. I'm sure that's also included in the $2.436 million. But because it's a self-sustaining program, in order for us to raise their salaries, they have to raise their prices. And so that also is a very unique one. So while we're looking comprehensively at this, those 2 in particular, I think we have to take very special note of because I don't know that they belong in the same, I completely respect the recommendation, but I don't know that they belong in the rest of the salary study conversation. The only real question that I have, though, is because it was noted that we're already above our market peers on our minimum salaries by 13%, which is terrific. Would it be the recommendation then moving forward, and I know this would have to be bargained in a real conversation to have, but moving forward to not change our minimum salaries at least for several years, but continue to change the additional stair steps, but leave our minimums where they are. First year, this is what you make, and obviously since we're so well above our market peers, we could start closing those gaps higher up the chain as opposed to actually adjusting that, because we adjust that minimum every year. And so if we stopped that, that would give us more room to adjust those higher year after year. Would that be the recommendation?
So I'll address the first part of your question, just, and I don't disagree with you as far as pulling out the Public Ed Foundation and MAP, but just so you know or have the information, and when you're looking at the totals, MAP is approximately 50,000 of that 2.4, and the Public Ed Foundation, like 1,600. So we pull that out just so we can be updated on what that total is. So, but I don't disagree with the point you're making. As far as the recommendations, so specifically for the study and what we want to implement for 25-26, the recommendation is not to increase that starting salary. However, that is separate from the employees that are actually in those positions. So some of the conversation that I mentioned that we would take back with HR, the superintendent, the CFO would look at what does that look like as far as an increase for those individuals? Because as you know, with our steps, step 1 and 2 really is one step. So you can, if you're coming in and you're joining at step 1, that's great. But if you've been here and you're step 1 now and you're going to step 2, you wouldn't realize a raise or receive a raise along with your peers. So we are looking at ways or what that would look like to implement additional increases across the board when we're implementing the study, if that's clear. But these numbers, and this is what Ms. Crumpler, some of what she was alluding to, the data we pulled, and you'll probably see based on some of the titles, was we provided that information in the fall. So already that information is outdated, and there are employees that have come, employees that have left, positions that we don't even have anymore. So we really need to sit down and actually cost out with the folks that we have right now and anticipate for 25-26 to be able to make the recommendation of what it would actually be for those folks who would be in, progressing to step 2.
So, and understandably, we have to have a starting point and say,
Right.
from this point on, anybody hired starts at this minimum, anybody in this, and that's understandable. There has to be a starting point, and so whatever that date is determined, July 1, 2025, fine. And if you start from that point on, then that's how I just see it as, because we are already above our market peers with minimums, rather than every year having a conversation of adjusting the minimum needs to stay the same. And that's across the board, as far as I can see, based on this study, that minimum needs to stay the same, and then we can progressively assist all the others that are with us. We're rewarding longevity is essentially what this is, and I agree that we need to continue to do that in an even stronger way than we have in the past. So thank you for the study.
Thank you, Board Member Campbell. Board Member James?
Sure. A couple remarks I have. I completely concur with Dr. Campbell and the recommendation going forward to, understanding too that is going to be part of our bargaining process. And if they come back and say they're not okay with that, then that will have to be a part of the conversation we discuss. On slide 11, you referenced the 50-something% stating that the raises were unfair, or the placements were unfair. If you go back to the slide, I could maybe state it exactly, but I just wanted to seek clarification. When we do those items, that is not an us thing from the board as much as it is the union and the representation. Is that an accurate statement?
So I think did we provide the raw data for this survey? So, and this is really the, employee perceptions that these compensation practices are unfair. They may have provided some additional information regarding that percentage. That you may consider.
So to answer your question, yes, for MESP, IUPAT, those salaries are bargained through that bargaining process. And then after the bargaining process is when our non-represented, they receive a salary or an increase or a suggested increase. But yes, the vast majority of our employees, their increases do come through that bargaining process.
And what we do for non-represented is essentially the comparable equivalent to what we do for...
Or lower.
Or lower. And so maybe what I'm asking is, and I guess maybe I should have done a better job of digging into this particular item, but these respondents, are they represented? Is our guess that they are represented from those non-represented areas? I'm just trying to pinpoint, is this complaint more of like a union negotiation bargaining issue, or is this a non-represented individuals? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
I would have to confirm, and If I had to guess, though, I would say it probably was even across the board, and I think a lot of it, like Ms. Crumpler said, it's their perception, and it comes from not understanding the process, because a lot of times the folks who aren't at the table, they may not all realize what that process looks like for bargaining, but I can't say that with certainty without having that data in front of me, and it's been a few months since I've
Well, and
really
it's not
studied
a
it.
make or break for this conversation. I'm just, unfair was a word that stood out to me, and I just wanted to understand if that was something that was in our control as we plan for next year based on your recommendation, or if it's something that is really in the hands of the bargaining units and they have more control over it. I think Dr. Campbell has something she wants.
I just, if the chair, if it's okay, I just wanted to mention, depending on, again, who this body of people are, who the body is, especially within non-represented, in previous administrations, there had been times where employees were placed on a salary schedule and they skipped steps. And that decision was made in prior, not under Dr. Gullett, but in prior administrations, people have come in at the highest range just as a beginning. And so if people have been here for 5 years or longer, they're going to believe that's unfair. And there's still a lot of holdout, I think, of people that know that occurred.
I think that she's probably accurate in that statement. That may actually make, that part hadn't occurred to me, but you're probably right, that it's probably more reflective of historical practices than year-to-year practices. Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. So then my only other question, and this is something I've brought up many a time, is the principal and assistant principal placement. So I think that's one of the first few slides here where it's brought up. And today, still this year, we are having principals who are placed on year 0 or 1 of the salary schedule who have former principal experience in other districts and then have leadership coordinator experience in this district. And if they had come from being a principal in another county directly to being a principal in this county, they would have been placed with those 12 years of experience. But because they served in a pseudo-administrative capacity within our district, like a coordinator or a director, and then went back to a school, they are placed on year 1. And I fundamentally, and I have said this before, am in complete disagreement on this placement. Because if we are going to place people and then essentially freeze them there for the rest of their principalship, other than the annual raises, there's no opportunity for them to move up in any direction, then we should be placing them based on all of their years of like experience, regardless of what level it was at. So this particular individual that I'm thinking of right now had years of principal leadership in another district and is a year 1 elementary principal right now. And that is not okay with me, and that is a practice in Marion County as it exists, and I would still, 2 years later, still like to see that practice changed because it is not reflective of the years of experience that individual has.
And I can address that, and I don't disagree with you, and that is what the current practice is. And Ms. Crumpler mentioned, one of the recommendations that they had is to look at how, and those are our procedures, how the placement is done for individuals. And in all transparency, it doesn't just impact our principals and APs, it impacts anyone who's on that administrative salaries schedule. So again, coming back to, because it's a bigger picture than what we're talking about today, just salary schedules. It's placement and everything. So we will be able to work and make recommendations on ways to improve, change, edit, update what the placement looks like, and not just for administrative positions, but across the board.
So when is that going to come to the board before July 1st of 2025 then? That's the intention, and we're going to retroactively adjust placements?
Well, and that's why it's a larger conversation. And so it's a procedure right now, so I guess you guys, if you want us to bring it back to a work session, that's certainly something that can be done. However, I was not here, but it's been shared with me just to kind of give you an example. When it changed for those who are on the confidential salary schedule, before you could not bring outside experience, and then it changed and you were able to do up to 5 years. So the way they implemented that was over a year's process. They had time to, give that proof, but those things were done in steps because you have to budget for that as well. So I don't want to off the cuff say, next week, next month, but I'm definitely happy to provide updates. But it will, that is something that has to be adjusted as we look at not just the placement again of AP's principals, but anyone on the administrative salary schedule, and then really across the board at that placement.
Okay, I mean, I know as one board member, this has been something, and I'm looking at Ms. Connor because she and I have had this conversation, and she, when she was serving in the principal role, I have a fundamental issue with it, and I would love to see this board address where we're placing, and specifically, I guess I'm talking about APs and principals, because I feel like they move around a lot and move from one place to another and one level to another, and that is what is top of mind for me, but certainly we could look at all administrative placements, but I think that it needs to be addressed, and we need to come up with a plan to put people where they're supposed to be based on their years of experience, because right now we have a principal making $1,000 more, I think, than she did as a coordinator, and the job she's doing as a principal is significantly more challenging than the job she was doing as a coordinator, and we're going to wind up losing employees because they're not being properly compensated for their years of experience, and they could go to a neighboring district and make more money for their years of experience.
Again, I don't disagree, and part of the implementation and the recommendation is to look at those practices that we have in place, and then we'll be able to make recommendations based on what you've shared, based on what principals have shared, based on what other directors, other employees, and then also, of course, our peers.
Okay, well, I would love to see a plan for when that will be able to be presented to us, either privately or publicly, so that we can start addressing the issue. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Board Member James. And that is the plan, to have follow-up on this, because in totality, after reviewing all of these positions, I think that there's been some immediate opportunities to make things the way we know will help us as a district in terms of retaining. So I am in agreement with Dr. James on that particular item, but also on all of the items as they have gotten identified. They're all important, and I share the sense of urgency, I will say. Board Member Cummings.
Good morning. Ms. Moran, and I'm just asking for clarification, and thank you for the presentation, ma'am. We are at a higher rate for the minimums.
On average, yes.
On average, okay. I just kind of want you to kind of share why we are at a higher rate for minimum, because I think sometimes the public doesn't understand some things that have happened, why we got to a higher minimum on some of these things. During COVID, I know that there were some extra things that we did. We also some legislation that said we had to move the minimum wage up. And can you explain that process, please, a little bit, so that the people know what's going on?
So I would say there is a combination of things that have allowed us to increase our minimum salary. So like you said, COVID, and outside of, well, I wouldn't even say COVID, but the directions that we were given to bring everyone up $15, so that impacted that group. And then that, of course, created compression along the way. Also, as a whole, or the district, I think historically, the focus, even when we go into negotiations, and that's shifted in the last few years, that the focus has always been on starting pay. So we've put a lot of our attention, money, emphasis on starting pay and attracting employees to come to the district. And what we've seen, and I think we kind of know with the study, because our ranges are so narrow, we do a lot to attract, but then it misses out on that retention piece. So the primary focus has been on getting folks here, if we're talking salary only, but a lot of other factors, as you mentioned, have helped different pockets of our different salary schedules increase as well.
And I asked that because one of the issues that we've had since I've been on the board was recruitment. And this is part of why our minimums are a little bit higher, or because we were trying to recruit people. Now the compression has hurt us because we get them, but we can't keep them, we can't retain them. So I think this is what the study is showing, that we do, and I think, again, this is a great study, but I think we have to go to recommendation and see how we move forward.
Because what we're essentially we're doing is increasing that starting pay, but if we increased it by 10% or whatever, we're not allowing that to trickle to the higher ranges, so that will continue to create that compression issue there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cummings. And yes, to piggyback on that, we had at the state level, the change in the minimum salary for teachers, and that was great. But it did, to me, the salary study, there isn't a lot of surprises in it. It's our lived experience. All right, Vice Chair Conrad.
My fellow board members have said everything very well. I, along with Dr. James, am concerned and happy that it was brought forward about our administrative pay scale. I do feel that it's urgent. I don't want to lose any more staff members, so I would like it brought forward what kind of financial impact that will have on us as soon as possible. If we updated our administrators to their years of service in that area, and how much that would increase our budget for our administrators. Is that something we can get?
An estimate, because it would be based on the years of service that folks have provided us, and we've documented in there, but it'll be a sitting down and determining what this now looks like, and then from there it'll be an estimate. But I would say whatever estimate is presented, it would be probably lower than what it really is, because if they didn't think their years of service were going to count, we may not have it on file, but we can provide what we have and go from there.
Okay, I was looking at Ms. Boston Ellis, but she was not giving me
I refuse
any
to turn
facial
around.
expressions.
I'm not looking back.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we had, did you have something?
So I was just going to quickly say, I completely concur with getting this fixed as soon as possible, in part because our administrators often aren't picking the jobs they're in. A lot of times we have folks that are placed in positions. And so when that occurs, that's not even something they've necessarily personally chosen to apply for a position to move to. So we have to get this administrator thing fixed. I completely concur with that.
Board Member Cummings?
I do have another question. I just want to know how did you get to this amount, or this number? The range spreads are 20%, some are 25%. How did we get to the 20% spread versus a 15% spread or 18%?
So Ms. Crumpler, she mentioned it quickly, but I can elaborate on that. So as she shared, peers, their spreads are 50 to 70%. So what Evergreen has recommended to us in a cost-effective way, that first year being 20%. The reason why 25% for IUPAT is because they're already at a 24% spread. So not, of course, no recommendation to decrease that, but also part of their recommendation was to continue looking at this. Don't allow this to be a one and done, but to look at it year over year, and if possible, if we are able to continue expanding that, but also realizing it has to be sustainable as well, because anything we do related to salary, those will be recurring costs that we have. So it's allowing, if we do 20%, and then if we're able to come back and spread it more. But this is like that jump off point to get us where we want to be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cummings. Board Member James, did you have something else?
No, I don't think so. I love everyone's desire for urgency, and Dr. Campbell makes a very good point. And I think one of the things that bothers me most is that you can be in a position and have been placed at year one, and so let's say I'm a first year principal, I'm a year one principal, and that's where I am because I got a principalship in Marion County. Let's say I'm a principal for 6 years. I could use someone in our audience as an example, but I won't. And then I come to a district office job, and then maybe let's say I go back to a school. So then I go back to the school. Where am I placed? Am I placed at year 7 for principalship? Because if I had not left my school, I would have been stuck at year 1. But because I did 1 year stint at the county office, I come back and now I'm at year 7 or year 6. And that is not equitable to the principal who didn't leave the school. And maybe that principal didn't even want to come to the county office, or maybe they did. There's so many variables. But the point is that the process is not equitable at all, and it is not properly reflective of people's years of experience.
So again, I share your concern and the concerns that you all continue to express. And the plan is to go back, look at it, and see of ways that we can update it that is beneficial for our employees. And I've heard several say that this is urgent, so we can comply with that. I mean, I don't honestly know how else to express that, but I do appreciate the feedback. But from where I'm standing right now, I can't do anything, but the plan is to go back and provide updates.
Wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Anything else from the board?
No, just thank you for the presentation. I don't think I said that when I was sharing, but thank you very much. It was a lot of information. We appreciate you bringing it forward and sharing it with us.
Thank you, Vice Chair Conrad. And yes, I wanted to say and extend my gratitude. No one even remembers, including people that have been in this district for a really long time, a salary study being done. And so I am really grateful for our continued commitment to professionalizing our practices and getting in line with the other entities that we're competing with. Ms. Crumpler, thank you for a great study. I think I said before that I didn't really see too many major surprises. You know, this minimum salary thing, especially with teachers, you know, simply mirrors state priorities in public education the last few years. And so we have to be able to shift and be able to make sure that we are extending, you know, that same compensation equitably across the board. So that is a challenge, because if there's two words that I'll always take with me no matter where I am for the rest of my life, it's recurring costs. And so there's some heavy needs here, and from what I'm hearing from the rest of this board, you know, we're committed and staff to meeting them. I am a little distressed. I hope that this improves in the future, that we will have more than more response. You know, I thought it was kind of ironic that our recent voter turnout in the primary election was around the same as what we got in our survey responses. 23% for all the complaining that happens is, you know, a little frustrating. But yet there's been suspicion through the years in this district, and, you know, how private really is this, and what's going to be the retaliation if I participate. But at some point, we have to, you know, take a deep breath and jump back in the pool, because that's what we're here for. And I hope that anyone that's tuning in is hearing from the collective body, you know, that we are committed to supporting and getting this right and creating a range and spread that makes sense. And I couldn't be happier about that. I hope this JAT, the job assessment tool, ends up being redone. I'm not sure what the best practice is for how often that should occur, but it's employees' opportunity to share, you know, what they do. And in general, from my experience, including in the private sector, they end up on top. You know, I don't know that I've ever been in a job or a company where it resulted in less money. And so I think because this is so new, because it hasn't really been done in anyone's recent memory, I think we'll see more participation and feedback as time goes on, especially as the results begin to roll out. You know, a lot of people are at this point in life, it's like, show me. You know, talking about it is great, but show me.
And thank you, Chair Thrower, for your comments. And one thing I will add that's great with our contract with Evergreen Solutions, they do, part of our contract is we will have them for the next year. So, and part of having them includes assistance in implementation. If we have questions, if we want to run different numbers, and then also some of the tools that they utilize, we will be able to utilize those. So as it mentioned in Ms. Crumpler's presentation, doing small-scale studies, we will have some of the tools to be able to do some of the things that they did on a smaller scale. So all of that to say, the goal is not a one and done. We do it and we're done, but realizing that this will be continual work, and the partnership with Evergreen allows us to continue that.
That's fantastic. And as a best practice, what is the typical amount of time between these formal salary studies? In other words, how often should they really be done?
I can answer that based on Evergreen and consultation and best practice every 3 to 5 years, because the information or the data we have does become stale. Just like we give our folks increases, other school districts, other entities, organizations, they give increases as well. So that best practice is every 3 to 5 years to do a new study.
Thank you. That's really helpful information. And the last thing I have is just looking at the hard to fill, a lot of turnover positions. I know that we have to balance what we know our needs are, with union negotiations and so on. And I think sometimes, other employees in different job classifications are like, well, why is that job any more important? All jobs are important, but if certain categories are historically hard to fill and there's a lot of turnover, then my answer to that would be go ahead and apply for that position. We have got to get these positions that have been historically so hard to fill, and we're going to have to really negotiate that, I know, but that's fundamental, to our success. So that's all I have. Again, I thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to ensure we all leave on the same page. So we are at a consensus as far as the salary ranges that we will work on that process and what the plan for implementation for the 25-26 school year, understanding bargaining for the bargaining units, and then as far as placement across the board for all of our employees, we're going to look at updating the way those procedures are written, and that's done with emphasis and priority on the administrative, which includes administrative, APs, principals, and that not necessarily, we're not waiting on that for 25-26. I just want to be very clear on where we're leaving today with the priorities and the steps forward for us. Thank you.
I see nods from the board. That was a great wrap-up. I'm Dr. Gullett. Did you have something to add before we give our
Thank you. I do.
consensus
Well,
on this?
I do. I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I just want to take a moment to thank the team and board. I appreciate your comments. The sense of urgency is the reason we're here today, because I've heard firsthand in all the years I've been here of those unique situations and the let's just say it wasn't systematic, where people were placed in the salaries they received. And this is, I think you said it very well, Madam Chair, professionalizing the organization. So the only way we build trust in this organization and operate as a business is that people understand where they are, why they're there, and we have to be true, and we have to be good stewards of our taxpayer dollars to operate as a business that way. As far as I understand, there's never been a salary study. So when you talk about 3 to 5 years, I think hopefully moving forward that will continue. But tough conversations, a lot of work, a lot of budgeting needed. Looking at Ms. Bostonella's, we've had a lot of conversations around this, but we are here because of the sense of urgency, and we no longer want to hear about and try to explain to employees, we can't help you understand why you're there, but we're going to get this right. And it's going to take some time, but we are here and committed to doing that, because that's what makes us a great place to work. So I just want to, again, thank the team, thank the commitment, thank our employees. We are here because of them, and we value their work, and we're here to do the right things and do it the right way. So just think it's important to share that. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's big and it's important. Thank you.
I agree.
All right, if there's nothing else, is there any public comment? Hearing and seeing none. Toss it back to Dr. Gullett for our next item.
Thank you. So our last official item this morning, I'll be bringing Mr. McFadden forward, and he is going to provide our annual update on our school assessment tool and our plans to the fullest extent that we can share publicly. A board, I know you all know this, but I'm going to remind you, the public more than the board, that there are certain things we cannot share publicly for safety reasons, but certainly we're here to provide an update on our plan and thank Mr. McFadden for his work. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning and thank you. Good morning to Chair Thrower, Vice Chair Conrad, to all the board members, Dr. Gullett. Again, we are here to share our Florida Safe Schools Assessment Tool, which is better known as the FSAT, updates along with recommendations. As we go through this program, we're going to have several people coming up, not just myself, but with us today we'll have Cynthia Barnes, who is our Safe Schools Coordinator, Melissa Connor, the school-based crisis planning, and Corey Taylor, who is the District Threat Management Coordinator. So as we do with all of our recommendations, we gear everything towards our goal, which we're goal 2, which is safe and positive learning and working environments. But as you can see, everything Safe Schools does kind of touches everything in here. Maybe not so much talent management, but for every other goal, we have a responsibility to, number one, student success. If they feel safe in the classroom, they're going to learn better. Fiscal and operational efficiency, as well as community engagement and commitments. As you can see, like Dr. Gullett mentioned today, earlier about all the different threats, we are responsible for trying to ease and calm down some of the fears in our community when these things are going on. So again, that's part of goal 3. So the Florida Safe Schools Assessment Tool, we come to you every year to discuss this here. And as you should be aware of, this is a confidential document. And I just kind of took some notes, and as we've been doing this here, this is a tool that is used across the state of Florida. Every district uses it, and it's mandated to be used in order for us to secure our funding, as well as meet some of the mandates of the state. As I was looking at our assessments, we're probably answering or responding to well over 500 questions or sections, about 10 sections with over 500 yes, no comment sections for each school in the district. So the school-based school administrators conduct their FSAT or complete their FSAT, and again, it's over 500 responses that they're given in that assessment. And then the Safe Schools Department reviews every one of those to make sure that their answers are accurate for their specific schools. And once that's done, we'll submit. We have to submit by October 1st for the school-based assessments, November 1st by the district assessments, okay? So we come to you today to give you updates and some school hardening recommendations. So as a priority, some of our priority projects, and keep in mind, there was some language and some words that were said earlier that greatly impacts what we do every day. That's recurring costs and best practices. Every recommendation or every school hardening project we put in place, we don't put them up and after 2 or 3 years or 4 years, take them down. This is something that's gonna be here throughout our lifetime because of the world we live in today. So cameras, maintenance is a big priority right now because even though we're putting in new cameras, the ones that have been in the district for years and years and years are beginning to get older and not as effective, so we gotta replace them. We did get a part of our school securities hardening grant. We got roughly $644,000. Well, I say we haven't received it yet, but it was based on last year's FSAT, and we know that funding is coming, but the state has to review every FSAT for all across the state, and they're working on approving that. And once that's done, we dedicated all of that finance, all of those fundings to cameras because we knew the area of cameras and needing cameras throughout the district was a critical need. Door buzzers, we pretty much completed. There's a door buzzer at every school, but then there are some unique situations where, again, we're still adding door buzzers to some special doors. But these are things we're doing: fence maintenance, 3M film continuation, bus and mobile radios, mobile panic alert system, access control for doors, access control for gates. Again, going back to the cameras, making sure we add a camera to all front doors. At one point, we were just thinking about line of sight, but moving forward, we want to make sure we add a camera to all front doors, regardless of whether you can visually see that person through the door or the glass. We want to add cameras there, and it complements the door buzzers. Again, additional cameras at every site for increased coverage to include exterior coverage. What we're noticing is that we're getting a lot of interior coverage, some interior coverage, but the exterior, there's been some times where we needed some exterior coverage for cameras, so now we're beginning to focus on that. And keep in mind, when we do exterior covers with these cameras, it may require a higher quality camera because of the weather. So there's a lot, again, that goes into this here, and we work with technology to get that done. Again, door buzzers, installing the door buzzers in schools with unique challenges, and installing door buzzers at Marion after-school programs. We went through the Marion after-school program, and we put up some, again, fencing, specific fencing that allows parents to go only to the map areas, because at one point the campus was pretty open, and there was really no secure way of getting those parents to the backside of the cafeteria in a safe way to protect our campuses. So we went through and we started installing fences, but when you install the fence and put that barrier between the MAP programs and the parents, now we have to add some type of door buzzer system so they can be buzzed in a safe manner. Fencing. Upgrades to the schools with unique challenges again, and complete fencing at the MAP sites. What we're running into is, as you all are aware, the state has mandated that these gates be mandated, and that's going to be a further conversation when Cynthia Barnes get up. But our fences, we're beginning to see where they have to be replaced. They're beginning to fail. You know, the weight of the hinges, the gates on the hinges, kids swinging on them or whatever, slamming them. So we're beginning to see some failures that we're going to have to correct. The 3M film, that started project in 2023. The projected completion to be July of 2025. As you're aware, a donor gave us, an anonymous donor gave us funding for that, and that donor has given us that funding again this year and project to give it to us again next year. The funding that was given to us went a long way in placing this 3M film on the windows and doors that sits outside of the exterior fencing on the first floor. And it's been a great partnership with that anonymous donor, and we see that as a huge impact on our security. The bus mobile radios, we just finished up the interlocal agreement, was approved, and I think that was a big step, and again, showing that not only on our school campuses, but when kids initially get on that bus and the bus rides to and from school throughout the day, it's important for us to protect them and keep them, and that's what these radios are able to do. If a bus driver gets in a situation where they need law enforcement immediately, the radios are there for that. And we have had several instances where the bus drivers have had to use it due to fights and different situations on the buses. So we're happy that the buses radios are on our buses now. Electronic key cards. Seems like it's an easy thing to do, but this is not as easy as we have anticipated. There's a lot of work that goes in this here because you have to make sure the systems that you're getting ready to put in place either matches the systems that we've already have in place, or you have to take out the old systems and put in new systems. And that's kind of what we're facing here. We are, again, looking at electronic key cards. We met with a company last week who went around to 3 of our schools, and they're supposed to come back and give us some quotes within the next few days, and we'll be able to provide you with a pretty accurate count of what this is going to look like, what it's going to cost. I think moving forward with electronic key cards, we have to think about this is something that we have to plan for all schools. I'm very, as the Executive Director of Safety and Security, when I look at this particular topic, if we can afford it, this is not something that we budgeted for, and this is millions and millions of dollars, unfortunately. And so as a best practice, anything that one school gets to protect kids and keep them safe, we have a plan moving forward to put it in every school. And if I'm just, you know, what we don't want to do is put something in at 1 or 2 schools, 2 or 3 schools, and do not have a plan to put it in everywhere. Because now that puts us in a position or a situation where we got to try to pick and choose with schools and this kind of stuff. So as we look at electronic key cards, let's look at a plan moving forward to implement it and have it available for all schools. At this point, we're going to go into strategics, and I am going to ask Melissa Connor to come up and speak on this.
Sir. Good morning.
Morning.
Most of us have recently heard about our district implementing the Strategics Crisis Alert Badge System. I'm going to share a brief overview of the system, and now that we have all of our school sites up and running, we're diligently working on our district departments and getting them right there too. The Strategics Alert Badge, it does offer 2 types of alerts. It gets vital communication out to certain responders. 98% of alerts are the staff alerts. Those are those I need help is how we say it, because there's 3 clicks of the badge, and that gets it directly to school sites. Again, while we hope it's never needed, the badge can also trigger a campus-wide lockdown in the case of a campus-wide threat. Again, reiterating that all Marion County Public School employees will receive the badge. We've worked with our contracted employees as well, ESS through our substitute system to get those subs trained. The foundation of Marion County was great enough to give us lanyards for all 6,800 of our employees, so we have those for all of our employees to wear the badge on as well. Again, it enables every staff member to call and get immediate help. There is a strobe system and an alert messaging system included with it, and it works anywhere on campuses and across our districts, across the departments. When we trained administrators in kind of a train-the-trainer model for Strategics, we did review the logistics of the badge as an additional way to communicate emergencies on our campuses. Admin teams, they've set up the expectations on their own campuses. If they feel like their teachers and staff can get to a phone or can get to a radio, they're still utilizing those ways of communication, but this gives another layer of communication and another way for them to have a voice if there is an emergency on campus. The staff alert is typically one that's used directly impacting a certain group of students or a certain group of teachers. I think about this in secondary whenever we're in the hallway during a class change. You know, we are tasked with watching the hallway traffic, but also watching our classroom. And if we can't get to a phone, if something's happening in our hallway, you know, there's a scuffle, then we can click this 3 times and immediately site responders at our school get that notification. That communication is given to the deans, the counselors, the administrators, and they can respond directly to that. The lockdown mechanism of the badge, several things are happening all at once. Strobes will flash, those red strobes will flash. They've been installed all over our district. Once our intercom systems are integrated, an automated message will immediately come on to say that the school is in lockdown and to follow Alice protocol. Also, responders, not only site responders, district responders, and Marion County and the City of Ocala Communication Centers all receive the information simultaneously. So they are able to see and view on a map exactly where that alert was from, the person whose badge alerted, and that vital communication is coming again all simultaneously so that we have everything at one time. Obviously, it's going to be used that we want our employees to feel safe enough that they can put the entire campus into a lockdown if they see something. Rather than getting to a phone, rather than stumbling through a login or anything, this is just your finger and it's attached to you every day behind your regular badge that you can press to get help. Because of these preset triggers and their automated response time, confusion drastically reduced. We hope that that plays a huge impact for our employees and makes them feel an even safer environment for our strategic goal too. Have anything else?
Chair, can we ask questions now on this particular component?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. McFadden and I spoke about this earlier in the week, but some confusion, I think, amongst schools is that, so with Raptor, I could be in North Carolina on vacation and set off a Raptor alert. There is a misnomer, and I was speaking with a principal, so it's not like it's someone who may not have received the information, and they did receive this directly from the company, not from our staff. But there is a misnomer that I have to take off the badge and leave it in my classroom because if my kid is playing with it in my car or at my house, it will trigger an alert. Is there a way we could, just for the record today, effectively articulate what is the amount of feet beyond a school? Is it beyond a parking lot? What is that actual distance? The person I was talking to lives 2 blocks from 8th Street. So she's like, well, if I'm at home and it gets pushed, is that going to trigger an alert at 8th Street?
Right, that's a really fair question. And I can tell you that the beauty of this badge is that because it works on all of our district campuses and district properties, it's within a radius, if you will, basically the school zone. I can give you an example of College Park. I went there and I did a couple tests. I was in the balcony gymnastics parking lot, and I was able.
Ms. Connor,
I'm sorry.
Ask a question. Ask a question before she answers this question. Is this something that we need to say out public, Dennis? Because I don't want you to give any specifics. I don't want to give too many specifics because this is about safety. That's why I'm asking.
Well, and this, because again, this strategic product that we're using, they have all of this information
Online.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because.
Good caution, though.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Connor,
Yes,
please
but
continue.
definitely within the school zone. So it goes out past the parking lot. I would venture to say in most of our perimeter fencing areas, right out to the roads that are either on the side, the front, the backs of those schools. Once you get outside of that radius, if you will, if you are around a gateway at any of our schools, up to about a mile, if you press it, it will send an alert to the company that says unverified location. So once you get outside our school zones, it can't track a specific location. If you are still within a radius of about 1 to 1.5 miles from a school and you initiate it too many times, it can send an alert to the company, but the company, again, only gets something that says unverified location. They then contact the school site admins that are listed, and they'll say, hey, this employee just did this outside of the school zone. It's during the school day, do they need help?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
When you say school zone, you're not talking about Mr. Ayers' school zone. You're talking about, just so we're clear, because we interchange that term a lot, you're talking about the zone of proximity for the alert on the campus.
Yes, ma'am. I was thinking of like the school zone flashing.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because they're like, well, I live in the 8th Street School District zone. Yeah. So then is it a best practice then for them to take them and, is it a best practice to leave it in their classroom? Or is it a best practice for them to wear it to their car and then put it back on when they get in their car before they head into school?
So the company actually encourages as a best practice to take this with you. If you're walking out to your car, you've had an event late at night, you're walking out to your car to the parking lot, you could need help just as you could in your classroom or on campus. So you can initiate something and get law enforcement immediately. There are some parameters of the badge. We ask people not to keep them in their hot cars during the day. They're a piece of equipment, kind of like a cell phone. They've been tested to 130 degrees, but it gets pretty hot in Florida. So we've said, yes, go ahead, take it home, put it in your bag. Whenever you get back, put it back on. We've encouraged that as a best practice. If they choose to leave them in their classrooms, that's, I believe, a site-specific question.
Okay. I just want to, and site leaders will make their own determinations for their campuses, but I just wanted to kind of clarify what the best practice was. Because I think when we were getting the briefing, we talked about if you had a medical emergency, like a heart attack on your way to your car, if you were wearing it, you could get medical support without calling or notifying anyone because you were wearing your badge, which wouldn't have anything to do with school safety, but just to do with your own personal well-being, which would be a benefit to wearing it in the parking lot.
Sure.
And then if I'm on a high school campus and I'm wearing it at a football game, that's within the perimeter proximity. So there's no time limits for it. Works 24/7, 365.
Yes, ma'am. And the site responders at that specific school campus, so if you're at North Marion High School for a football game and you work at Liberty Middle School, you can initiate a staff alert then, even if you just need medical attention or something right there. You can initiate that, and the site responders at North Marion receive the alert, not from where your badge is assigned from.
Right, which is the downfall of what we were using with Raptor, is it was site specific. So now as a district employee, as we go to a variety of campuses, ours will pick up immediately at whatever site we're at versus maybe being tied to one site previously.
Right, and Raptor, we had the issue with employees not feeling comfortable downloading that on their personal cell phones. This doesn't have any downloadable features. This is just a piece of equipment that you wear.
Okay, I think that was all of my clarifying questions on this particular item. I just wanted to clear up that misnomer so we were all on the same page about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member James. Yes, the geolocation is really great. Thank you. Please continue, unless you're done.
Yes, no, I would like to offer, there have been questions and concerns that this is a tracker of some sort. This can't track you. The only way it tracks you is if you activate the badge.
You activate it.
When you do that for a staff alert, it comes up on the map and it shows up for 60 to 90 seconds so that responders can get to you. If you are chasing a student who has eloped and you are continuing to follow that student, your little dot will move on the map. But unless you initiate it, it can't do that.
Thank you. Board Member Campbell has a question.
Sure. It's more of a statement while we're kind of clearing up misnomers. I've been on a campus recently and this will be kind of a growing pain scenario, and administrators needing to ensure their staff fully understand what this really means. But I've also witnessed employees that are using it when there are behaviors that are being exhibited in their classroom that they know that 3 pushes will get administrators there immediately. It's not a fight. It's not a disruption on campus. It's just behaviors that classroom management could assist with. I see some people in the audience that might know what I'm talking about. So I think that it's going to take us a little bit through growing pains, but if there are any teachers listening out there, the purpose of this is for an emergency, something that's a medical emergency, something that is a fight where kids are going to hurt themselves, that is a major disruption to, if it's just behaviors happening in the class, that you might be able to send the student out with, something like that. I don't know that that's the intention of what this is, but we do have some administrators right now that are running themselves all over the place because of poor classroom management skills. And so I think it's also heightened some interest and knowing and knowledge there. So that's, again, we're grateful that we have this tool in the event of need, real critical need for assistance. And there are those times when we absolutely need it. But classroom management also needs to be an increased focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member.
That was just a big, long statement.
That's your comment.
Just real quick. Ms. Connor, thank you very much for the presentation. Will there be any data coming forward just about the usage? I don't know what would be a good benchmark, but maybe halfway through the year saying, how often schools are using it and, what they're using it for?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. So Centegix has provided us some data from other like-sized districts, and we just pulled ours yesterday. We've used the staff alert at site-specific schools over 400 times so far since the beginning of the school year. We can track that down to the the reason that the alert was closed, whether that was medical or, an altercation or what that was. So we can continue to do that, and I'm sure that Mr. McFadden can provide those updates whenever you'd like.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
It's way more than I thought it would be.
Well, there are a lot of
To Dr.
accidents
Campbell's
too.
point, though, I would love, what are the, sorry to digress here for a second, but what are the different codes for how it can be logged, medical?
So remember, it's being closed out by the site administrator, so they get to choose what that is. Whether that is a medical, behavior is one, physical altercation, drill, or testing.
Okay, so probably the
Or
ones,
suspicious activity.
so maybe the ones that are not necessarily to the level of needing us to initiate this procedure, and maybe classroom, more leaning on classroom management, would be coded as behavior? But not all of them.
Right, so that's going to be super site specific.
Okay.
And, the administrators have set up their expectations on their campus too. Like we said, if it's easier for you to get to a phone and that's your normal mode of communication of how you would ask for a student to be removed, then continue doing that, continue those practices. This is an additional layer.
Is there a way we could add an additional code? Is that something that we can do? Because it might be nice from site admin, I'm thinking of this, if I put on my administrator hat, it might be nice to be able to have a, find a very delicate way to say pushing, but maybe it could have been a classroom management. And so we just have a way to kind of really dig into maybe our sites that are initiating it, or is it this an issue everywhere, and kind of dig into it to just better understand the data. I would love to have a different code for that, just so administrators can, because also the code goes to the person who did it, right? So like the individual who clicked it,
No, ma'am. So individuals who are wearers of the badge, they receive no data. They have no login for the.
What I mean is, when the case is closed, it is tied to the individual who triggered it.
Oh, yes, ma'am. It's
From a
tied to that
data
alert.
perspective. So if I'm a principal at Christmas break and I want to review the last semester, if we had a specific code for maybe a specific employee who may be using it more than they could, it would be a good data tool to use in reflection and progress monitoring and planning for the next
Meeting
semester.
opportunity, yeah.
Yes, I can definitely take that
Did I
back.
put that
to our-
delicately enough? Okay.
I
Thank
can
you.
take that back and see if that's a possibility for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the board? All right, Dr. Gullett.
Oh, we have more.
From your hat?
Mr. McFadden isn't finished yet. Yep, thank you.
Yep, moving on.
So the strategic platform that we're using, just to kind of follow up, is, for us, we see it as a huge game changer. We had conversations. Dr. Gullett went down and she saw it, and we had conversations about it. Remember, this has been out for some years, and when it first came out, it was really, we felt as though it was too pricey. But then when you look at the overall value of what it brings to this district, it's worth every penny that we spent on it. I personally tested it maybe 3 Fridays ago at one of our schools. I compared both Centegix and Raptor on my phone, and it took me roughly 45 seconds to 1 minute to get the Raptor alert out, finding reception on my phone, doing a drop-down box to make sure I'm at the right school. It's initiating, it's trying to find a signal. It took me about 45 seconds to a minute to initiate that Raptor alert. And once I initiated it, the communication center got it immediately. And I was on the phone with them, so they got it immediately. But what it did not do was alert everybody on that campus. It did not alert everybody on that campus because most of the people don't have it downloaded on their phone. So I then initiated the Centegix from my badge, 8 clicks. Whatever it took me to click 8 times, it immediately went to the comm center, and staff members started coming out of their classrooms because of the scroll started going off. Prior to doing it, we notified the school that we were going to do it. It was after hours, but those teachers who were staying late got it immediately and came out of the classrooms. So that in itself, and we know about what happened in Georgia, and based on preliminary investigations and statements, that a lot of people at the school in Georgia said they had Centegix, they had just got it a week before, and they knew something was going on because of the Centegix alert went off prior to the shooting. So it required them and forced them to stay in their classrooms. So we're hoping that if something like that happens here, it will minimize the injuries and possibly fatalities on our school campuses. Okay. So next, Cynthia Barnes will come up and she will discuss House Bill 1473.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. We all understand that when the parents send their children to school, they expect us to provide a quality education in a safe and healthy learning environment. In order to accomplish that, we must have the buy-in of all. And that results in different rules, policies, procedures, principles, best practices, and legislative mandates. We also learn from other people's incidents as well as our own and experiences that they may have went through, as well as new technology. And so we learn and then we implement to enhance to school safety. Thus, we end up with House Bill 1473, Rule 6A.1.0018. Now, one of the principles is we have a layered approach where we start on the outside and we work our way in, and we have various measures because no one thing addresses everything. There's no one fix that's going to take care of everything, so we have to put a lot of different measures and a lot of different layers into practice in order to achieve what the goal is. With that, we have access control where we start on the outside, and that's as it relates to perimeter and our non-exclusive areas. So we start on the outside, we work our way in. And the focus with the House bill is access control. With that access control, as you can see, it now says all gates, doors, and other access points that restrict ingress or egress. So what we're trying to do is as you come in or as you're leaving, it says that all gates and doors will be locked when students are on campus unless they are manned, actively having someone at that gate or at that door standing or seated. But eyes is on that door next to it, not the door's over there and I'm over here. If I can beat you to the door, then you're not manning it, if I'm the threat. So it has to be actively staffed, but there is an exemption. And the exemption is, as we stated earlier, with the different layers, if there's other measures that's in place, safety measures that will ensure that our children are still safe, then that gate can be opened or that door can be opened when there is no one actively staffing it. As you know, like the door to a building. But you have to come through the single point of access. You got to go through this and all these other measures that's in place, such as the SRO, the cameras, all the other doors are locked, especially the ones to the classroom. So those are some of the layers you have to go to in order to get to our children. The next layer is wrong direction. Then the next one is going to be our exclusive area, which is our classrooms and other instructional spaces, AKA your media center, if you're using it as an instructional space. With that, all doors must be closed unless, again, actively staffed. So we know that as children are moving back and forth during transition, the door has to be open, but someone needs to be actively staffing that door. In this instance, there is no exemption, and the exemption is placed in FSAT. It has the information as far as where the door or the gate is located, so there's clarification there, no misunderstandings, as well as a photograph that is accompanying the written statement as far as the location of that door and or gate. Those things are placed into FSAT. The next one is the anonymous reporting, and that's to Fortify Florida. That had to be done within the first 5 days of the school year, where it had to be developmentally appropriate for the child's age, where each school had the responsibility of making sure that every child was given that instruction on how to use it, so they can also, like we said, it's a shared responsibility. So even if you're a student, that does not relieve you of the responsibility of bringing forth any kind of information. If you see something suspicious or hear something suspicious, bring it to the right people. Bring it, make sure you see something, you say something. And that was one of the reasons for making sure that that instructional information was given. We received from the state 2 PowerPoints that we were able to use. With the assistance of some principals, we had their buy-in, and we actually turned it into 3 PowerPoints to make sure it was age and developmentally appropriate. The children have all seen those things that had to be done within those first 5 days. They have received that, and it was very beneficial as you walk around, and you can hear from even some of the principals how some of the students actually react with that. And we've been receiving the 4 to 5 Florida tips, so you know, yes, they did receive it. There has been an increase with that. But also the consequences, but we're dealing with different ones having to learn when they should actually use it. Next, there was a designation for the safe areas. The key word in here is conspicuously marked. The children had to have, within the first 10 days of school, they have to know where that place is. It had to be marked, and then they had to be shown and told what this is and why it's there. And it is conspicuously marked, and that was taken care of as well, district-wide. Along with the policies and the procedures and the mandates, sometimes you have to have a little muscle behind it, unfortunately. So there is a mandate that you have a progressive discipline policy, and with the help of HR and Attorney Blackman, that has been done and publicized as well. But your key words here are knowingly violate. So sometimes things do happen, but that's where we ask that everybody come forth with some intention. Be intentional about closing the doors, intentional about closing a gate. When you walk through a door or a gate, look back and make sure that it actually did close. Don't just go by what you hear. Pull it and make sure. I do understand that some of the doors to the external buildings, when you have rain, etc., for one reason or another, something may not have closed, and you may have thought it closed. We want to stop that. Make sure, even if someone's walking behind you sometime, you think they're going to be the one to close it. No, you open it, you make sure. You stand there, you look. Okay, you got that, right? Visibly looking and making sure those doors are closed, those gates are locked. So we have to be intentional about the things that we do. And one of the other changes is the compliance inspections. Now, that's nothing new. We know that the state have always done it. Of course, when you come with these new mandates, those are some of the things that they're adding to the compliance inspection, making sure that those things are in place. One of the things that's new with this is the fact that now our department would also be doing compliance inspections of every school every year. And I think that's a good thing, because we roll these things out, and we go out and we talk and we make sure, you know, you need these things, continue to practice these things. But now we also are documenting those things and make sure that, hey, we got your back. We always have been a resource here for you. Let's make sure these things are being done and in place. So every year, our department, in addition to the state, will also be doing a compliance inspection check. Did anybody have any questions?
Any questions, comments from the board?
I have one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Going back to one of the first slides, and I know that we've talked about this previously, one of the first slides in this section. So I think it is slide 15. I'm thinking about a school like Bellevue High School, but I know that there are others. How are they locking those building doors, top and bottom, or are they manning those during transition?
Some of the doors have exemptions on them, but during transitions, the staff should be in the hallways or standing at their doors so they have eyes on kids. So if anything happens, they can sweep them into the classroom and lock the doors.
I'm talking about the building doors, no, not the classroom doors.
The building doors, a lot of those have exemptions, and so therefore they're not being locked, but that varies from campus to campus. Every campus have not made the exemption. Some do, some don't. The ones who don't, those doors are still locked.
So how do we know? I'm just thinking of Bellevue because I worked there, but I'm not even sure how Ms. Guest would even begin to navigate handling transitions on a campus like that. And maybe Dr. Campbell, you know, just from your children's experience, but my concern is that, you know, are there instances where we are putting our schools at a really strong disservice, and if we added a gate in some capacity, would that help obviously it would have to make, specifically at Bellevue, like it would have to make the one directional stairwells or something to be able to navigate it, which would still be very hard to manage. But I'm just trying to think through what this is going to look like on some of our campuses that don't have an exemption, and they have to have those building doors locked, but the students also need to transition through those spaces. Do you know if that's happening at Bellevue, Dr. Campbell?
Yes, I believe that in that particular instance, that particular campus does have some exemptions. What I have witnessed in other campuses that potentially do not have exemptions, and we're not talking about anyone specifically, there are employees that are now manning these doors if the door has to remain locked. And there are employees that are now manning gates. Administrators, 3 hours at a gate, if that's what it takes. And so that is what's happening right now because of the way the law is written.
Right, Mrs. Guest, she actually do have an employee that comes in early. I think she says maybe 30 minutes early that's taking care of that. They adjusted the schedule, but she's also looking, we went through her campus, she and I, along with some others at a different date, to address this, to see what needs to be done, and she's looking at putting up extra fencing as well.
And we do need to be careful about where this conversation is going.
Yes.
Madam Chair, may I interrupt? I was going to ask the Safe Schools team to reiterate for the board and for the public that your team is working diligently, school by school, because we have unique situations at every one of our campuses.
Correct.
When this law came forward, the team was out there and really working with that. So every school's different, but I want to go back to something that you commented on about not locked. And if you could clarify that they're locked or manned at all times.
Yes, that is it, locked or manned at all times.
Okay, thank you.
And sometimes, as Chief McFadden always says, it's not always convenient. Sometimes you got to take the extra steps. You got to walk a little further. You got to go around. But first and foremost, we're looking at safety. We're looking at lives.
Thank you.
And this has been a lot of work, not just for Safe Schools team, but for all of our schools. A lot of adjustment needed in this, and we've all, and on behalf of, as a superintendent, my superintendent association, had a lot of conversations, and a lot of questions when this came through. But our commitment is always to do its best and safe for our schools, but a lot of work on a lot of people's part to follow the law on this.
That's correct. It is ongoing, as we have to be site-specific with every case, go around and look, and sometimes you have to make adjustments, but we got to do what has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. And honestly, I think that this will be a wonderful, I love that we're having this conversation ahead of the next board conversation that we're having, because we do have very unique spaces on some of our campuses. And as we are able to build and replace what we have that are currently not conducive, in some cases, to learning and safety, we will be able to, hopefully, adjust the way some of those campuses are made up and just further enhance safety for students.
Right. Plus, the state is still looking and still evaluating, and they're also there as a resource, and trust me, I do reach out and use them.
Thank you.
Right, the team effort.
Yes, yes, for sure. And you know, we want to give just great praise to these schools, these site-specific schools. I mean, we've been anticipating this because we kind of knew where the mandate was headed, and from the day one, we've been working with them. They've been working with us. There's a lot of questions. There were sometimes some disagreements, but the overall agreement and understanding is that we got to do whatever we need to do to keep our students, staff, and visitors safe. That's the way we refer to it: students, staff, and visitors. And they have just done a tremendous job. They've sacrificed a lot to make sure that campuses are safe. Again, with the using extra staff and putting people in places that they have never been to, man gates and man doors, thinking outside of the box to meet the mandates. And we're going to continue to try to make improvements, and in making those improvements, this is where, it affects us from a financial or funding standpoint, because there may be times when the best fix is to implement some type of door, special hardware on a door or putting up another fence, things that we did not see or have to deal with until this mandate came forward. So because of that, our budget is approved, but there are times when the Safe Schools Department has to go back and make some changes to keep our kids safe. Next, we're going to have Corey Taylor come up to talk about the Florida Harm Prevention and Threat Management Model. And I've told him to, we have to understand that this is not a physical security, but this plays a huge role in how we protect our kids. So he is going to give you his best presentation today of making it clear on how the Florida Harm Prevention and Threat Management Model is used in Marion County.
Thank you. Hello.
Good morning. So in 2023, the legislature amended Florida Statute Section 1001.212 to task the Department of Education's Office of Safe Schools with developing a statewide behavioral threat management operational process, which was later dubbed the Florida Harm Prevention and Threat Management Model. The Florida model, slated for statewide implementation on January 1st, 2024, was designed to identify, assess, manage, and monitor threats to schools, school staff, and students. Unlike its predecessor, the Comprehensive School Threat Assessment Guidelines model, referred to as CSTAG, the Florida model was purposely designed to overcome barriers and stumbling blocks that had threatened CSTAG's effectiveness. Those barriers included ineffective policies, poor team structure, inadequate training, and ambiguous role responsibilities. While CSTAG focused primarily on threats, the Florida model utilizes a methodology that identifies students exhibiting threatening or concerning behaviors, gathers information to assess the risk of harm to themselves or others, and identifies appropriate interventions to prevent violence and promote successful outcomes. The process applies a non-punitive assessment to distinguish between innocuous and serious situations. The aim of the threat management process is to intervene at the earliest stage to help students and to alter or disrupt concerning behaviors for the benefit of the student and school. In accordance with Florida Administrative Code Rule 6A, which outlines each school district's responsibility for ensuring the integrity of the threat management process, our superintendent, Dr. Diane Gullett, established a district threat management coordinator position. The DTMC, in addition to serving as the liaison between MCPS and the Florida Department of Education's statewide threat management coordinator, is responsible for ensuring the fidelity of the district's threat management program. This includes 5 core responsibilities. First, reviewing and approving every threat assessment submitted from MCPS's 55 public and charter schools. Second, coordinating and facilitating threat management training. Third, overseeing threat management records and transfers. Fourth, leading auditing and compliance efforts. And finally, metrics compilation and state-mandated reporting. Research has established that offenders may not make specific or direct outward threats toward their target, but they do display identifiable indicators of violent intent prior to perpetrating an attack. Therefore, the lack of a specific threat should not drive the decision whether there is a possibility of harm to another person. Persons on the pathway to violence may be identified by the presence of threat factors along with other subtle concerning warning behaviors which need further exploration. Warning behaviors are changes in behavioral patterns that suggest an increased concern for violence. Protective factors may prevent or inhibit a student of concern from thinking about or carrying out an act of violence. Most people learn to process and cope with negative experiences through healthy responses. However, individuals most at risk for perpetrating targeted violence do not possess healthy coping skills. Instead, They tend to obsess over injustices and are unable to withstand rejections or triggering events. The more stressors and triggers that exist in a person's life, the more difficult it becomes to cope, and the greater the chance the person may enter the pathway to violence. A stressor can be anything that causes tension or anxiety for a student, such as bullying, school-related failure, unhappy home environments, social isolation, or peer rejection. Since attackers do not snap, they decide. The first step in understanding targeted violence is understanding how individuals progress from a personal grievance to the commission of an attack. One way to conceptualize this general process is the pathway to violence model. Research suggests that an individual on the pathway to violence tends to cover a series of steps. However, the pathway to violence is not identical for everyone. The process may be linear, or steps may be commingled. Time spent at each step may vary. The steps on the pathway to violence may include grievance, a personal gripe or humiliation based upon real or imagined injustices. Ideation, the idea that violence is unacceptable or the only means to achieve justice. Research and planning, when, how, where. Preparation, gathering equipment, skills, and resources. Probing and breaching, testing for the attack. And then finally, the attack, which is engaging in pre-planned or opportunistic violence. Threat management teams must consider the totality of threat factors, warning behaviors and concerning behaviors, stressors, precipitating events, and protective factors that are present in a student of concern's life. Once the team has gathered all available information, they can begin to assess whether a threat or concerning behavior is present, and if so, determine the level of concern. Levels of concern, also called threat levels, are categorized as unfounded, low, medium, or high. An unfounded determination means that there is not sufficient factual basis to support the allegation. What was said was clearly not a threat, or the incident or behavior of concern did not happen or rise to the level of posing a threat or concern of harm to the school community. Low level of concern designations are appropriate where a person poses a threat of violence or exhibits other concerning behavior that is minimal, and it appears that any underlying issues can be resolved easily. This level means the concern for future violence toward another person is low. Medium level of concern designations are appropriate where the person does not appear to pose an immediate threat of violence, but the person exhibits behaviors that indicate a potential intent to harm or exhibits other concerning behaviors that require intervention. This level suggests that violence toward another may occur, and although the situation is not urgent, violence cannot be ruled out. High level of concern designations are appropriate where the person poses a threat of violence, exhibits behavior that indicate both a continuing intent to harm and an effort to acquire the capacity to carry out a plan, and may also exhibit other concerning behaviors that require immediate intervention and protective measures for the target. This level suggests that the student of concern is reaching a critical point on the pathway to violence from which they perceive it may be difficult to turn back. A high level of concern requires immediate and continuing attention from threat management resources to ensure violence does not occur. Florida Statute Section 1006.07 and Florida Administrative Code Rule 6A require each school to have a school-based threat management team. The SBTMT is a multidisciplinary team at the school level and is comprised of at least 4 members with expertise in counseling, school instruction, law enforcement, and school administration. The SBTMT must also include a member with personal knowledge of the student of concern that is being evaluated by the team. Additional SBTMT members may be assigned by the school principal as long as the 4 core required roles are filled. The administrative team member must be a person who meets the definition of administrative personnel. They must not be the school principal because the principal has administrative oversight of the SBTMT. The counseling team member must be a school-based mental health services provider that is able to access student mental health records. This person must be a certified school psychologist, school social worker, school counselor, or licensed mental health professional who is employed or contracted by the district to provide mental health services. The instructional team member must be a person who meets the definition of instructional personnel or someone who holds a current Florida educator certificate. The law enforcement team member must be a sworn law enforcement officer, such as school resource officers, school safety officers, or other active law enforcement officer personnel. Certified school guardians or licensed school security guards as defined under the statutes may not serve as the law enforcement member of a threat management team. School principals are required to appoint a chair and vice chair of the SBTMT. The vice chair performs the chair's duties in the chair's absence. The SBTMT chair is the point person at each school for threat management and receives initial reports of all threats and concerning behavior that may result in harm toward self or others. The SBTMT chair is responsible for assessing and triaging each reported threat or concern, determining whether it has a factual basis and whether the matter should be summarily closed or reviewed by the entire SBTMT. There are 2 instances wherein school-based threat management teams could be convened. First, when SBTMT chairs refer reported threats or concerning behavior to the full SBTMT for investigation, and secondly, for mandatory monthly SBTMT meetings. Matters referred to the full SBTMT for investigation can result in the development of a student support management plan. Under CSTAG, these were referred to as safety plans. The SSMP is not punitive or part of a disciplinary process and uses direct and indirect interventions to help create an environment less likely to produce violence. The SSMP identifies mandatory action steps that are needed to ensure school safety and responses that can help support the student of concern, thereby making positive outcomes more likely. The action steps selected will comprise the SSMP. The resources and other support the student needs will differ depending upon the information gathered during the assessment, including the mental health interviews, when applicable, and identified protective measures. As stated earlier, the SBTMT is required to meet monthly. They're required to assess each SSMP for its effectiveness and, if necessary, make modifications as appropriate. SBTMT meetings, whether part of a threat investigation or the monthly variety, must include the presence of the core members. Meetings can be conducted in person, virtually, or telephonically. The Safe Schools Department is committed to serving as an ever-present, reliable, and supportive resource. We have sought to achieve this goal in a variety of ways: continuous training opportunities, effective communication, and thoughtful collaboration. In addition to the DTMC, the Safe Schools Department added 2 certified Florida model trainers. This has allowed our department to offer more threat management training opportunities for MCPS personnel. To date, we have facilitated 28 in-person threat management classes and trained approximately 700 faculty and staff members. We routinely publish information bulletins and other resources. These bulletins and resources aim to provide timely guidance and instruction on relevant threat management related topics. We provide detailed report reviews and, when necessary, thoughtful, constructive feedback purposed with ensuring strict adherence to and compliance with Florida Model Guidelines. Since January 1st, 2024, we have reviewed 718 threat assessment investigative reports. Lastly, relationship building. Whether connecting with our MCPS family, networking with Office of Safe Schools representatives, or collaborating with other Florida DTMCs, we recognize the importance of establishing and maintaining strong relationships. Simply put, we are much stronger together than we ever could be apart. It has been a distinct honor serving as your District Threat Management Coordinator, supporting the MCPS school community, and helping do what is best for our students. At this time, I am happy to entertain any questions related to threat management.
Thank you. Any questions, feedback from the board? Go ahead, Board Member Campbell.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mine is not a question, it is simply a comment. I have repeatedly heard from multiple staff members how great you are at your job. And I want to publicly acknowledge that. The responsibility that you have in our Safe Schools department and all that you've just outlined is so much greater than I think people have an understanding of. And your responsibility is new, relatively, from a statute standpoint, and all that it entails. I'm just grateful because you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Board Member James.
I completely agree with all of her sentiments. I'm grateful that you're on our team and are leading this work. And honestly, there's been instances where we've been kind of had to compress timelines significantly, and a lot of work has had to occur so that we could meet deadlines that were predetermined by other people outside of our organization, and you've rose to that challenge every time. So I'm grateful for that. I had a question, and then it escaped me when I started down that. So let me try and get it back. But
Okay, and we'll get back to
sorry.
you. Yes, it happens. When
Oh, I thought it's back. It's back. It's back.
Those are called senior moments.
Yeah.
You have more of those to look forward to in your life.
So the primary complaint from site staff is the immense amount of paperwork that's required for a threat. Just to clear it up, is that a Mr. Taylor decision, or is the amount of paperwork required something that comes down from the state and we're just simply having to implement the procedure?
Interesting question. And so the short answer is that is something that comes down from the state. One of the things that I think is impressive about the Florida model process is, yes, and it's a joke that I make with students as they're coming into the classroom. I hand them a 49-page document, which is the Florida Harm Prevention Instrument. It has all of the forms that encompass this process. But I remind them, and I beg of them, don't check out on me just yet, because that document does not represent everything that is needed for a threat assessment. My father, by trade, was a mechanic, and any mechanics will know that they always carry their toolboxes, and there are dozens of tools. But my father, every job he went to, whether it was a brake job, a tune-up, he took that entire toolbox with him. And it wasn't because every tool in the box was going to be required, it was that they were there as an option. So for a normal threat assessment, there's only one document that's required, and that is Form A, the intake and disposition. And unlike CSTAG, the Florida model provides the autonomy and latitude for a chair to summarily close innocuous or low-level type reports concerning behaviors. And if the chair summarily closes it at their level, then we're talking about maybe 3 to 4 pages in a Adobe form. But full investigations oftentimes will then require a student of concern interview, a parent interview, a SSMP, as we talked about during the course. But the short answer, bottom line up front, is that no, every threat assessment does not require that 49-page monstrosity of an instrument. They're just tools that are in our proverbial toolbox that we can pull out when necessary.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up, because we don't often hear positive things, right? So oftentimes when people bring things to us, they're a complaint. And so the complaints that I've heard are that it is this 50-page document and it's every single one and da 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 da. And so thank you for clearing that up, because I honestly didn't know. I've just kind of been leading with the assumption like, well, that's just how it is. That's what it's going to take to make sure that we're keeping kids safe. So I appreciate you clarifying that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. What's your comment?
Just a closing comment. Since I've been in this position, I've used this phrase a lot, but sometimes when change is good, it's still difficult. And so I feel like that happens a lot, or applies a lot, in the area of safe schools and the job that you all do. All of the mandates have presented a lot of challenges for our campuses with staff and funding and all of the things. And I just want to tell you that everywhere I visit, our staff is so appreciative for the work that you do each and every day, because the administrators will confess, that you all came out and we've worked through this problem, or we've worked through this situation, and then something else came up, or there's something else they didn't foresee, and you guys are back out there helping them find solutions for these problems on each campus. And so, just as my fellow board members have said, we're really grateful for the work that you do. I will tell you, it has been enlightening, not really in a great way, but the amount of calls and notices that you all have to respond to is really overwhelming. And so I know that you're working and keeping us safe 24/7. I'm just grateful for the work that you do every day, so thank you.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you all.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Is there any other questions or feedback from the board on this? And I certainly concur. I wrote down a couple notes, and the one thing I wanted to make sure I said was, we hear from you, from the team, multiple times a day, nights, evenings, weekends. I know I've called some of you way outside of hours, because there really are no hours when it comes to protecting our students, our staff, everyone that's associated with Marion County Public Schools. So I also just wanted to extend, my personal gratitude, and I know the board feels the same. It's just continues to be really sad that we're having to spend the time, money, and resources on keeping, and I quote, anyone from getting to our children. Just to hear that from Ms. Barnes, that just shook me all over again. It's an abnormal phase that we are living through in society today. This is not normal. And I look forward to some normalcy being restored, hopefully sooner than later. But in the meantime, we know that you have our backs. So thank you.
Thank you. And just a little bit more with the threat Florida model. As this documents and these documents are uploaded into the system, we have to understand and realize that the state watches this stuff. They have the ability to see it. And what Mr. Taylor is doing is ensuring that if something ever happens in this district, we have done everything possible to prevent a tragedy before it happens. Because a lot of it, we hear people say after these tragedies, well, we called that guy, we knew he was going to do this. Just those type of statements coming from students and staff that they knew this could be the potential person to do this. We want to not ever have to make that statement. And that's why he is so meticulous about these assessments, that he reviews them. He has to, by state statute, sign off and approve every one. And as he mentioned, over 700 since January. Multiply that times 2 or 3. And I say that because when he reviews it, he makes marks on them, he highlights, he writes recommendations, sends it back to the team, they make those corrections, they come back to him, and if it's, something is missing as a date or a time, it has to be perfect in order to submit. And so sometimes he spends 37, 40 minutes on each assessment. We have a great team in the Safe Schools Department. They're out working, and just like the other departments, unique challenges come up at any minute. Probably since we've been standing here, if I haven't had a chance to look at my phone, but if I pick it up, there's somebody calling with a concern, an issue, or something going on. We have been able to, we've got system in place now where we can go back through Centegix, through Fortify Florida, or whatever, and grab this data as to what's going on in our district. And for Fortify Florida, like Ms. Barnes mentioned, we train the students. We had to by state statute, and we see that. A lot of our Fortify Floridas are not the little frivolous reports anymore about I'm having problems with my math, and I don't like my teacher. These are real postings and reports of sexual assault, child abuse, and threats in our schools. So they're using it the right way, and out of the 50 or so we've had over the past month, 25 of them related to reports of gun violence, some type of gun violence on campus. So we take them all seriously. We review, we reach out and work with the sheriff's office, OPD, whoever needs to be contacted to make sure that it could be the same threat, but we want to confirm and verify that's the same threat so nothing slips through the crack. So at this time, we're going to, this FSAT will go to the board at the next board meeting. And once it's approved, if you approve it, we have to submit that to the state, and they will use that to help us keep our schools safer, as well as use it as part of our funding for the 24-25 school year. So any questions that you have from us so far to close out?
Yeah.
Dr. Gullett?
Okay, Dr. Gullett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McFadden, I want to thank you and the entire team again. Great presentation, but also more importantly, the work. I heard the word collaboration, what our schools are doing, the burdens. I've asked a lot of you all, in addition to what the state has done, and it really does take great team effort. Board, and I think you will see, and hopefully you've heard and know firsthand, we are not taking any shortcuts, and we are not disregarding any threat. And that takes a lot of work, and it is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week job. So I just want to say publicly how much I appreciate everybody, because sometimes we're on the phone in the middle of the night. But we are not taking any shortcuts, and we will not disregard, but we will see through every threat. And again, I'm going to start from the beginning of my briefing comments that we are not taking these things lightly. There will be consequences for threats that are made that someone may think that they're just a prank. Those times are over. Those times are over. I will not have under my watch anybody thinking that that's just going to be okay and taken lightly. We are at a time right now that those cannot be taken lightly, and I know this team is committed to that. Our schools are committed to that, and it is our responsibility to see those through. So let's make it a productive day every day in our schools, and safe for all of our students, our families, and our visitors and staff. So just want to, again, thank everyone, and thank you, board, for your support of the incredible work that's happening every day to create the safest environment that we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gullett, and thank you again, Mr. McFadden, and to all of our local law enforcement partners. It takes us all to do it, and we're so fortunate to have an internal group that is just really dotting the I's and crossing the T's. All right, is there any public comment? Seeing and hearing none. Before we move into our next topic, which is the technical working group update, I'm going to go ahead and call for a short break, and we will reconvene before 11:30. Thank you.
Think about it. Whoa. Thanks. Y'all believe?
What?
I just said, think about it, like that really loud.
She came on loud.
Okay.
All right, we have 2 minutes, but we're all here, so we might as well get started. All right, we're ready if you're ready.
She's thumbs up.
Ready? Okay. Ready, set, go?
With a smile. I like it.
Okay. We are back at 11:29 a.m. And our, Dr. Gullett, do you want to introduce the next topic, or should I take it from here?
I'll let you take it from here.
Okay, since they're both board-driven. All right. Our next topic is an update from our recent technical working group meeting, and I believe all board members did receive some information, including the agenda and the minutes. I will say that it is good that all of our entities and partners are continuing to meet as laid out by the interlocal agreement that we updated. And this particular meeting of the technical working group was held here over in MTI last Friday, the 13th. And so just going through the agenda, you know, the typical thing, we selected our chair and vice chair, which for this meeting was Tracy Straub from the county and Stephen Ayers that I nominated, and they both did really well. The item on the agenda that came after the roll call and introductions was a part of the continuing discussion of Hillcrest School's use of county-owned property, and this use has been going on for over 30 years, and we had a discussion about it at our joint meeting of elected officials. I believe it was the first one we had after getting our interlocal agreement updated, and to try to get an idea of what the county planned on doing, because an idea had been floated to use that property for housing for citizens with severe mental and behavioral disabilities. And at that point in time, the neighboring community was pretty concerned about that, so that got tabled. There was no further discussion. Not much had been said since that time. So I want to get it back on the agenda, not only for that, but also just in case there's other schools that have shared property, you know, with the county or the city, and just trying to get some things codified as to what we're going to do with that. This agenda had been publicly noticed, and everybody knew it was going to be on there, and I guess I just didn't realize that any entity could just say, you know, decline to discuss it, but that was the county's position. Apparently I'm going to be looking forward to being contacted for a private meeting about this property and potential uses for it. So I'll keep you posted on that one. It is interesting to note that I think it was probably back in 2010, 2011 maybe, and I'm not sure who might be able to search this, Dr. Gullett. There was an offer made by the county years ago, if my memory serves, to sell this property to Marion County Public Schools, but we were kind of in the middle of the Great Recession. I can't remember offhand, and I don't want to speculate what the asking price was, but the board at the time declined that purchase. So who knows, you know, maybe that opportunity will represent itself, or we can look at potential land swaps. You know, if discussion can occur, then we can certainly, you know, bring it back to the board and see what can be done. What we do know is that therapeutic horseback riding has been on that property for well over 30 years, and now that program has expanded to public, you know, not just kids that attend Hillcrest School, but members of the public as well. It's also a career and technical education site, so it really meets so many of our needs and priorities, and hopefully we can come to some really good ideas of how we can make sure that that property is protected in perpetuity. So that was that one. And then we had a brief discussion about the Booster Stadium property. For For us, it was just more to inform that there's conversation about Vanguard and the fact that there's land set aside long ago to build a stadium there, what the condition of Booster Stadium is, and just kind of put it on their radar. I was encouraging maybe some visionary ideas. You know, we've talked about co-location, shared use, we've talked about selling property, we've talked about keeping property. So just as a matter of putting it on the radar that there's conversation happening about that property, especially in light of the fact that there is some maintenance needs there and the history of it, that we didn't always own that property, but now we do, and we have for quite some time. So that was that one, and then we moved on to discussion of the high school property and this Marion Oaks flyover that seems to be out there, but hadn't really gotten much information on, and how that might impact the ingress and egress to the high school. And you know, we now know that we're going to move forward with that high school, hoping to break ground, I think, in November. Is that right, Ms. Dobbins? Okay, she's nodding. So it's starting to become very real. And at a meeting a couple months ago with Dr. Gullett, myself, Attorney Powers, Guy Minter, Monier, Chair Stone, they shared a special use permit that goes along with that high school site. And in reviewing that special use permit, which I think you guys all got copies of, you received a packet here, there's some requirements that, you know, we're supposed to be meeting. There's also, you know, that everyone's supposed to be meeting. And one thing that was kind of interesting to me was that the original part of the special use permit showed very clearly a traffic light and 3 areas of ingress egress to help really with the traffic flow. And that particular page was not included in this meeting, and when it was pointed out, you know, I guess it was just an oversight or something, but when you look at what the original concept plan was compared to the concept plan that was shared with us literally at the technical working group meeting last week, it looks very different. So I don't know if any of you can quickly pull up that special use permit, and I'm going to ask Attorney Powers to weigh in on a couple of things. But it says, you know, very clearly in Section 2 under findings and conditions that any changes made to the ingress egress as identified on the concept plan will require amending the special use permit. So that's something that it appears to me anyway that we need to discuss and agree to.
Chair, could you share where the special use permit is given? Is that in the email you sent us?
It was sent by Attorney Powers.
It came last night.
Okay.
So there's that,
That
and
the email from at 3:49 yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
you got it?
Well, there's 4 attachments, but they're all titled the same thing, so it's,
They
Hard to
should not
get.
be. Let me double check that.
that's why I think I'm missing it, because unless I'm,
Which document, what's it linked?
the email from Attorney Powers,
It came at,
so there's an agenda from 2013. Is the special use permit within that agenda? Is that,
Yes.
okay, is that where it is?
Yes, it's included in that 25-page document.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thanks. Yes, and I didn't go to look at all that because I had it already.
Yes, absolutely. I was just a
It's
little
embedded.
confused, so thank you for that
Okay.
pause.
Yeah, there are 4 documents, each, they're titled differently.
It just says, yes.
So page 21, I'm just looking at one page, but page 21 of the 25-page document says Marion County Public Schools Special Use Permit Application. And so perhaps that's what we're looking at together. Does that
What
work?
I have is in front of me is the resolution.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yep. Resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Marion County, Florida, approving the issuance of a special use permit, providing an effective date.
So
I don't think.
I just need help finding that, I think,
Yes.
before you proceed. So I'm not, and if I'm missing it in the email, I'm so sorry. I mean, I see
My request
the
was for everyone to
agendas.
have it so we could have this discussion.
Let me
Yeah,
see.
If you look at the document that is entitled 2-1091713 BCC agenda.
Uh-huh.
If you go to that document,
And it's a 25-page document.
and if you look in your PDF, it's page 20, hang on a second here.
Because what I'm referencing is 2 pages.
Yeah, so I think that Chair Thrower has the actual final resolution, and what we have are the applications. So I'm not certain that we have that 2-page document. That is the final resolution, once the application was approved at the county commission meeting on 2/1/13.
Chair Thrower, would it be possible for Ms. Martinez to go make a copy real quick?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
She
The one
has a
she has in her
copy. If
hand.
you could grab it and go make copies for all of us, that would be wonderful.
Because I'm sure it's signed it may be signed 2/1/13, but essentially, I guess what the board did, the county commission reviewed it and approved it, and then the resolution was signed after the fact, so.
Maybe,
Perfect.
is there anything else from the meeting you wanted to update?
Yes, I'll keep going. I wanted to ensure that everybody had a copy of the actual special use permit because that's pertinent to this conversation. I'll move on to B. And I'll also share that it was decided that any changes, any proposed changes to our current interlocal agreement can be redlined and brought forward at our next meeting of the technical working group, which will be Friday, November 6th, and it'll be back here at MTI. The way this works is that the school system hosts the technical working group meetings, and then the county hosts the joint meetings that we have once a year. Then moving on, I'll just move on to number 9, discussion of the interlocal agreement between Marion County School Board and Marion County for the use of our radio communication systems. And this is around our recently approved being able to use the same frequency for our buses to increase safety. And it's wonderful that there was room on the network to add us. And we're certainly, paying our fair share as what we got the work session on a week or so ago. So that's all good, and that is a great area of collaboration and increased safety, across all of our entities. So that was a really nice way to end this technical working group meeting. And for my part, I'll say, it really is important to continue to meet. And it didn't do us any favors to not meet for so long, because what we're having to do is begin to find our new way forward, together after many, many years of just pretty much absent communication, the county moving on and doing what they feel they need to do, and the other entities as well. And what we're finding now is that there's definitely areas where if we had been continuing to collaborate previously, that there wouldn't be so much cleanup that needs to be done, and including when it comes to this special use permit, because it even states in it, if you look down at the number 2 on the first page, it's based on the Marion County amended and restated interlocal agreement from 2008. Well, that's not even in force anymore. And it likely, I guess, I'm not an attorney, would possibly still be enforceable with this special use permit. But there was also concurrency then, just a lot of things have changed. If you move on to, and above on number 1, that was what I was referencing when I finally figured out that you guys didn't have this exact document. And 1, it says any changes to the ingress-egress locations as identified on the concept plan will require amending the special use permit. So that's something we need to keep in mind, and Attorney Powers will be commenting on that for me shortly. Moving on to the second page, just talking about the need, according to the special use permit, for an additional interlocal agreement to include prior to commencing construction, approval of at least the following engineering plans, site plans, traffic analysis, photometric plan, a copy of the site plan for county records, and I underlined the term cursory review. So there seems to be more conversation needed about, and here's the thing, the school system has not built schools in a long time, therefore the county has not had the need to review anything for a long time, and it appears to me anyway that counties that have been building schools more recently seem to have a separate and distinct process for school site review and planning versus, regular commercial property. So I think that is an area that definitely warrants further consideration. But I am pretty concerned about the fact that what we weren't given and what we, for regardless of the reason, I'm sure it was, just an oversight, that we then were able to find compared to the concept plan for traffic ingress and egress that was handed to us at the technical working group are just vastly different. So.
Can you elaborate on what that means? When you say vastly different?
Yes, and I don't have all of the specific verbiage and expertise, so I'll ask Attorney Powers to lead us off on that. Ms. Dobbins is here to share her piece to fill in, but we really need to make sure that each board member understands the implications and the difference between the two. So Attorney Powers, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, essentially the special use permit that was discussed with us initially, we were provided with the copy of the special use permit, but not any image or document that went with it. One of our engineers found that there was an image that had actually been generated along with it, and that image was, we showed that image to the Board of County Commissioner, Board Chair at the meeting that she referenced, as well as to the other staff that were present. Now, in looking back, we did locate the package with the agenda, which actually has all of those factors, has everything in there that includes the actual images. And so those images are different than what was handed to us at the TWG meeting. At the TWG meeting, it was a very simple photo with a single ingress and egress. So what was actually given at the time was considerably more sophisticated. So I've included that link to that agenda item in an email to the county attorney as well as to Ms. Straub in order to have them review that as well for their discussion. I have not had any further discussion with them on that, so I hesitate to draw any vast conclusions as to what that means for the process. But the process that you're describing is that there is a different review. Under 1013.33, our review process is different than would be required. When we have a special use permit, there is a determination at the time that the special use permit is put in place that it is, that the property is subject to, that is consistent with the comprehensive plan. That's what the Attorney General's opinion that was referenced earlier also requires, is that it's consistent with the comprehensive land use plan. Now, the comprehensive land use plan may have changed in the interim. However, at the time of the special use permit being granted, it was clearly consistent with the plan. Beyond that, the review that's allowed for by statute is a more cursory review. The county's setup has the county process has a major site plan review. That's within the land development code. And their land development code, the major site plan review, has distinct definitions. It's a quite specific process. That's the process that's used to develop commercial properties, and there's a lot that goes into it. There is a subset, and this is where the rubber meets the road, of things that we need to provide for their use and for their inspection that is somewhat smaller than the set that you would have to do if you were, building a strip mall, for example, or building something like that. So the question is, what exactly do we need to provide? And of course, our engineers have been working with Mr. Cahoon from the county to try to make sure that we provide everything possible in advance. But then there is a process for submission. Unfortunately, many counties, many districts operate the way that we did up until just recently, which is that we go about the business. We have our own permitting processes under the Florida Building Code. We go about building our schools, and the county has not, other than planning for utility connections and things like that, there really hasn't been any need for submission of a major site plan, which is a very specific set of documents. And it has a lot of granularity and a lot of detail. So many other districts just continue to do things as we have done them in the past in working with the county. Some districts, Orange, I believe, comes to mind, Dade, I think, they have a specific process within the county commission, which has a very specific, a school-specific process that says, here's what we need you to show us to demonstrate that health, safety, welfare things. I mean, for example, there needs to be in order so that everybody knows where things are linked up for utilities, we got to report where the utilities go. In order to make sure that traffic impacts or off-site impacts, drainage, do we have on-site stormwater, or are we relying on some stormwater and drainage? Are we going to affect other properties? And that's a big consideration that has to be determined and worked out. Those factors are all things that we clearly should provide. There are other things that are, because we're subject to the Florida Building Code, we have our own inspectors that do that. There are other things that the county really doesn't need to review or have any real business in reviewing that are left to us to handle. So the problem is it's not immediately replicable between Orange County and us, because they have their different comprehensive use plan, their different their different codes. So you can't just take some other county's process and say that's what we want exactly, and those are the things you should or should not regulate. So I think from a good faith perspective on both sides, we're trying to get to where does that connection come between what we need to provide versus what we have provided, at least in the planning process, but now also we're trying to do it in a more formal way. Unfortunately, our formal way to do it, the only formal way the county has to do it is through a major site plan review, which is not the right probably tool for the job. However, the tool that is for the job is something that's going to require some working through through amending the interlocal agreement, through creating a new county process. That's going to be something that, because there's been none of this, no building has gone on, and that building which has gone on has been not regulated in the same sense. It's going to take a while before we are able to work out all the kinks in the process. So I think that
I don't mean to interrupt, but that's what concerns me, is that we don't have a lot of time.
Right.
We really have to get on the same page, with this. I appreciate the due diligence and finding that original, packet, everything to do with the special use permit and forwarding that on, and you forwarding it on to Mr. Minter. We need to work through this, and we need to do it quickly because we're expecting to break ground in November.
As you know, Chair Thrower, when we met a couple of months ago with the county officials, one of the things we discussed was, okay, look, we don't necessarily have an objection to providing whatever it is that's needed. What we want to do is get a commitment that there's going to be a rapid process for review. We're going to be diligent about getting what you need. take a look at it, tell us what you think. Unfortunately, then it goes through the major site plan review process, and we get back 12-plus pages of very minute detail listed in code as to which departments have looked at things and whether the application is complete. And so statute requires that we submit an application, and then that the application cannot be rejected for purposes that are unique to the school, that are things that are beyond and outside the scope. But the application is one that then has all of these little check boxes of things that were not completed. So Ms. Straub, during the working group meeting, had agreed that she would do what we kind of thought was happening already, which was, we're giving you as much as we can. Now guide us through, is there anything here that you see that's missing? Let us know and we'll provide. However, because the tool used to do that is the major site plan review, it's encountering difficulties. So I think that as of the last communication I had with our facilities staff, it appears that there's a meeting going on tomorrow, in fact, between the engineers and our facility staff to make sure that, and Ms. Straub will be involved in that as well, to make sure that that everybody's on the same page. And hopefully that fixes as much as we can. But there's no doubt that we've got to fix this process rapidly in order to have it out there. Otherwise, we end up in a process that is either going to involve an attorney general's opinion or litigation, which takes much longer, and nobody wants that. So that's what we're trying to avoid.
Could I ask? So, you said things were. I just can't visualize what you said about vastly different. So, what image was provided to you all in the meeting?
That was my question.
And what's different? I'm just trying to wrap my head around what that looked like so I can understand that. And then my other question is, you mentioned the 3 ingress egress, and then you referenced the number 1 having to change and requiring an amendment. How do all those pieces come together, I guess, is what I'm looking for someone to articulate, because I think I'm missing that piece to the puzzle, and maybe I'm the only one, but.
Not at all. It's a lot to be hit within a short amount of time.
Sure. I'll take a stab at it.
First. Do you want Barb to weigh in? I noticed you were getting up.
Please.
Good morning. I can only try to weigh in on trying to represent something very visual. So if you look on the very last page of that 25-page document, you'll see a map. You'll see a diagram of our property, and you'll see that back during this resolution, the county and the school district worked to have 3 egresses. Are you following where I am at this point?
Yes.
If you look on your diagram to the far left, you'll see the first egress having a light and the ability to turn left and right out of that egress. The proposed one that was provided in the meeting, and that, let me go back, that is where our buses will exit, so keep that in mind. So the proposed egress from the county is not a light and not the ability to turn left. It would force all buses to turn right. So pause on that. The middle egress, also where parents and community can come into the campus, would also be a forced right, which is the way it is designed on this sheet that you see. So there's really no concerns necessarily with the middle one, except how they're going to force that right-hand turn, and I'll try to explain that in a second. And then the far right egress is where our students and parent pickup will egress out of the property. And as you see in that diagram, that is a left-hand turn or a right-hand turn. On the proposed that we received, it would also be no left-hand turn and a forced right-hand turn. What they also propose is that they have more or less what I would call a service road. So all of the buses would turn down a service road if they're needing to go back out to the left. Also, all parents and students who would need to turn back out to the left but cannot would join in on that service road. and then go down the road on the service road into a U-turn that would go under the flyover, that they would then have to U-turn back around, heading left until they reached a roundabout so that they could proceed on their way. I know that's hard to see visually, but
Well, essentially, people coming into the school from that, I'm going to suppose that on this map, north is up. Okay, given that, looking at this map, someone who would be coming in from the right to the left, which on this map, assuming north is up, then it'd be from the west to the east, they would not be able to turn left, including buses, would not be able to turn left at that area that has a light. Instead, they would, in order to get to the school, if coming down that road, would have to go all the way out past the interstate, correct? Or past that?
so if they're coming in from the flyover
Right.
direction, they would have to pass our school all the way. If you see that squiggly line,
Mm-hmm.
further in that direction, you would see a roundabout. So everyone needing to get into the campus from that direction would have to go around a roundabout and then proceed back to enter our school. And then anyone who is trying to vacate our school would have to go right toward the flyover, and then they're either merging into traffic to go over the flyover when it's there, or they're staying in a service lane that will then U-turn under the flyover for them to head back in front of our campus to a roundabout to go whichever direction they're going.
So these are traffic impacts that make a difference, because when she said vastly different, here's what I mean. When we first began discussing the special use permit, the conversation centered around a text document only. Now, we got with one of our engineers who located the proposed, the image that had some, that had the proposed school locations on it. We showed that, but then at the TWG meeting, the image we got, again, was just sort of a satellite view that just did not have any of the road locations. So back at the time the permit was applied for, this proposed image that has the traffic light, that has the 3 ingress, egress, all of that was one of the conditions of the special use permit. And the conditions of the special use permit says the site shall be developed and operated consistent with the submitted conceptual plan, which is here, and the conditions as provided with this approval. Any changes made to the ingress, egress locations as identified will require amending the special use permit. So at that point, it doesn't necessarily say anything about the lights, but as to the locations of ingress, egress, if those are going to be altered at all, then the special use permit has to be amended. And that wouldn't be us that would be applying for such amendment. That would be whomever is wishing to amend it.
Just a second. I know you have more, Board Member James. I know you have something, Board Member Campbell and Dr. Gullett. I'm wanting you to share the concerns around this new concept plan when it comes to student safety. So, Board Member Campbell.
Sure. So I completely respect that we now have access to this resolution. Our part of it, as far as I can see, is we do have to create a new interlocal agreement based on this resolution specific to this high school property. The two things that I want to say, though, are number one, it appears to me, based on everything that we've just been told, is that the county has adjusted the road plan, unsure as to when that time frame occurred, but the plan for what they intend this road to be, which in turn impacts the ingress and egress on our property. And they have now included what's called a service road that we didn't have. Who created that? And so, whereas I see certainly the number two here, our responsibility is a new interlocal agreement specific to this property. Number one also has not been upheld, and that's on the county's part. So there's a couple of pieces to that. One is, this body and all governmental bodies in this county started meeting again in 2021 and have met annually. 2021, 2022, 2023, I'm certain we'll have a meeting again this year. The technical working group on Friday, to my understanding, is the first time that the school board has been made aware that the county changed the ingress and egress plan on this roadway. To my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Powers and Ms. Dobbins, this is the first time that the school board has been made aware of that change that ultimately impacts the special use permit that at the time Chair Kathy Bryant signed. So there are some existing commissioners that were there in 2013 as well. So that's number one. The other piece that concerns me even more than all of that is in the minutes from the technical working group, we have the member from the county commission recommending that no groundbreakings occur on the new high school property until these things are worked out, which you've just shared. Part of the working out is of their own doing. So I'm super, thank you, Chair, for being our wonderful poised representative. I'm glad it wasn't me, because this is unsettling is the word I'm going to use today, that potentially, even though other governmental bodies in this community have known for months, if not even close to years, that we are building on that property. We've taken out a loan to build this high school. We've said August 2026 will be the opening of this high school. And there have been all kinds of community conversations about that because they weighed in privately on how the construction manager was chosen for said high school. And now they're upset that we haven't yet done the interlocal agreement that's a part of the special use permit, whereas they've changed all the road plans, which, I mean, just happens to matter entirely for the construction plan, site plan, student safety, public safety, and even the safety of those coming out of the Summer Glen back gate. So, those are all my thoughts right now, Chair. I'm very concerned.
Chair. Thank you, Board Member Campbell. I will get to you, I promise. Superintendent Gullett.
I'll thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, I'll weigh in on something that you comment, both you, Chair, and Attorney Powers weighed in on earlier. Our conversation we had with the county that day, and I said it there and I'll say it again here. My concern is always safety. And thinking about having thousands of students and staff, anything that we can do as a community to mitigate that. Understanding, and I heard a comment that day about a drop off and following the rules. I said, we can't create any conditions that are going to promote people being impatient and dropping their students off in a roadway. I am really concerned about that. We have those problems already. And I just don't want to be naive. I don't want us to be naive in thinking that they're going to have the patience to go around past the school and come back. That is my concern. And I just want to be on record as saying we have to do everything we can collectively to prevent conditions that are going to promote students being dropped off or walking across roadways that are going to put them in danger. That is a great concern of mine. Whatever that looks like, we have to make sure to address. Ms. Dobbins, I'm sorry, you wanted to.
No, I wanted, after you were done,
Go ahead.
I'd like to echo your concern. So we had a meeting at the county engineer's office, don't quote me on the date, but it feels like it was a month ago, where we were made aware of their recommendations. And we, as a district, along with Kimley Horn and our Safe Schools Review, expressed those same concerns that Dr. Gullett is mentioning about the egresses. We talked about other ways, a compromise of what's called a Macintosh green tea roundabout exiting and so forth. The engineer took our concerns and our discussion and said he would pass that along, and that was the last we heard about it until we saw the map on Friday.
Thank you. Ms. Dobbins, Board Member James.
I just have a legal clarifying question. So I appreciate what everyone is saying right now. My legal question is, number one says, Any changes made to the ingress egress locations as identified. Locations. It doesn't say road plan. And based on, again, I wasn't at the meeting, but what I'm receiving right now is that the locations of the ingress and egress have not changed. It's the manner in which the road functions which has changed. Is that an appropriate and correct assertion?
I wouldn't know because of the fact that the image that we provided in the technical working group meeting was a satellite image, didn't have much more on it.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly what the plan
What I heard,
is.
though, everyone say is that there's still 3. Ms. Dobbins tried to paint a very visual picture of 3 exits, just there's limitations on turning left, turning right, etc. Hold on. My point is, I can completely agree that I don't love this idea. However, if this special use permit indicates locations and doesn't indicate road planning as a limitation, then I don't think we have any legs to stand on here, and I don't think that they are not trying to adjust and amend the resolution, because it's about the resolution speaks to locations of ingress and egress. It doesn't speak to the way in which the road patterns flow.
Actually, according to the assistant city manager, the ingress egress locations will be shifted. I'm not sure how far, and I don't know, looking at this special use permit, if there's anything that says if it's moved 20 feet, then they have to amend it. If it's moved 1 foot, I don't think it goes that granular. That would need to be confirmed by the assistant city manager, that these locations will be the same.
City or the county?
County, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Assistant County Administrator.
Well, that's the clarifying point that I would like to get, because if our attorney says that this is about location and not about road flow, and I would like for your attorney opinion on that language, then...
Yes, that's correct. That's the opinion.
So then, I'm just trying to understand where is the document that indicates that they're changing the ingress and egress? Because I think I'm missing that.
So my question is about the service road, because that would be a change to ingress and egress. And so
I will just say that the concept plan we were provided at the technical working group doesn't have those dimensions. It doesn't show exactly where it's going to be as compared to this one. So that is a topic for further discussion. And that's where we are, I think it also, we're looking at going from a 2-lane road to a 4-lane road.
Well, and Chair, if I may, another piece to that, while I understand that potentially the language may say locations, I think a transportation engineer, I've seen too many of these special use things come before the Planning and Zoning Commission at the city. And I understand that it always requires transportation engineers to come in and talk about how it's going to impact, et cetera, et cetera. And so while I understand that it may be semantics, I think a transportation engineer who potentially was consulted, and that we'd have to find out in 2013, as to the image that was originally created, and how a transportation engineer is weighing in now, I think the county would be consulting both, in both cases. And so if it was Kimley Horn back then, and did they even exist in 2013? But it's Kimley Horn now, obviously, because they work with the county all the time. So while I understand that the locations have been identified, the service road still is the one in question, especially if they're trying to say that that's what we're going to use for all of our traffic. I don't see that indicated here, and so that would be a change, certainly. But the way I've seen it, again, in reviews of these, is that the egress from a transportation engineer actually says the right turn only, or, and so that actually is a part of the conversation. Nevertheless, it's still very disconcerting.
I need to point you to item 3. However, item 3 says access to the site shall, now, we said under conditions, ingress and egress locations as identified on the conceptual plan. So that's what we have there. However, item 3 does undercut that a bit, because item 3 says the specific locations of the ingress egress locations along Southwest 165th Street shall be determined at the time of site development. So there are 3 ingress egress to which we have a very specific map, which is outlined, and this agreement says that this special use permit says as per the conceptual plan, and that is submitted with the conceptual plan. However, in the drafting of number 3, it also indicates that the specific locations shall be determined at the time of site development. So that is, if there's an elimination of a ingress and egress point, that is going to be treated differently than if there is a shift of 20 feet to the left, or if it's shifted one ingress and egress point to another road.
Well, and just from my point of view, I don't think anyone can dispute that we need this high school. And we also need the access in and out to be safe, to meet the needs of what everyone has known since 2013, that this was going to be a high school. It's 160 acres there. It's no secret that this wasn't going to be, that this is going to be a high school. So it would be my intention to continue to work as collaboratively and as transparently as possible to get this school online on time and continue. I'm glad to hear that there is another meeting that's going to be taking place so that we can find our way through this. And again, it's been a disservice to the boards that are in place now across all of the entities, that there had been literally, virtually, very little to no communication for way too many years, And I don't know, in terms of update to the ILA, one that I'm strongly thinking about recommending is that these bodies will continue to meet, regardless, in perpetuity, because it's called planning, and that's what our community deserves.
As to the submission of an interlocal agreement, as outlined in the special use permit, in the future, I believe that the proper way to proceed is that we don't try to have, this really is not technically what should be defined as an interlocal agreement. It should be an MOU specific to a site property. However, that's what got placed here. The drafting of an MOU that covers items 6A through D is as simple as, they literally could have done it at the time, we could have done it anytime since. As simple as saying A through D, we will provide. What we need now is for the engineers and facility staff and county staff to tell us exactly how A through D will be provided, because obviously all those need to be provided, and then certain questions need to be still hashed out, like D, a copy of the site plan for county records and cursory review. Well, cursory review means different things to different people. So we need to ensure that I could literally, if you give me 15 minutes, go draft an interlocal agreement that has 6A through 6D. That doesn't answer most questions. So that the questions are, what is going to be submitted for A through D? Because A through A, C, and D seem relatively straightforward. B, I do not know. I know Kimley Horn works, they have traffic engineers there. I couldn't answer to what degree we have done a traffic impact analysis of the proposed development, identifying any offsite improvements needed. I would have to speak to the engineers to find out where are we in that process, what's been done. And also, identifying offsite impacts would tend to be something that also has to rely necessarily on what the county's plans are as to these ingress and the egress, and are there lights there? So that's some of what the conversation's been going on. So I don't know that the traffic engineers would be able to tell you much about a traffic impact analysis in the sense of a larger study if they don't know for certain what the plan is for lights that are or are not going to be there, because those things are still somewhat flexible or being discussed.
Chair, I just have one more clarifying question.
Sure.
Attorney Powers, would it be of your opinion that we should not ask for an amendment on the special use permit?
I don't see a reason for us to ask for an amendment on the
Okay,
special.
so our goal is going to be to meet all of the things that are written in the special use permit, and not to amend the permit.
Unless you have something you want to point out that
No, I'm looking for validation that as a board, we're going to meet this and not amend it, because I think amending it opens up a hornet's nest of opportunity that we need to try to avoid at all cost.
I think from our perspective, the only thing we need is in producing an MOU or ILA that meets 6A through D, that we get clarity on what it is. I mean, we can agree to do those things. I don't know that just agreeing to do those things doesn't still result in a lot of discussion about what those things are.
Well, yes, and we also still have to do some of those things too, right?
You'd have to speak with
Or
the
Ms.
facility.
Dobbins?
Yes, thank you. So in regards to 6A, B, and C, those are conducted by our civil engineer, which is Gimli Horn, and they will provide the county those results when those reports are ready. They are in process. As far as D, the cursory review of site plans, a site plan is a one-pager. However, the county is requesting the full book, which is over 600 pages, and they are submitted individually, and they have asked that we use their mechanisms for submittal. This is what Attorney Powers was referencing. We went ahead and did it because we want to keep moving ahead, so they have received all 600 pages, and we will look for their review of the items that they are only allowed to comment on.
Okay.
And that has been the direction out of facilities to the county, that we're providing the whole plan. However, these are the areas in which you are.
Understood. So just to be clear then, as a board, what we really are nickel and diming at this point is the ingress, egress specifics. Is that kind of a good takeaway from the conversation? Because I'm just want to make sure I'm tracking with everyone and we're all on the same page. Is that kind of where we're at, splitting hairs with, is ingress, egress, and the roads?
I can answer that from my perspective on the special use permit, not necessarily on all construction.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about this.
On the special use permit, the ingress and egress locations are going to make a difference in the planning for the site. And then as to how it impacts our ability, for example, briefly, whether or not there is a light there and whether or not we are all doing right-hand turns with buses out of there may greatly impact how traffic flow on site goes, which may alter, and we have a lot of what they call stacking built in to this location, far more than any existing campus. But the degree to which that traffic, once buses and cars start rolling out onto the road, it's not even just what our traffic impact will be to other properties. What are the traffic devices and flow and patterns that the county already has planned for there going to impact our on-site? So we need to know all of those factors. But yes, to go back and briefly answer the question, the special use permit, the ingress egress locations, we need to know those so that we need to know, do we still have 3? Are there 2? How much and to what degree are the moves?
Well, because we can't break ground until we button up those pieces, right? I mean, that's what I'm understanding from the special use permit, is like we can't break ground until we button up all of those unique pieces. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd hate to have my driveway go through the culvert to the right of my property.
It makes sense to me. I'm just trying to get clarification so that we're all on the same page, because I think we just have to stay laser focused on what are the pieces we have to address right now.
And what do we still need? The concept plan that we received the other day, is that detailed and sufficient, yes or no? That's something that the board needs direction on. This is a big one. Health, safety, and welfare is what we have to be concerned about. And when I hear our superintendent sharing that there are definitely concerns about the concept plan we were handed last Friday, that needs to be addressed, and it needs to be tidied up, and whatever needs to happen, because we are under a very tight timeline. I think we're all interested in continuing to work collaboratively and not lose our timeline.
Okay.
So I don't know that there's much more we can discuss today. When is your next meeting? Ms. Robbins?
There's a meeting tomorrow
Tomorrow.
with county and facilities.
Okay, and as the board chair, I would just request, and I'm sure the rest of the board told me that you don't agree if you don't, that we want to keep a close eye on this, be briefed regularly, and continue to move forward. Board Member Campbell.
Thank you. But it is the understanding, as we're looking again at 6A, B, C, and D, D has already been accomplished. A, B, and C are coming from the engineer. Perhaps if you can get a timeline on specifically when those items will be handed to the county from our engineer, and all it'll take from that point is a one-pager document to say that we've already done all of that. Is that kind of buttoning that up?
Board approved, right? Because it has to be a board approved document.
Sure.
We should hope. One of the things that was probably the best news in this that I took away from the technical working group meeting was that we have been concerned with the process all along about getting way off in the weeds on details that don't matter. If you're reviewing 600 pages, it's a lot different than a condensed one page that answers the real questions you need. However, Ms. Straub did identify to us that part of their normal planning is that when a developer comes in to do some plans and they go and they submit an entire major site plan review, she sort of walks it through individually and says, here, let me help you and guide you with this particular project. And if there's anything that's complex or unusual, then it all will filter directly through her in order to help that along if there was something that's an unusual and not routine process. She had indicated during the technical working group meeting, if I was hearing that correctly, that she would do exactly the same as per this. And if there's ever one that needed sort of that concierge level service, like right now, this is it. Because we need to be able to have somebody that can cut through a lot of the, okay, it went through 14 departments and 14 departments all gave back 74 codes each about, what minor items that they would normally review on a Chinese restaurant would be. That doesn't matter to us. So if she can cut through a lot of that red tape there, not red tape, but cut through some of the static of what it is that are things that really don't apply, especially while looking at statutes like 101.3.33 and working with Mr. Minter, myself, maybe hopefully that will smooth the review quite a bit. And then we can have a process for the next and the next one after that that is going to be a continually improving process, which is, I think, what everybody wants.
Right, and absent a separate process for school building, that courtesy that was offered, it truly is appreciated because that will help us with our timeline. It'll help us continue to move forward. So that's a very good thing. Anything else from the board at this point?
Not on that. I have another question about the technical working group, so when we're done with that.
Okay, because we're finishing up technical working group and we're going to move on to our next topic. So whatever you have.
Sure. So I noticed in the minutes again that you did have the discussion of residential development plans for families, and that Ms. Dreyer mentioned, as I did just previously, that I'm the non-voting member to the City of Ocala Planning and Zoning meetings. I note that Ms. Straub told you when the county ones were, and that Mr. City of Bellevue also indicated when their meetings were invitations given to the school board to participate in the county and Bellevue's, as the City of Ocala has extended?
I don't think, my recollection is that it wasn't specifically, but I don't think there was any attempt to exclude us either. One of us can reach out and find out from those, can we have someone participate in those
Yeah, I
as
didn't
well?
sense any exclusion.
I mean, they're public meetings, so.
Sure, certainly. I can just tell you the value of being there and weighing in as we have projects that specifically impact specific schools. And then you all know I've brought back reports and said, another one's coming, this one's going to impact there. Here's another 500 homes. And there's value to the school board being a part of those. And so certainly not exclusion. I didn't know if there was actually a way that we can start having a board member participate in them at the county level and then at Bellevue. And I believe there are new zoning meetings in McIntosh and Dunellen, if I'm not mistaken.
And if I can have the luxury of one more bit of commentary on that, I would say very specifically that's an excellent strategy and idea because of the fact that as we've seen in this property, which we purchased in 2013 with the intention of building in the future, if we're not made a part of all of the other plans, it's why concurrency was a good thing, because it tells everybody what's happening with each one of these kind of areas, so we know this traffic pattern is going to have impact on what, and then all parties are at the table. It's going to have an impact on schools. It's going to have an impact. When that's not happening, nobody knows what's going on. And that way, having our voice continually heard in those sort of meetings and in concurrence with the ILA that we already have too, that's going to prevent this from becoming a problem like it has when the county approves permits over here and over there, and then, or the city does, and then no one's necessarily considering the interest of what about a property there that you've got that is going to be a school someday? What are we doing there?
Did you have anything else?
No, it was just a comment / question. I was hopeful that we would be able to start having a board member representing us at those meetings as appropriate, for sure.
Okay, thank you. And one of the reasons why that came up is because, with all of the cool development that's going on in the city, and we know that 8th Street and Osceola are at capacity, and it's something I think to keep an eye on because, young professionals that move in there, we all know the average age of the majority of folks that are moving into our area. Those young professionals are probably going to become young families, and they're going to want, what's the first question people ask? How good are the schools in that area? And to be able to live in a walkable area where your kids can walk to school and you can walk to the farmer's market, and you might only be able to make do with one or no car. That definitely is something for us to consider for the future, because that's not a big piece of property that 8th Street and Osceola are sitting on. So in terms of making that property, building any more on it, I don't even know if that's possible, but it's something that we need to be keeping in the back of our minds as we're considering sales of potential other pieces of downtown property. I will say that I admire the foresight of years ago that previous boards did buy a lot of land at yesterday's prices. And if we had to buy that land today, we'd be in a real pickle. And I don't know that price of that land is going to continue to do anything except get higher, especially in the city with all the cool things that are going on. So just some things to think about. The demographic is definitely changing. Ocala used to be this big mecca for retirees to come to, and they're still coming, don't get me wrong, but there's been an influx of younger people that either have children already or are going to have them, more than likely. So we just need to be prepared and be visionary on what we're doing down there with our flexibility and our needs and the land that we at least still own. All right, anything else for the good of the cause on that one? All right, we shall move on to our final item, and we will talk about our board prioritization list for construction and maintenance projects. And as we move into that one, pull it back up. Wanted to make sure everyone did see in their email, because it came earlier this morning, the copy of the signed resolution for our half-cent surtax and the way it reads to help guide this discussion. And just pull it up here.
Or did we ask for public comment on the
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Board Member James. Is there any public comment? Because I actually see a member of the public here. Now's your opportunity. All right. Seeing and hearing none, we shall move on. All right, so on the official ballot, here's how it reads. School capital outlay sales surtax to improve safety and the learning environment, to retain high-quality teachers, reduce classroom overcrowding, and improve safety and security by expanding, constructing, and improving school facilities with collected revenues shared according to Florida law with eligible public charter schools based on their proportion of total school district enrollment, with oversight by an independent volunteer committee, shall the school district of Marion County levy a 1/2 cent sales tax for 10 years to fund such activities for Marion County schools. And I just wanted to share that again with everyone to help us guide our discussion on our priorities, because just like with our 1 mil funding referendum, we have really stuck to those priorities as written, and these are more general, but still are important, and to make clear to the public that this is exactly how we want to prioritize whatever it is we decide to do. So with that, who would like to lead us off in this discussion?
I don't mind starting.
Sure.
I have a handout because what I uploaded, I've changed a little bit. So I printed and uploaded for you. So if everyone just wants to take one down and pass it around, I won't finish the rest of that statement.
I just did in my head.
So I also just gave some copies to the people in the audience because I wanted people to be able to follow along. And Ms. Martinez will upload my updated one to the board docs. So to just frame my thought process, one of the things that Ms. Boston Ellis and I have talked about many a time is that we need to cut our costs. And we've talked about that as a board publicly as well. And I do not believe that we can cut our operational costs until we start addressing cutting our facilities, because we have a significant amount of operational costs attached to a varying amount of sites, and some of those sites serve 300 or 400 students. And so my plan that I want to present to you all is focused on creating, relieving a strain on operational costs and being a plan that is going to pay for itself over the course of some years. So my plan would include replacing Spar Elementary. And by the way, my estimated costs are above what they probably should be, but I wanted to be as conservative as possible. So replacing Spar Elementary with a school for about 900 students, and repurposing or closing Anthony Elementary and rezoning the students so that most of Anthony's students would go to Spar. Doing that same thing at Bellevue Elementary to the tune of a 1,200 student capacity to offload Bellevue Santos Elementary. Denellen High School being rebuilt to be a middle high school, and closing Denellen Middle School, and then building a new K-8 site at the Lake Weir Middle site as it exists right now that would close Stanton and put Harborview, Lake Weir Middle, and Bellevue Middle to be able to get rezoned. And then it also includes 3 wings at Ocala Springs, Ward Highlands, and Maplewood. If I direct you to page 2 of the handout I gave, I did some numbers because I generally try to just come with some data to frame what I'm trying to say. So I first took the renovation costs that were in the handout that we had previously received from Ms. Dobbins. I did not update it when it was received again, so if there were changes, I did not reflect those. So I took the renovation costs that were projected for the next 10 years for each of the schools that I've just mentioned. And then what I did was had Ms. Boston Ellis and her team pull up the annual operating costs for those sites. So what you'll notice as an example for Anthony, the annual operating cost over 10 years, so the cost times 10, is $54 million. And for Spar, it's $55 million. A component to this that I was not able to capture prior to this meeting is what potentially we could sell the parcels for. So you can essentially ignore that for the purpose of the conversation. And then essentially I worked it to a 10-year total cost. So including the renovation and the total cost, Anthony and Spar collectively are going to cost $118 million to operate over the next 10 years. Just the operating costs and addressing the facility needs that were indicated in Ms. Dobbins' very large document that facilities provided for us. What I did was I did that for all of the sites I mentioned. So you'll notice that Bellevue Elementary and Bellevue Santos Elementary combined are going to be $149 million to operate over the next 10 years. Stanton, Weirsdale would be $71 million, and then Denellen Middle High collectively would be $215 million. So if we do nothing, except address whatever facility needs Ms. Dobbins has brought forward. That is how much it would cost to operate these schools over the next 10 years. Page 3 is where I get into kind of the nitty-gritty of the plan and why I think that it's going to save us money. So at the top of the page, you'll see I looked for a comparative school. So I use Legacy, Marion Oaks, Sunrise, and Forest as my most comparable comparative schools. For Anthony and Spar combination being 900 students, I'm using Legacy Elementary as the comparative school, seeing as it is a newer school with a similar student population. Bellevue Santos and Bellevue Elementary using Marion Oaks. The new K-8 site using Sunrise because it is mostly elementary students. And then Denella Middle High using Forest High. Again, trying to stay close to the type of student and the number of student stations at the school. And what I did was I took their operating costs for 10 years. So to run Legacy for 10 years is $74 million. And so when you look at, if you go down to that third table, if we're talking about Anthony and Spar, if we build a new school at Spar and we close Anthony Elementary, merged, closed, whatever, the facility no longer serves students, and we're not maintaining the facility, we will, at the end of the 10 years, be in the deficit $5 million. So if we do nothing, it's going to cost $118 million. If we build a new school, it will cost $124 million in 10 years. And we will put almost 1,000 students in a brand new school. And over the course of 20 years, we would actually start saving money. Of course, this isn't including facility costs that would be required for a new site, but just going at a very basic level. You'll see that same scenario present itself for Bellevue Santos and Bellevue Elementary. So if we do absolutely nothing and continue to maintain those two sites, we're going to spend $149 million. And if we build a new site at Bellevue Elementary and serve both schools to the tune of 1,200 students in a brand new school, we're going to spend $160 million, which is essentially the difference of $10 million. And so I want to encourage the board. Now, obviously, the money starts looking a little different when we start talking about bigger schools, because it's the more expensive the school, the longer it takes to encumber that cost. But my plan, and then I'm really going to be quiet and let you guys present, my plan is to try to put us in a position where we are making financially responsible decisions that are putting the most amount of students into new, safe sites. And so that is what I want to encourage the board to do today. I'll gladly answer any questions about my plan, but I want to take the sales tax and afford opportunities to as many possible students to experience the fruits of that sales tax labor. So I'll answer any questions or circle back to me or whatever.
Thank you, Board Member James. Appreciate this comprehensive list and priorities. It's helpful.
Thank you, Dr. James. This is actually in my conversations with Ms. Dobbins, in my conversations with Ms. Boston Ellis and Mr. Ayers, in talking about the rezoning, redistricting, how we want to call it. These are some of the same conversations that I had with them, exactly the same ones, because I kept saying that something has to be done on the north end and there's going to have to be some real serious conversations, some hard conversations about those older schools and putting them together and how much it's costing us to maintain those schools. So I thank you for putting on paper what I was talking about, basically. So let's continue to talk this out and figure out, is this something that is doable, and how do we want to proceed with the surtax?
And I didn't touch on the wings, but I picked those three because I felt like those were some of the highest needs based on capacity. But I really want Ocala Springs to get one, but I'm not dying on any of the swords there. I think that those have some of the highest capacities and greatest needs and have been in portables the longest, so that's how I came up with the wings. Okay, that's all now, I think.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Are you okay if we converse?
Absolutely, yeah.
Would you like to hear my
Dr. James,
plan and
thank
then
you for your work. We have some
learn
similar
different-
ideas, but I had one question about something that was on my plan and is not on your plan, and I'd just like to hear if there was a specific reason for that. So what input would you give on Fessenden and Reddick?
Well, I don't think the sales tax would address my input.
I agree.
So the reason I did not include it is because I don't believe that if this conversation is about the sales tax and the use of the sales tax, I don't believe the sales tax money needs to be used to address what's going on at Fessenden and Reddick. I do not think we need to use sales tax funds to rejuvenate Fessenden Elementary School. So if you're looking for me to go on record to say that, that is of my opinion, but I'm not sure the board wants to digress into that conversation today because it's not about the sales tax for me.
Okay, and so let me reword my question. As you looked at combining schools, did you put any thought into moving Fessenden to Reddick and adding units there? Because
So I believe that all of Fessenden would fit into Reddick without really much adjustment at all to the school. But again, that does not have to do with the sales tax. And so for the purposes of today's conversation about the sales tax, I think that we should focus on what we're going to do with the sales tax money. And then I would encourage the board to have a conversation about that specific topic at a later date.
All right,
If we want to digress into it, I'm more than welcome to, but I don't think it should be a priority of the board at this moment.
It's not included in your proposal.
No, because it's not using sales tax money. So I'm trying to just stick to what the sales tax is used for.
Understood. Did you have more, Vice Chair, on that?
just very briefly, I too, I think the wings for Ocala Springs, Maplewood, and Ward Highlands, when you look at the age of Ward Highlands and you look at their overcapacity and the amount of portables they have, I just think it's very, very important. And even though Ocala Springs and Maplewood are a little bit newer in the 86 and 91, their capacity and amount of portables also just, are challenges for those school campuses. So I am on board with that idea.
Thank you, Vice Chair Conrad. Board Member Campbell.
Thank you. So thank you, Dr. James, for the recommendation of us to upload a document so we could have some time to look at our individual thoughts. So that certainly was very helpful. I also am the only other board member at this point that put up a public-facing idea. So this was, I talked to several folks about, I'm an idea generator, and so this is like the conversation starter is the way I see this. So where our plans coincide would definitely be the wings at Ward Highlands and Maplewood. Spot on those two. Those portables in both locations, I believe, have far outlived their life. And in my estimation and even recommendation, specifically if this sales tax is passed, I would even recommend those two schools get their classroom wings ahead of Mose and Hammett. That's as high priority as I think those are, because the wooden walkways, they're not as conducive to student learning, and we've had students in those conditions in those two campuses for far too long. So those are my initial points on that. I think that we completely concur on that. Ocala Springs, I can go either way. I think potentially once we do some of these additional things, rezoning all of elementary may impact that. And I think there may be opportunities there. I can go either way on Ocala Springs, as you said. I also concur that building a K-8 on the site of the existing Lake Weir Middle campus, as soon as our new Lake Weir Middle School is open, then we immediately begin building there. I also see the need potentially for a classroom building at Bellevue Elementary, but I know my plan isn't for an entirely new Bellevue Elementary. Depending on the size of that K-8, it may give us the ability to have new classroom space at Bellevue Elementary and close Stanton and the existing Bellevue's. It just depends on the size that we build of the new K-8 in conjunction with what we could build on Bellevue Elementary to potentially absorb both of those schools. So that's just, again, these are conversation starters. So those are the things that I completely agree with. I also completely agree with doing something in Dunellen. So I spent a lot of time yesterday actually in Dunellen. I went to all 4 campuses in Dunellen, talked to administrators. walked those campuses and looking at the Benish study as well as what the recommendations are for us in the future. One of the recommendations in the Benish study is that and this actually is in the same document that we saw in Kevin Shealy's presentation yesterday at the CEP breakfast, the one pager that Dr. Gullett had created that has the 3 colors. It has the one color of all the things we're doing right now, and then the middle section shows like what the forecast is over the next 10 years, and then and so it shows it that way. And in the center column, those things that we currently are not doing but are projected, there are both a wing at Dunellen Elementary and a wing at Romeo Elementary. Therefore, rather than doing a middle high school, my recommendation would be to do a K-8. And the K-8 in my recommendation would be on the Dunellen Middle School campus. Now let me talk through why. The first things about the middle high option, currently based on the plan you just presented, would build it at 2,300 student capacity, which is what Forest is. And that's the current enrollment for Dunellen Middle and Dunellen High School today in 2024. So I don't believe that's actually like going to help us much to build it at our current capacity. I would see, and Ms. Dobbins and I talked briefly about this yesterday, especially when I was walking the campus, that Dunellen Middle School has a totally refurbished gymnasium, a historic auditorium on that campus, and if we were to build a middle or elementary school again, we won't get an auditorium. I mean, that's not going to be a part of it. And the gymnasium just fully being refurbished, they're in pretty decent condition. We've done some upkeep decently. I mean, we put a lot of money into both of those facilities lately. So if we were to build, starting with the middle school, on the vacant land that is currently the track and open field there at Dunellen Middle, and we started building there 2, potentially 3 stories, depending on, I'm not an architect, but Ms. Dobbins said maybe even using the footprint of what the new Lake Weir Middle will be, 3-story, whatever, we may already have that. And then incorporating the newest building there and tearing down some of the old, it would reconfigure how the whole campus is set up. But then I also would envision actually building the K-5 portion of that on that campus as well. So then we aren't building a wing at Dunellen Elementary, and we aren't building a wing at Romeo, or 2 wings, I think, eventually in Dunellen Elementary in the Benish study. We aren't building those, and we're putting all of the money on one other campus that's a K-8, and we rezone all of Dunellen and all of the areas that feed into Dunellen. I know both Romeo and Dunellen Elementary, Romeo specifically, is getting students from Citrus and Williston, and they have they have a larger reach just in that one school, and they have a lot of land there. So I walked the whole thing. I'm like, should we put the middle school here? But when I walked to the middle school and saw the existing structures that I think we could still utilize, and we would do the Lake Muir Middle building without the gymnasium component because we already have it. So that's that part of my idea, actually making a K-8 in Dunellen as opposed to the middle high. And when I also spoke to administrators about a middle high concept, they weren't as keen on that idea as they were on a K-8 concept. I know middle high, I tried to do some searches. I know middle highs are really popular in small districts. There are some in other parts of the state. Miami-Dade has several. I was trying to see how long some of those have been established, like the middle high concept. Currently, I think middle school fits better with K through 5 than it does with high school, but that's my opinion, and Dr. James wants to have a
Well, I just want to clarify something, because I'm agreeing with you, which I feel like I should highlight. So I actually don't, I could get on board with that. Are you offlining an elementary school when you do the K-8?
I'm not offlining an elementary school. I'm keeping from building onto existing elementary schools.
Okay, so I and Ms. Dobbins and I have talked about this at length, as well as Ms. Bostonellis. I think we have to start addressing the smaller schools, so I can get on board with the K-8 if it means it's built to the size to offline an elementary school. Because we have too many people, but we need all the people we have because we have too many facilities. And so my concept of the middle high is offlining operational costs. And so if we're going to do the K-8 instead of the middle high, which I can be on board with because I like the idea, and honestly, you bring up great points about the auditorium and the gym, I want to offline one of the elementary schools then.
So based on capacity and future growth, because Rainbow Lakes and all of that, and the Benish study, and where we know permitting is occurring and all, I don't know that we can offline an elementary school in Dunellen. I just don't know that we can. Can we offline elementary schools in other places? Absolutely. Absolutely, that's a conversation for another day, perhaps, as you just stated. Talking about the Bellevue area, I think depending on how we build there, we absolutely could offline potentially, because I'm talking about a K-8 in Bellevue and, additions onto, so I think that we potentially can offline even 2 schools there depending on how that's built. So I agree we need to offline operational costs elementary school-wide 100%. But based on future growth projections, again, using the Benish study that we all are using, I don't know that that specific area is going to actually allow us to offline an elementary school.
Dr. Campbell.
Yes.
And I heard what Dr. James saying about offlining. I agree. I don't think you can offline in Dunellen Elementary School. The reason being, because of the location of Dunellen, you're getting kids from Citrus County, you're getting kids from Levy County, you're on that line. And so there's a huge influx in Citrus Springs and all those areas. So offlining one of those would not.
So, and I completely agree. I mean, looking at the numbers, I agree. And so my question is there a way we can approach it so that we have to, from a financial standpoint, we have to start limiting our operational costs. And so is there a way to take Dunellen Middle and turn Dunellen Middle into a K-8 and then make the high school a middle high? And so you have some middle school students that go to Dunellen Middle High, and then you have a K-8, and that affords you the opportunity, because like closing one of the elementary campuses and moving it, and making the elementary campus on the middle school site as it exists right now, and making that a K-8 to help with the middle school. And I'll stop stressing it, but I really think we have to look at the operational costs and the utility bills and the custodial staff and all of it.
So I appreciate that thought process. Some of the things that I have been thinking through on putting this on paper is, I think in the first 10 years, some of these things are what we can do. And I don't want to make a statement, because I won't be on the board 10 years from now to be able to decide if the community gets to weigh in again on something. But I think some of these things have to be what this board says. These are the first 10 years of what we can do. But here are things we know still need to be done, and that's what our 5-year work plan continues to say. But in the first 10 years, these are things that we know need to be done. So combining still a middle high on the Dunellen campus right now isn't going to help. So what I'm also recommending in Dunellen is that they get a 2-story classroom wing, because again, walking at Dunellen High yesterday, talking through where that potentially could go, there's a little bit of land challenges where it needs to be. But they currently have 20 portables on the Dunellen High School campus, and some of them are not close. And so I know they're about to get external bathroom facilities. That's going to help a little bit in that area. But I still see, as a part of my plan, we do build on the Dunellen High School campus in this 10-year window, but it's not to add middle school students there. It's just to service the students that are there and continuing to come there every day. So does it offline an actual campus? It does not. But again, it offlines future projections for where we might be 10 years from now in Dunellen, where we would need classroom wings at other facilities. So anyway, I'll continue through my quick analysis, because there's other things in mind. I'll actually start from the bottom up. I did include an MTI conversation. I don't know where we are with that, but I did include that, at least in a gross timeline here. I included Fort King Middle to get started on replacing that school. I think that this board could make a decision that we could at least start with a classroom wing of some sort to get started at Fort King Middle, understanding we're not having the growth challenges at Fort King, but we're having maintenance challenges. And I think we need to tell the community, we hear you, we see you, let's start it. But again, I don't know that this board can say we can finish that work as well. Then the classroom building at Bellevue High School, that continues to be, it's already plumbed, it already has the electric, all of that is ready to go, where all the portables are right now. we already know what that building needs to look like because all the other buildings look the same. I mean, so I think there probably are already plans from back then what that classroom wing needed to look like. I included an auditorium in there, but that's just because their black box theater is kind of small. But that's neither here nor there. But I think again, this is based on growth projections that Benish is saying, and seeing all the growth we're having in Bellevue. We need to relieve pressure off of Bellevue Middle School, and so we're going to do that with the new K-8. But Bellevue High School is getting all of those kids, and so we need to relieve those portables and not have to continue to have that. And my kids have classes in portables right now at Bellevue High School every day. So kids are in portables everywhere. I also included, because it's in District 1, and I know the need continues to be there, is that Wyoming Park cafeteria and potential classroom admin building. That the cafeteria, and many of you have this in schools that you represent as well. Based on the size of the school, the cafeteria is so inadequate for what is actually needed on that campus. So some of these are, I wanted to just throw out all of the thoughts that I was having, and obviously that's in District 1, so I wanted to put that there. I already talked about Bellevue, and then I put in the doors for the classrooms in the 2 schools that we know have the open classroom configuration. I think that would be an easy thing to say and to put out there and do. I'm projecting $2 million. I don't know. We don't have really an estimate on that, but that may not even be accurate on that. Rubberized tracks, while I understand that the language perhaps on the ballot, that may feel like a little bit of a stretch. I believe, based on the email communications we've received recently from a student as well as from administrators about not having rubberized tracks, we certainly can say that is a safety issue for our students who are track athletes, that running track on an asphalt track is causing injury and not conducive to that. So I still believe that rubberizing our tracks would be valuable, but understandably, just yesterday we received a new total on what that might cost us, so I have projected low on that. That's not what that will need to be. Vanguard High, the conversation about Booster Stadium and or a football stadium will continue, and so I don't know that we're prepared to put that as saying that's what we're going to use this for, but I certainly put it in because I talked about it last week or 2 weeks ago. And then the data center, we have to fund that data center because then that frees up property downtown that we have to figure out what we want to do with. So I put in $5 million. I don't think that's going to fund it. Like I said, the remaining shortfall, but I don't know I think it's a $10 million data center, and I don't think that we even have $9 million of that ready. So anyway, I've talked enough. You guys can see what it is, but I did want to at least talk through my thought processes and then see what feelings the rest of the board had. But the last thing I'll say, sorry, I did have one more thing, and this has nothing to do with this entirely. I'm grateful that the board is having this conversation right now. Those of us who were at the CEP breakfast yesterday know that Kevin Shealy's presentation that he's taking on the road encompasses the full cent sales tax for the county as well as the half-cent sales tax for schools. He's talking about that. That's going to be what he's going to be sharing. I believe after we have this conversation and come to consensus today on whatever we agree to, his presentation can be beefed up as to say this is specifically what is happening. I spoke directly with a State Road 200 group this week who has already said they want to hear about the full cent, but they're not supportive of our half cent. And he is speaking to that group on Tuesday evening, like in 5 days from now. So it is imperative that this board come to some kind of idea today so we can take this show on the road as well as individual board members, but he can make a better case for what our plans are. Okay, that's all I had.
That's it? All right. What's your comment?
I just have a couple things because my fellow board members have shared a lot of the same concerns and ideas that I have, and it's a great collaboration. But I want to say we had our safety presentation earlier today, and it really highlights for me the door issue we have at 2 of our schools. And so that really moved to the top, the very top of my list, just because of the safety and security portion. I do also agree that the data center is a big concern. I've already shared the wings, but one thing I just want to highlight this really for the public's awareness, because I know it's not a popular conversation. When I was elected, there was a lot of discussion about this facility here at MTI. And so a lot of that stems around the idea that it doesn't service children. And so if you drive by here anytime during the week or on the weekend, it is usually full of children. And so Ms. Dobbins and her team did a lot of work, I'm just sharing, providing us with so much information on each campus, on the facilities, all of these, everything. And so when you look at that, I just want to share with the community that she rated every campus for us, assigning points to different attributes. Hold on, I don't have that sheet in front of me because I wasn't.
The last page.
Okay, so just what needs to be replaced? Is it plumbing, electrical, you know, how many portables, all the things. And MTI was by far our campus with the
Last page.
okay, with the most needs. And so MTI came out at 931, I believe, and the next closest point value was in the 300s. And so I just want to highlight that. I know I don't believe this board is really interested in that conversation right at this moment, but I did just want to bring awareness that this facility is used on a daily basis, and it's also used almost every weekend. I don't have access to the calendar, but I know that when I drive by, there's dance recitals and graduations and all great community activities that our children in Marion County are using. So I did want to just bring attention to that. I am in favor. I really like the idea of combining some of our schools. Ms. Dobbins, I did have one question just as I was working through some of these ideas of combining schools. I don't know what the research says about this, and you may know, and it may be something you have to get back to me on, but as we look at combining schools, is it more beneficial to do a K-8, or is it more beneficial to move the middle school on a high school campus? And the reason that it caused me to pause is because we have had so much conversation about athletics. And our students having more opportunities to facilities for athletics. And so in my mind, I leaned towards a K-8, just because of the age of the students and grouping them. It's kind of always been a natural partnering. But as I was thinking of our athletic needs, I thought it would be beneficial for our middle schoolers to be near or part of a high school campus. I just didn't know if you had any input on that.
So I'll input on the side of operations, because I think there's a huge academic discussion that would need to be had there that's not in my purview. I think there could be a benefit athletically. However, the reality of that would be what I would want to discuss further or look into further. And what I mean by that is, if you think about the volume of use of our athletic facilities in the seasons at our high school, they coincide with the same seasons as middle school, and the high school is going to be using their athletic fields, which means that the middle school is not going to have that opportunity. So I don't know that there's a big athletic opportunity for middle school to use the high school during seasons and a lot of times off season as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I did have that thought. I thought that could turn out to be,
Absolutely.
Trying to accommodate the other could be very challenging. But I just wanted to ask.
Can I share something from a curriculum standpoint? There are students right now sitting in middle schools who are missing out on opportunities for acceleration because the middle schools are too small and can't afford the units for, say, geometry, as an example. So at Denell Middle School, specifically, they don't offer geometry on campus. And they don't offer geometry on campus because there's not enough students that would participate to take an entire teaching section and apply it. But if they were at a middle high school, they would have opportunities to sit in a high school. The high school geometry teacher could just teach one section of middle school geometry. And so it would afford an opportunity for students to have acceleration, not just in academics, but also in CTE programs that are not currently afforded when they're sitting on separate sites. So when I look at it through a curriculum lens, I see a middle high school opportunity with regards to acceleration flowing more fluidly than a K-8, and it would help eliminate some of those caps that we've created on our middle school campuses with specifically math, because we've really focused on math acceleration.
Thank you, that's a great point.
And we do have a model for that from the past with Westport. It was originally a middle school on one side and a high school on the other, and so I hear that from the curriculum lens for sure. Dr. Gullett, what would be your thoughts on that?
I think there are advantages and disadvantages of both. I think we'd have to take a look at all the options and looking at not just academic developmental age of students and access points, sixth graders on campus with 12th graders, but you also have kindergartners with sixth graders. So that what you're speaking about goes back to the junior senior high school model that was in place. Those of us who have been in Florida a long time, many, many years ago, and still in some, I heard you say earlier, rural districts. So there are options, advantages and disadvantages to both.
Right, and I suppose, it's all in how the schools are built and designed, with the eye to safety, but also access.
Yeah.
That there's a balance there. This is an incredible conversation so far, and one reason that I didn't put anything of my own up there is because I felt like we already had several guiding lights, public-facing documents, which is our school facilities recommendations, 2023 through 2038. Also our bench study that we paid a lot of money for. There's experts that have certainly, weighed in, and so many recommendations, and they all have merit. I am weighing my input on two things. We are asking the whole public, if this passes, the whole public will be paying it. So the whole public needs to be able to see results that matter to them, ideally, that also don't break our backs fiscally. And we know that we have, upwards of $2 billion of maintenance needs. And so I'm trying to weigh that with, and I love the idea of reducing our operational costs. I don't disagree with that concept, whatsoever. We also have really critical needs to the community that we've been talking a lot about for a while. And so in my mind, again, we're fortunate in a lot of our schools where there's a lot of land there. So we could be doing something with a building, say adding a wing, with an eye to incorporating that wing into a new build in the future. Thinking about Fort King, for example. It happens to be in my district, but it just is what it is. It's a super old school. It's had a portable city forever. Anyone that teaches elementary school knows that when there's portables with no bathrooms, big waste of instructional time. They're unsafe. According to my understanding, all of our portables are going to age out soon, and then we don't get any money for them to maintain them, right? Is that an accurate statement?
Two things. Yes, it's an accurate statement that at the end of this current school years, they age out of 20. We receive no funding to maintain portables.
Okay, so there you go. So they are a complete financial drain. Now, my second question is that with wings, we would get money then to help maintain them? Is that correct? Sorry?
Can you repeat?
if we replace portables with wings, would there then be a funding mechanism that we would qualify for to help maintain those permanent structures?
So let me clarify the funding. So in the past, portables would generate maintenance dollars through PICO.
Right.
There is no PICO.
Right.
So we maintain our portables the same way we maintain any classroom, and that is with the limited funds we currently have, which is why 80% of our maintenance goes unfunded each year.
Yes, and I believe it's one of our legislative priorities that we're still looking at narrowing down and focusing on, to ask our legislature to get real on supporting us with some more capital maintenance, because having none is not an option. The kids are coming. They continue to come. Regardless, getting back to the ballot language of safety, we know that brick and mortar are much safer for kids. And they're also visible. I think in the community what I hear a lot of is, look at those, portable cities, and they don't use those terms. It's much more derogatory. And so I think that focusing on adding wings, removing portables wherever and however we can, sure, Ocala Springs, Ward Highlands, Maplewood, Saddlewood added portables, and I don't think we took them away unless maybe we used them for Liberty when Evergreen closed. We added some portables over there, if my memory serves. And even when Saddlewood opened, I think it opened with portables. It was already overcrowded. Okay, Ms. Boston Ellis is nodding. Hillcrest, as it has expanded, has a whole line of portables that all got cleared out at one point, and then they brought some of them back. I think maybe a couple of them were left because they were afraid to move them. And just the safety of moving kids around, that when it's pouring down rain, that now they can't go out to those spaces. They're not covered walkways. They're in wheelchairs, whatever. Just for accessibility, I think of Vice Chair Conrad, with your years as an elementary school teacher, how relentless the timing is for instruction and how the minutes are. And if kids don't have access to a close restroom facility, by the time you get them all through doing what they're doing, it's like a whole period. So that resonates with me. The certificates of participation are for new construction only. Confirmed? And this sales tax does give us the ability for some maintenance as well, at least according to how I read it. Correct?
Maintenance and new construction?
Yes. Maintenance and new construction?
It says improving
Yes, improving. That's
school facilities.
Expanding construction and improving.
Yes. And mine just went to sleep, so give me a second. But as I continue to think through this, we have our school facility recommendations 2023 through 2038. We have the Bennett study. We hear from the community in what is important to them, and to maximize the chances of this passing. I just want to be mindful of that, and also continue to hear recommendations in addition to the ones we've already received from our experts. Now that we've all shared our plans, some more specific than others, our interests, to help us begin to narrow it down, because I agree that it's crunch time. We need to be able to get out in the community and start sharing that we agree at least on these top 5 things, We know that we need new. We also know that we need maintenance, because we can't do it all at once, and we have to continue to take care of what we do have. I'm just looking through here to see if I had any more specifics. The data center. I wish we didn't rely so much on technology, but it does. And if it goes down, it is a nightmare. Lots of lost instructional time, lots of loss of productivity. So in my mind, that really is a priority. Replacing, I put this in bold in my notes, replacing portable cities with wings that replacement schools can be designed to incorporate. There's no money to maintain portables, and they're inefficient, across the board. And my one last thought is, and I know Stephen Ayers is, if he's listening, he's cringing, but it would be pretty interesting to me to ask the community, because the community are the ones that are going to be paying for it. So based on our conversation today, if there's a way to condense some of this and do a survey, a quick one, it doesn't, and try to gauge from the community what some of the top priorities are to help us finalize. I don't know that I can come to a full decision today on what we're going to prioritize and what we are, but I think that we need to be straightforward. We need to be pretty basic. We need to make sure that just about anyone that's going to mark a ballot, be like, hey, there's something in this, for me and my family, that's about all the things that the ballot language is asking. Yes, Board Member James.
So 2 things. First, I want to echo Dr. Campbell's sentiment that I want to walk away from today with a plan. So I appreciate that it feels it feels like it's a lot to do, Chair Thrower, and if that means we need to take a 20 or 30 minute quick lunch and come back, I'm committed to sitting here until we finish it, personally. I have a question about the data center, because it's been brought up and we are missing that funding, and it was something that I left off that I could get behind. My hesitation is the language in the sales tax says to retain high quality teachers, reduce classroom overcrowding, and improve safety and security by expanding, constructing, and improving school facilities. And I have hesitation and pause around using the sales tax money for the data center. And I would rather it potentially, the sales tax, prioritize things that could come off of a 5-year work plan, or some other way, or we cut a wing that we thought we needed in the loan and we use that money to address the deficit for the data center potentially. I'm not sure, but it does cause me pause and hesitation to use the sales tax money for the data center. So I want to start and see if the board can come to, I think we need to maybe just start picking items and decide, are we on board or off board maybe? And so if we don't mind, we could start at the data center, since I brought it up, but what is the take on that as a group?
I'll just respond. The data center, I understand where you're coming from, and it would have been easier for me to continue to get behind it if it said in improving school district facilities. It says school facilities. Well, they're all school facilities because they're all designed to help schools, do what they need to do. But I agree that it could be enough of a stretch where, people might not like it. On the other side of that, I think we all know that technology drives, what are kids looking at when they're in class? They're on Chromebooks.
Yes.
We need technology, and we need a hub to make sure that that's functioning. But if we can get it from another source, that's not a hill I'm gonna die on. In terms of walking away today with a plan, that's fine with me, but I still would love to hear from the rest of the board what they think about the viability and whether or not you think it's worth it to then throw it out to the community and say, what do you think of these priorities? I think that could be interesting, to get their responses. But then again, a lot of times we'll do a survey and not that many people respond. I'm just really interested, because the whole public's going to have to pay for this, for them to have as much voice as possible ahead of time, since we're putting priorities on the table. Board Member Cummings.
Madam Chair, I hear what you're saying. I do know that we are on a very, very short time frame. So even if we did a survey, it would have to be a week survey. It would have to come back within a week's time. I do think whatever plan we present to the community, it has to appeal to the county. It has to appeal to the entire county.
Right.
Because if we make it specific to District 3, which is experiencing the most growth, which is my district, you'll have District 3 that may buy in, but the northern side will not. So whatever plans we come up with, it has to encompass the whole county.
Right.
And so I think we need to let, I think we've gotten some great input from Dr. James, Dr. Campbell, all of us, because really some of this, all of this is on the table is pretty much what all of us are thinking.
Yeah. That's why I just want to chip through it. Let's just pick
all what we're thinking.
Pick Dr. Campbell's plan or my plan, and let's see.
And then put those plans together, let Ms. Dobbins and her team put it together, and because we got to sell this. We got to put it out there. We really don't have a lot. We're 50-something days away from an election.
Right.
So whatever we do, we need to get it done fast, yesterday. But it has to have that countywide appeal.
I'm sorry, what was that last?
It has to have that countywide appeal.
Yes.
If it doesn't, it's not going to happen.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Chair, I just wanted to say, I love the sentiment of what you said, and I love the idea of getting the community's input, but I'm also reminded of, we recently did several, 5 or 6 facility tours, and I was able to attend, I believe, all but one, and we only had 2 community members show up that really had an invested interest in what's going on with our facilities. And so I'm hesitant to put that out there as we have the experts are in the room. They've presented to us what the challenges are, what our needs are, and brought them to us in a very detailed format. And so I'm hesitant to go that route.
Understood. And based on, we have our personal priorities that we always have the good of the district in mind, and then we have this, list of code reds. And so that's also part of my dilemma is, based on everything that we shared up here, what would be the short list of recommendations, that facilities and Dr. Gullett would recommend,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
One more thing. Excuse me. And I didn't say this earlier, but I meant to. One of the things that really jumped to the top of my list is because of the situation that we had to deal with 2 weeks before school started with Sermi and New Leaf, and us having to pull those students into MTI. MTI went higher, much higher on my list because they are in the middle of the district. They are, the situation has to be resolved, and it may have been off our radar because they were outsourced, but now that they're back and whether they're here, we got to do something that it went up a priority on my list.
Thank you. Dr. Gullett, what are your thoughts on MTI? I know that it was one of the major reasons why we didn't do it is because it was going to be too expensive to continue to outsource, and this was something we have been considering doing for like 12 years, so we decided to go ahead and do it. What would be your feedback?
Thank you. Appreciate that. And MTI is very different today than it was several months ago. And to that point, a recent conversation, I had a meeting with Mr. Jones, and I asked him, what do you need? And he said, we need space. And here we are in a building that was not supposed to be used for students. I don't know, I'm looking at the team, what year that was. I know it was prior to my time here in Marion County, but I said, I'm trying to figure out how to help you with that. But as we've taken this on, and he's done a great job, the team has really supported this work. I think for the long term, there's a lot of opportunity for our students, but we do, to Reverend Cummings' point and to your point, we do need to address it. It wasn't on the radar before, but because we've made this change, we do need to address providing a safe environment for our students that are here in our school.
Thank you. So based on that feedback, would it be the consensus of the board that we need to begin to pull in, MTI, to this
And it's on my plan.
equation?
Sure. So Chair, first of all, I want to speak to the survey. I am not in favor of asking the community just yet because their vote will be our response to a survey. But also they are not, they certainly can ask for it, but they don't have access currently to all that we have. And to Vice Chair Conrad's point, the experts are in the room and they know what our maintenance issues are. And I believe Dr. James and I both built our recommendations off of what we've received from the experts. We took this data and then came up with this list of priorities. And so if you use this one page right here, and I'm not making a case solely for my proposal at this point, because I think it all stems from Lake Weir Middle, we're addressing. So MTI is on my plan. It can certainly be moved up, however we want to do that. If that starts with one classroom wing or that starts with something altogether different. But over the course of 10 years, I at least have $50 million put in for this campus here. Lake Weir Middle, we're addressing. Bellevue Santos, that adjustment combo, whatever, is somehow incorporated here. We can address what that actually, Dunella Middle.
Do you want to stop at Bellevue?
Sure. I'm like, if we look at the challenges here.
So if you don't mind, let's just
Sure.
stop. So I'm not on board. We can come back to MTI maybe, because I feel like that's a hit or miss topic, and we all can kind of agree on lots of other stuff below MTI, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's the last
Well,
thing
and as
on my
we're
list.
moving down the list, didn't hear a lot of pushback about the plan regarding Bellevue Santos.
Well, so I think there's just two. Do you need to say something?
When you're done.
Okay, there's just two varying opinions. So my opinion is that we need to build a new school that is 900 to 1,200 students, which is either the school we're building right now or the school we're building right now for WNX with a wing at Bellevue Elementary's campus that will offline Bellevue Santos. It is a corner on 441. We need to sell that as a commercial real estate corner. It is a traffic nightmare for enter and egress. And I believe, based on the projections I provided, board, we're literally going to build a new school and only spend an additional $10 million, which means essentially the school is going to cost $10 million instead of $50 million over the course of 10 years in saving operating costs. So I guess my ask to the board would be, can we get on board with a new school at Bellevue Elementary and a repurpose, rezoning, not serving students at Bellevue Santos? I can get up with Reverend Cummings that we're not going to say the word close for the rest of the meeting, and we're just going to say we're going to offline Bellevue Santos as an instructional institution. So is the board in agreement with that?
And I just wanted to I'm going to put in dollar amounts. I have my Excel spreadsheet. I want to do that. And so I just want to know what the estimate of that would be. Are we saying a $50 million elementary school? Ms. Dobbin, just so we can start plugging in some numbers to make sure we're.
Absolutely, and these are all estimates.
Sure.
To consider if that school's going to be around 1,200. We're currently at 50 million, roughly 50 million, just under, for the elementary schools we're building now. So I would project that it will be higher with the wing. I would add another 10 million to that. Our only concern with the Bellevue Elementary School property is we really have to look at the gradient of that site, and we might need a retention wall built because of how that land slopes. It's definitely doable, but I would maybe target 60 million at this time, 65.
Okay.
That's going to add cost.
We're going to plug it in.
So are we all in agreement on Bellevue Elementary getting a new school and the offline of Bellevue Santos?
I can get on board with that.
Or at least the majority of us.
I can agree with that.
Okay.
But I gotta have MTI somewhere on this list.
And that,
Yeah.
yeah, it's still there on my list right now, but we'll get. But does that also incorporate a new K-8 on the Lake Weir Middle campus?
Well, I don't think we're there yet, because technically that's offlining Stanton, which is below the,
Okay, that's
going
fine.
down, if we're following this order.
Sure, that's fine.
I would want to go to
So then Denellen Middle.
Denellen would have to be next part.
So I'm still of the opinion that it should be a middle high school, because I think that Denellen High, I've heard Ms. Dobbins say 20 times, it was built on a really low budget. It was not built correctly. It is not an ideal high school at all. And then when I sat with Mr. Tucker and talked about athletics, the entire athletics out there are very much in need of improvement. And if we built a middle high school out there, we would be able to encompass fixing those athletics as well as addressing a curriculum deficit that currently exists between the middle and the high school. And it would offline Denellen Middle site, which would give us an opportunity theoretically to still do the K-8 out there, Dr. Campbell, at a later date, while still preserving that auditorium and gym, which are in great condition.
Well, Denellen actually was supposed to just be a temporary school.
That's what I mean. So like we need to address, I think putting a wing at Denellen High is not going to address the systematical issues with Denellen High's campus, which is that the entire campus is not great.
And it preserves the ability to have an elementary school out there, to add an elementary school because of the growth. So I can get behind it.
Because we'd still have the property at the middle school.
And a good gym.
Yes.
It's air conditioned.
Right, so I'm still not kind of there. Just because I walked that property, I know that there are buildings that are not great. But there has been a lot of money, the new outdoor cafeteria area that we just spent millions of dollars on, the CTE area, there are areas within that school campus at Dunellen High that we have put a lot of money in. There's a new chiller, there's new things that are there. I would hate to say we're just gonna, nope, we're scrapping it all and we're building completely fresh and new, because where we would build fresh and new is there in that grassy area to the left of it, and then I guess get rid of everything we have. That still doesn't, in my opinion, completely solve the athletic issue, and it also doesn't solve the capacity issue. Because if we have high school right now and the middle school right now at 2,300, when we build a middle high at 2,300,
we can build it bigger than that. We could build a middle high at 25 or 27. We have the ability to do that, and if we put a K-8 back at that middle school, we would offline some of those middle schoolers to then the K-8. And the other thing I think to remember is that, and I'm trying to do my, Ms. Bosnells would be laughing at me because I'm trying to do my good math that I'm not good at, but I think Dunellen Middle School's Fish Report pushes almost 1,000 students, if I'm doing backwards math quickly and correctly. And so that is bigger than both of the elementary schools that currently exist. So there is potential to create Dunellen Middle School and turn Dunellen Middle School into a elementary site if needed, instead of adding wings to other schools. A wing doesn't solve the operational issues that we have, and that's what I'm trying to avoid us doing as much as possible, because it is not a long-term solution to this, what I call like a systematical issue we have.
and I agree, or can we have open conversation? Sorry, I agree with that we need to reduce our operational expenses. Completely can be on board with needing to do that. I just don't know that Dunellen is where we need to do that. I continue to look at the Benish study and what the projections are, Southwest Marion, how it's eventually going to come all the way out there. I mean, right now it feels like it's a long way away. But when you look at what that capacity is going to be in Southwest Marion, I don't know that it is strategic for us to say that's where we're pulling from. Now, if we want to look at other parts of the county, absolutely, because we have it. Well, I mean, and we know the farmland preservation area isn't going to be touched. So there definitely are room for pulling schools off there. I still tend to, and it's going to be really tough. I'm just going to tell you, from this board seat, for me to get on board with a middle high school on that Dunellen campus for many, many reasons, athletic facilities included. I mean, there's just a lot of reasons that I'm struggling with the middle high on Dunellen campus.
How long was Westport a middle high before we had to build Liberty? Can anyone just shout a number from the audience?
5 years.
5 years, 7 years?
So my thought process is, if we built Dunellen Middle High as a middle high, understanding that eventually the growth will occur for it's going to need to be an entire high school at the size of Forest at 23, 24, 2,500, would we then not give us a gap and a breath to then redo Dunellen Middle School, which needs to still happen? And I realize that's not going to be in this funded plan, so that would be in a future funded plan. But what it would do is put all of those Dunellen Middle School students in a newer school, in a better facility, and it would give us an opportunity to breathe and fix Dunellen Middle School to whatever it needs to become for that growth that you're recognizing. Because if we do what we did with Westport and Liberty, that would essentially be the same thing we would do in Dunellen, is make a Dunellen Middle High for 5, 7, 10 years until the growth makes that so it needs to be a high. And now we have a high school big enough out there, and then we can move those kids back to a new Dunellen Middle.
And the challenge for me still continues that we're talking about this 10-year sales tax. And what you've just said is something we don't have even projection of funding for.
Well, we are going to have a future board. None of us will have to address the growth in Dunellen at a later date. They're going to have to. And if we don't do anything with Dunellen Middle's campus, in 5 years, they could just turn it back into a middle school, or 5, 7, 10 years.
Yeah, it leaves them with flexibility, which is what previous boards have done for us, because they put enough land aside for us to be able to have these conversations.
So theoretically, they could just roll right back to Dunellen Middle with a little bit of lipstick. They could roll right back to Dunellen Middle, not the ideal, but then we would still have a high school that's big enough to take on all of this growth that we're talking about.
But if,
Let's hear from the rest of the board. Where are you at, Board Member Cummings, or where are you with this, Board Member Cummings? That was terrible grammar.
I'm in the middle with this one.
Pardon?
I'm in the middle because I see the growth now. I see the growth coming from the Marion Oaks area already going to Dunellen. So something has to be done now. And again, they put a Band-Aid on Dunellen in the 70s when they built the high school. So it's time for us to deal with the problem instead of kicking it down the road.
Vice Chair?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at Ms. Dobbins' notes right now.
Dunellen Middle is right up there.
right, so I believe if we don't do something on the Dunellen Middle School campus, which I believe we've agreed that the gymnasium and the auditorium need to remain intact. So then that does away with the thought process of getting rid of that campus.
Right.
There's a whole wing on that school.
Talking about doing that now.
There's a whole wing on Dunellen Middle
It's
School.
relatively new.
Right.
That's relatively new, but there's one that's pretty much
Not-
obsolete. You cannot use it. The plumbing
Right.
is gone. So,
Lies beneath.
yeah.
So if we don't build new on that Dunellen Middle campus now, it won't be usable 10 years from now whenever they might need it as a Band-Aid.
Well, that's assuming that it wouldn't be used for anything, which I think it could be used for a lot of things in the meantime. You've got a gym, you've got an auditorium.
I mean,
It could be rented out.
Center, it could be rented out, we could be income producing.
Yes, because you're right, any system that's not used ends up, falling apart.
But I think you're right, we're gonna need more high school seats out there, and so rebuilding Dunellen High to be a middle high for even just 5 years, like we did at Westport Middle High, solves our high school seat dilemma. It solves our high school dilemma and the fact that Dunellen High needs so much, including athletic facilities. And then it affords us an opportunity to figure out how to address Dunellen Middle School.
But at $150 million, we're out of money. I mean, all the other things that's part of the reason why mine is a little bit lesser expensive, because building a K-8 is going to be less expensive than building a $150 million high school on the Dunellen campus. And I'm trying to get as many people touched as possible, knowing that we only have $300 and some odd million, and all the other projects we've talked about have hit our priority list.
Well, and an all-new Dunellen Middle High would serve 2,500 students.
How are we feeling about trying to reduce our portables in this conversation? Because those are very visible. It's something that I don't think any of us have had anything but negative comments about. I've taught in portables and I've taught in brick and mortar. We each have their merits. But in this day and age, when it comes to safety and access, I think that if we're going to ask the public to support a sales tax, that they need to see some portables.
Which we would address probably, if we just landed on Ocala Springs, Ward Highlands, and Maplewood, we're gonna address upwards of 45 portables between those three schools, which is pretty significant.
And if we did the classroom wing at Bellevue High, that's another however many. And
15.
Obviously, we're getting rid of 20 if we do a whole Dunellen High School. So, I mean, we're.
Yeah, I think we are addressing it. No, I think if we can agree on 3 wings, we're gonna address 45 portables off the rip, pretty much.
If we don't go ahead and do something with elementary in Dunellen, then we are leaving portables, because the entire second grade at Dunellen Elementary is in portable right now. And so Romeo, I think, has portables as well. So portables are portables.
At almost every elementary school in Marion County. And so I think I'm not sure who said it, Reverend Cummings. I think we have to look at the entire picture, and I don't know, I think we need to pick a thing to focus on in Dunellen, and we have a thing to focus on in Bellevue, and we're gonna pick a thing on the north end and a thing on the south end, and we're gonna pick things throughout, because our needs are so vast in all of the areas.
We're talking $2 billion.
And so I think we need to pick a singular project in Dunellen, would be my opinion, and you're right, $150 million is a lot of dollars, but we're gonna have to, the Benesh study says we're gonna need another high school. And so if this is a way to solve a multiple issues in the same breath, I think that it would be in our best interest.
Okay, so how about this? We do the high school, this is like horse trading. We do the high school in Dunellen with an eye to maintaining and continuing to use in some fashion the parts of Dunellen Middle School that are still plenty usable. And then what would be the priorities for removing portables, what would be the top 3 schools? The way I look at it, it would be Maplewood, Ward Highlands, Ocala Springs,
Yes.
and that's it?
Those are my 3.
They're the highest.
Bellevue High? I mean, I still think we can do that.
Well, but I think we have to wait and see how Bellevue High School's population is addressed with the new high school being built, because the new high school is being built to relieve pressure off of the new, Ms. Dobbins, if you wouldn't mind coming forward. The new high school is being built to relieve pressure off of which
You need
schools?
one of those little chairs.
Thank you. That's actually why I stood up, is I just wanted to remind you that the new high school will impact Denellen High, Bellevue High, and Westport.
Yes.
To what degree, we don't exactly know at
Right.
this point, but you will have that. But at the same time, you still have growth. So
Totally.
what's the give and take? That's unforeseen at this time. But
And we can't predict it. Like, there's gonna be no way to really cut that cookie.
Thank you for saying that you can't predict it, because those of us that lived through the Great Recession, that is another concern I have about, building a lot of complete new schools. And why I'm leaning towards getting rid of portables and building wings, because to me, that's more cost efficient, it's more nimble. I can depending on what happens, I can get behind the Denellen plan, as we've been discussing for the last 20 minutes or so. At this point, as the chair, I'm going to ask for consensus at least on the 3 schools with the portables, which are Maplewood and I'm thinking
Ward
too fast
Highlands.
for my head, Ward Highlands and Ocala Springs, and then a replacement school at Denellen High, with an eye to continuing to utilize what we can from Denellen Middle and keep that available for a combo school down the road for future needs. Can we get behind that?
Can I just clarify
'Cause
one
if we
thing?
do that, then we're going to be close to the
Can
end
you
of the
say
conversation.
it's Denellen, but it being built as a middle high?
Yes,
Okay, you left out that middle word part, so I just wanted to make sure that was what you were saying.
right.
I can, I'm gonna be sticking on this one. I can, but MTI has to be in this conversation.
Yes.
So let's
But I
put
was
some
trying to get
numbers.
consensus on these 2 things, and then
So,
we'll attack it.
Ms. Dobbins, could you
We're
provide,
quickly running out of money.
Ms. Dobbins, could you provide some numbers for a middle high, and then what classroom wings would cost at those 3 schools?
Ooh, yes. So when you think of a Denellen Middle School, so here's my line of thinking, so whether it's right or wrong. You're gonna essentially look at building it as a high school, because that's the future aspiration of that. So you're gonna wanna build it to about the 2,500 mark, because you still have significant growth out there. So when you look at the current high school we're building, we're probably gonna estimate, by the time we're done, around 150 million for that site. So then you have to ask the question is, when we talk about that new high school, middle school, are we just absolutely going to redo all the athletic fields as well? Because currently, if we are hitting around the 150, that's that rubberized track and also an artificial turf, if it holds. So that plays a role. The only thing different is that you have to bulldoze the old school. And that's going to probably run you $3 million to bulldoze that. I base that off of our estimate to bulldoze Lake Weir Middle School. To demo that is around $3 million, and that's a former high school.
But we have, if I can just real quick, but we have existing athletic facilities that need love but don't have to be completely redone.
And that might be a give and take.
And so I think that you could wash the $3 million demolition with the $3 million. I mean, we don't need a nickel and dime at the $150 million mark. We could just chalk it up to $150. Is that pretty safe?
I'm good with that.
Okay. So we're going to chalk it up to an even $150. And then how much is a classroom wing at an elementary school running these days?
14 to 15.
14 to 15. So let's call it an even 15 for math with 5s is easier for me. So the wings are putting us at 45 million, and then we're looking at 210 million with the 2 schools we've decided on. So we're at 255 million. So we're looking at about another 75 to 100 million dollars, depending on what sites we're offlining and obviously how the sales tax flows.
Let's talk about MTI.
So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, there was an agreement, at least from 4 of us, to say we're going with a replacement Dunellen High School that is a middle high.
Yes. and then wings at Maplewood, Ward Highlands, and Ocala Springs, and then a new Bellevue Elementary that offlines Bellevue Santos.
260 million is what I have.
What? Yes, the Bellevue Elementary at 60 million.
65.
Oh, 65. Okay,
So now that leaves us with
hold on. I don't do math that quickly.
What did she do?
65 for what? For the replacement.
For the K-8.
So we're at 215 plus 45, so 260. Is that, or that's correct, right? 260. We're at 260 now.
260 million?
Yes, we're at $260 million. Before we talk about MTI, I want to offer one thing. A new school at SPAR pays for itself in 10 years with a reduction of operating costs, minus $5 million. So I think we really, really, really have to think about how we're going to create more revenue, and offlining Anthony Elementary does that, because the operating costs are, and the financial and physical facility needs are so significant. So spending $50 million in 20 years literally creates us in a surplus of $38 million.
Well, and then that still gives us 40 million to go as far as MTI and what we're going to do, if my math is correct.
And we don't have anything on the north end right now. So that would be my request of the board before we venture into an MTI conversation.
There were still a couple of things that I had on this, including a classroom wing at just for conversation. Classroom wing at Fort King Middle, rubberizing the tracks, and doors on classrooms at Osceola and East Marion.
The doors on the Osceola and East Marion is what, around 2 million? 2 million each or 2 million total?
2 million each. But that was a forecast. Is that?
So I can answer that. So I want to make it understood why the price is so high is because you just can't throw up doors. So you have two different scenarios. You have an East Marion with no walls and no doors, and then you have an Osceola with walls, but those walls are not permanent. So both will require significant build within those. Not only that, is when you build those walls, you have to, particularly at East Marion, you have to then adjust the fire alarms and the HVAC systems. And so as of right now, it would be an estimate of around 2 million for an Osceola Middle School. It's going to be much higher for an East Marion because they don't have walls at all. At least at Osceola, the walls go up to the ceiling, and the HVAC isn't going to need as much adjustment as well as the fire alarm. But you're going to need more adjustments at an East Marion.
So like 5 million? How much? What is a lot?
I would double it and stick around 4 million.
Okay.
And if I had to prioritize, I would definitely go with East Marion, and here's why. They don't have any walls or doors at all. And having been in both of those schools, I see the Osceola School being much more conducive to instruction as it is currently, still happening, higher school grade, whole thing.
I can get behind both. I can get behind $6 million for doors for both.
If there's enough for both, I can get behind both. I think these are the lower hanging things that have been.
Can I just circle back to SPAR? Can I circle back to SPAR?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Board Member Campbell, because that's going to get us down to the smaller cost items. How does the board feel about the SPAR and Anthony? I think that there is a good thought process behind finding a way to at least reduce some of our operating costs. There's a lot to be said for that.
I think you could split SPAR. You can, and we haven't talked about this, split SPAR. Some come to Fordham, some go to, not SPAR, Anthony, split Anthony. Some go to the north, some go to the south.
Oh, I'm not Mr. Ayers. I'm not saying they all go to SPAR. I'm just saying we build a new school at SPAR to address the operational issues.
But according to this, it's not. And so that's what, I understand the comment that it's in bad shape, but Anthony is in bad shape.
Right.
On this list, SPAR is not. So
But
I think we could still do the Anthony thing without building the SPAR Anthony. It's a rezoning issue.
Well, Anthony's site is not conducive to be larger, and so that is the issue. The Anthony site cannot be built on to be bigger, and we need to address our
That's
small
why you
school
offline
issue.
Anthony.
Is there enough room to rezone Anthony over to SPAR with an eye to the future of
No.
rezoning the SPAR school?
SPAR is over capacity already.
That's what I thought.
Right, it would have
Yes.
to be a split.
And
Ocala Springs wing may help that too.
Possibly.
right, but we have, in my opinion, Anthony needs to get offlined.
I can
And
get
that's
on
what
board.
this would do.
And so, but we have to build new at SPAR to be able to address the Anthony offline, because we cannot continue to operate. It literally pays for itself in 10 years because of the amount of work that's needed to even maintain those facilities.
What were you sharing, Board Member Cummings, and I didn't hear Reddick in there, that if we rezoned.
I was going to say that you can actually bring Reddick into play. This is just a chess game that we're talking right now, but you could bring Reddick into play. You can bring Ocala Springs into play with offlining Anthony. I agree. I think Anthony does need to come offline because of the cost that's going to take to maintain it. But those students, and that's a Mr. Ayers issue, would have to be dispersed equitably to.
And I think Reddick, going back to the start of this conversation, I think Reddick will fill up with another conversation, with another school that needs to come up.
I don't think you need. I don't want to go.
And I don't want to go there right now.
No.
So,
For the purpose of this conversation,
yes.
because we're getting close.
So where do we land with SPAR?
Offlining Anthony.
Offlining Anthony, but I still don't know that it is a new build of something on that SPAR campus.
Can I just bring us back to a little touchstone event here too? Because I want to, just for the purpose of maybe helping with the board's discussion, there are three things I wanted to bring up here because we've talked about them sort of briefly and moved from there. The question is on, for example, our purpose for doing the building. And we identify in the ballot language, the purpose is retaining teachers, improving safety and security, and reducing overcrowding. The things we're talking about here today all are things that are specifically for that. Then there was some discussion about, well, what can we use the money for, what specific projects or sub-projects? And if you look at the resolution here that you've been provided, the resolution indicates with Exhibit A, it's near the end there, exactly what a lawful expenditure is. So it's spelled out there exactly how and what we can spend it on. And it does include, slightly larger scope than just the building of a specific school or a specific wing. But it all ties back to what the purpose of the ballot language is. And that is because, if you look at that, it says, for example, one valid thing is reducing portable classrooms as appropriate to improve school facilities. We're designing and engineering costs, acquiring technology that's technology specific for infrastructure. So those are all the things that are valid uses. But then also, the third thing I want to bring up is, if you look at Section 4 of a resolution, it's very clear that there is an independent citizen oversight committee that will be created, and they're going to be in charge of oversight of all of the proposed projects. So what the board's doing here today in sort of identifying its sort of recommended projects and its direction it wishes to go, all these things will then be filtered through a citizen sales tax referendum committee who are going to be actually looking through each of the items that we're doing and verifying and overseeing how those dollars are being spent. So that's something that this board, while it's making its decisions now, or making some consensus opinions now, will also then develop plans and strategies that will then essentially be submitted to or guided through the process with the citizen review committee on point. So just wanted to keep that in mind there, that there's the level or granularity of the plans that we're going to have some of that is going to depend upon that citizen review. So just
Thank you for that.
want to throw that out there.
Yes, because these are recommendations, they're not, edicts. Okay, so here's what I have, just for a recap. Dunellen Middle High as new. The old Dunellen will continue to use parts that we can, with an eye to continue to have that property on hand for a K-8, correct? Okay, we're looking at reducing portables at Maplewood, Ward Highlands, and Ocala Springs, and as I say that, I hope the day comes where we actually open a school and we don't have to have portables the same day. Hopefully that'll happen. We're talking about offlining Anthony. The conversation now is offlining Anthony and either redistributing the students or immediately building, to reduce operational costs, a new SPAR elementary that would basically absorb all of those kids.
I wish Mr. Ayers was here, because there's nowhere for Anthony kids to go to a school that has capacity other than Reddick. And Reddick is the farthest school from Anthony in the circumference. There's no, I mean, Ms. Dobbins, I don't know if you want to speak to it at all, but there's literally nowhere for those kids to go that can take them.
We're talking like
The Anthony enrollment is about 400 right now. I just had it up, but there's,
what's the capacity at Reddick?
It's only at 50%.
Reddick is at 50%, but there are closer schools than Anthony.
Yeah, that,
So busing, I mean, if you want to speak to transportation, busing students from Anthony all the way to Reddick Collier.
they're gonna have to be bused from somewhere though to fill that school, I think,
But Anthony's only 9 minutes from Ocala Springs, so.
right? But Ocala Springs is over capacity.
It is, but we're building a
Talk about
classroom.
the wing, you
Building
said
a
the
wing,
wing.
but as we were just talking about,
The
the
wing is only
rooftops that are going
replacing the
in down here.
portables. The wing is only replacing the portables. The wing isn't going to address overcrowding.
How many portables are there? I'm sorry. A two-story classroom wing at Ocala Springs.
There are 16 portables and 12 are occupied, I believe.
And again, look where the building's occurring,
And Ocala Springs is also on well and septic, so it's just a slightly unique situation out there because the well and septic have to be brought up to continue to expand there.
We've had some water issues out in Reddick too, aren't they on Welland?
Yes, but what I'm saying is to continue, we wouldn't have to add capacity to Reddick,
Right.
but we would have to add capacity to Ocala Springs because the systems they have right now are tapped out.
Why do we keep jumping over Fordham?
Well, because Fordham has been created, and, I mean, I'm completely on, this board, I think before me, decided Fordham was gonna be an early learning institute, and there have been fences that have gone up that have completely changed Fordham.
It's changed all the time based on need. And so if Fordham is needed, we have the space there. We know the space is there.
We also have the space
Well,
in
they're-
Anthony, and Fordham was put into place for that reason, because we know that our early learning really needed it, and as they've just added, second grade this year, right? Yeah, so how many more second grade classrooms? I mean, that school's gonna slowly
Well,
fill.
it's stopped. Next year it will be full because there's gonna be 3 more second grade units added and then the school is full based on the way the fencing was designed. That's how it was designed. Fordham was designed to be a pre-K 3 through second grade. And there are 4 units of each K1 and 2, and then it is tapped out and there is no more room. That's how it was designed.
However, if it continues to be as successful as it's been, and we want to, or need to add, more units for each of those grades, then the tall humans need to go somewhere else.
Exactly.
Oh, I completely agree, but I don't think that has to do, because then
Maybe
Fordham,
here, I don't
would
know.
Fordham stay as a magnet school like Madison Street? Because if so, that's still not addressing the Anthony situation. The Anthony students can't be rezoned to Fordham because Fordham would still be a complete choice magnet, like.
Yeah, I understand. So let's get back on topic here, because we have had Reddick sitting there at 50% capacity for a really long time. And yes, transportation is always in play, but we're talking 375 students at Anthony. I mean,
But again,
347 students at Anthony.
again, you let Mr. Ayers do what they do.
Yeah.
Those kids that are closest to SPAR, if SPAR is closer to Anthony, move them, shift them. and the ones that are in Anthony, shift them to Spar. That's beyond us.
Right.
Need to let the ones that do that, and they can figure it out.
They can, but
Can-
I think the point is there's room there.
Yes,
They
Yes,
have the
there's room
capacity
there,
to
and
hold
we-
all of those students.
There's room there.
I will go on record and say that I am vehemently against busing Anthony kids all the way to Reddick.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying move some of the kids from Spar to Reddick. That's closer. Correct?
Some students
No.
who
Some of
attend
the students-
SPAR,
Some of the students that attend Spar are closer to Reddick than a kid in Anthony, correct?
that would be accurate.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Let Mr. Ayers them look at that. They'll know which ones to adjust
By address.
without having to do the bus thing, without being on the bus for an hour from Anthony. We're trying to
What I'm
put it
saying-
all the way down to the minimum. We're trying to do everybody's job. We need to
No.
let the people do their job.
I completely agree. And what I'm saying is, what we did was we're doing a new school in Bellevue and a new school in Denellen. And we're going to offline a school on the north end and add no new school and no new facility, other than the wing at Ocala Springs, which could be argued is not the north end. And if you're a north end person, you would say Ocala Springs Elementary is not on the north end. So my confusion is, how am I supposed to go out into my community and have a conversation with them about a sales tax? And we are not addressing any of the facilities on the north end. We're just offlining one.
East Marion's getting walls.
So East Marion's getting some walls.
And we may rubberize a track at North Marion.
Well,
No,
greatly needed walls, I don't think we can underestimate that, but I hear what you're saying, Board Member James. It just continues to bother me that if we're talking about reducing operational costs, where that school has been rumbling along at 50% capacity forever. It's
And
woefully
I
underutilized.
wholeheartedly agree that we should address that. The way in which I think we should address it is a conversation for a different work session.
Board?
I tend to agree, but it also potentially means offlining 2 schools on the north side. So if we're doing that, then,
But one of which would have nothing to do with the sales tax.
oh, absolutely. So I think
So
it
I'm
does
just-
warrant a separate conversation.
Correct.
That isn't here. What the conversation today is, do we want to build a brand-new school in an area of our county where we're talking about offlining schools?
Yes, because we're offlining one school and combining schools to have a bigger school to serve 600 to 800 students, which is the average size of the student enrollment throughout the rest of our county for elementary schools. An 800 student station school. SPAR is at 500 and something students right now.
If we do, just based on calculations, if we do a $500 million school, excuse me, not 500, 50, sorry, I was looking at the 150 million, that messed me up. If we do a $50 million school up in SPAR, then we do not have the money to do anything at MTI, to do what really needs to be done here. So we can.
And that's even with selling Anthony, correct?
I'm not calculating.
Yeah, and Bellevue Santos's corner. So we would have Bellevue Santos's corner, and we would have
We're talking about offlining Anthony and not repurposing it. Now we're talking about selling.
Well, we've just been saying offlining in general, because I think I'm of the opinion we need, but there are historic pieces to Bellevue Santos's gym as well, but I'm of the opinion that that is a very valuable commercial corner that we need to preserve the historicness and do whatever that means for the community, but we need to look at our bottom line.
According to the maintenance report, we've done a lot of things recently to SPAR Elementary School. While I understand that school itself is old, the roof, the flooring, the electrical, the window, all of those things are in really great shape. So it's difficult to say we want to build an entirely new school. I could get on board with a wing.
Go there?
Let's build a wing at SPAR. But to build an entirely new school where we've just spent millions of dollars to do all of these other things, it's in the bottom third of our maintenance.
We're literally closing Denella Middle, and we just spent millions of dollars at Denella Middle. It's the same exact,
that was not my recommendation.
If we go through and itemize the amount of money we're pouring in, and this is the whole premise of my argument, we're just pouring money into facilities, and it's just Band-Aiding it. And so, correct, but also in the next 10 years, we still need to put in another $2 million to SPAR and almost $6 million to Anthony. So we have to do, and SPAR is not secure. It is similar to many of our other schools, which part of this sales tax is supposed to address is security. You walk right in the front door, similar to many of our other sites, and you're just in the school. And so offlining Anthony and SPAR, which are two schools that would eliminate that security, and merging them together to have a brand new site, which is now more secure, is continuing to meet what the expectation of the sales tax is, which is what we're also going to be able to do with Denellen Middle and High, because right now you walk into Denellen Middle, you're wide open. And so we're going to be able to address that. And with Bellevue Elementary and Bellevue Santos, those same things occur. And so by building a new school, we're going to be able to address those situations.
And time moves along. We've had to put money into all of these schools just to keep them functioning.
Correct.
And what we're trying to do is get out from under that. So I get that part. And maybe, I sound like I'm being outvoted here consensus-wise about maybe the Reddick conversation needs to happen another day. But I don't want that day to be too far down the line, because that's just been on and on and on. And it's a nice school. What do you think, Cummings, as far as, the Bellevue Santos and Anthony?
I'm good with Bellevue Santos. The Reddick conversation has to take place, but we all know there's a school that's going to come into play when we talk about Reddick. And I don't think this board wants to deal with that right now. I'm just being very transparent. And the school is Fezenden. Let's be straightforward. We don't want to deal with that. So, but what we are dealing with is Anthony and SPAR and Reddick.
And zoning. Which isn't our problem.
Which exactly, it could be done. Those three schools in play can be done. We may not get a brand new school at SPAR, but we will be helping the situation. The situation would be better. I think whether we put a wing there at SPAR, something.
A wing that could then be incorporated into
a new building, at some point.
Completely get on board with that. I don't want to throw another cog into the wheel, but if we're talking maintenance, we got an updated report. We haven't even mentioned the school at Fort McCoy.
Right.
This number right here is the largest of any other number that we have on this entire sheet of projected maintenance needs. We haven't even talked about Fort McCoy, but while you're talking north side, I thought I would throw that one in there. But I can completely get on board with a classroom wing at SPAR and rezoning all of the north side.
And offlining
Anthony. Because we're doing a classroom wing at Ocala Springs.
If I'm a parent at Anthony and I get rezoned from Anthony to SPAR, which is a school that is essentially just as old and in just as bad shape, right now when we're rezoning to a new site, or a newer site. Even in WNX, we're rezoning to Mose, or we're rezoning to Hammett. We're rezoning to new schools.
Not all. So, because we just rezoned from Shady Hollow to NH Jones. NH Jones is much older. So,
what do you
not
mean,
all.
Shady?
We were there.
We haven't done that yet.
It's in the process.
Okay, but what I'm saying, but we could talk from an academic standpoint, that's a desire of those parents. That was a
desire of the principal of Saddlewood. That wasn't just a desire of the parents also. That was a need.
It is now.
The parents in the community definitely said that that's what they wanted.
But that wasn't initiated by them. That was initiated by us.
I would disagree. I would say that was initiated by the parents having multiple conversations with their principal and their principal advocating.
No, ma'am.
So either way, when we are rezoning, we are sending kids from a facility that is older to a facility that is newer. 95% of the time. At the plan that we're doing right now, when we are rezoning from Sunrise, they're going to a brand new school. When we're rezoning from Mose, or we're rezoning from Bellevue Santos, they're going to Mose or Sunrise. I don't even have the whole plan in my head right now. My point is, if we build a new Denellen Middle High, they're going from Denellen Middle to a brand new Middle High. If they're going from Bellevue Elementary, they're going to Bellevue Santos, they're going to new Bellevue Elementary. So if I'm a parent in Anthony and you're going to completely close my school and then rezone me, and I might get to be in the new wing, that doesn't sit well with me. And it is not reflective of what we're doing in the rest of the town, rest of the community.
But the premise, Dr. James, is we're rezoning some kids from Saddlewood to a older school. So that's not 100% across the district. Right now, we're trying to do
It's
what's
11
best.
students based on the parents' desire. If the parents don't want it to happen, the board won't vote on it.
Right now, we have to do what's best for kids all the way across the district. I would love to say, yes, let's get a new school in Spar, but the money don't fit.
Well,
The money don't fit. And
I
we
see
have to-
MTI,
we have to
and maybe
address
the premise is, I see MTI differently. I think the premise is, I see MTI as less important than SPAR and Anthony. And so, in my brain, the students who are, I'm gonna need to perfect the way I deliver the next message. So, I see SPAR and Anthony as more important.
I get it. I completely understand. But I do think that, again, MTI got dropped on us 2 weeks before school. We need to deal with MTI, because if not, this is snowballing.
Well, what I've heard Dr. Hembrook say is she's been searching for a lease for a facility. That's what they were doing for 6 months. So what if Dr. Hembrook and the team go find a lease in a facility that they want to turn into an MTI in a wherever?
Well, the fact that they've been looking for 6 months and didn't find a place, which necessitated this here, it may or may not happen. That's just, I guess, conjecture. I would offer that each and every student is just as important as each and every other student. And to SPAR's credit, they are educating students quite well and managing to do all kinds of cool things out there. The fact that they get a brand new wing, which hopefully we can make it a bigger wing to accommodate as many students as possible, looking to incorporate it into a design of a new school down the road. Anthony is very old. There are parts of it that are super old. And I know that when I was just there for the Black Stallion project, when the AC turned on at that classroom, you couldn't hear yourself think. So, we all kind of have to weigh the pros and cons, but I was the one that said from the beginning that to sell this sales tax, we need to be able to sell it to everybody across every sphere. And it's still a pretty good deal, especially if we can come up again with a bigger wing than we would have. And we're only talking 375 kids.
And then, Madam Chair, also, and I'm sure you guys probably got some of the same phone calls. When we start getting phone calls from other elected officials about MTI, that's an issue. That's a countywide issue, because they are recognizing that we need to do something with MTI. So we cannot just not have them on this list somewhere, because they got to be dealt with. And I'm sure you guys got some calls from some other elected officials.
Ms. Dobbins, a typical wing houses how many kids? Like a 16 classroom wing. Okay, so you're talking, I don't know.
15 million is what we've put for the other ones.
No, I'm talking about capacity of students.
Oh, students, sorry, my bad.
16 classrooms and
300 students.
22.
Okay. So,
There's a range in elementary because you have 2 class sizes.
right.
But they're not too far apart number-wise.
So can we find a balance here that will, try to build the most jam-up wing we can that's a little bigger and...
I don't think it's going to solve the systematical issues that are occurring at Spar Elementary. So I'm not going to be in consensus on this, so that's fine. If there's 4 of you that are, we can proceed. But I'm not going to be in consensus with prioritizing new facilities here and not a new school there. I'm not, so.
Okay, and I didn't know that we were actually going into a conversation about a new facility here necessarily. But there wasn't complete consensus on the Denellen idea. Am I accurate?
Correct.
Dr. Campbell, there's not complete consensus on the SPAR. I think we just, let's move the conversation forward and talk about.
The only one we had a complete consensus on was the Bellevue. So, guys, we're not going to always
It's a give and
agree.
take.
Let's keep moving.
Okay. So, MTI. Bring it.
I also, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but right now, I still have a classroom wing at Fort King. In this projection that I was working off of, I put in $7 million for rubberizing tracks. You guys may disagree with that. I still think that comes down to safety at some point, but if no one else is on board with that, And I'm seeing everyone shaking their head no, so I will remove that from the list.
Let me say this. It's not that I'm not on board with it, but I'm not willing to put that before walls and doors. Correct. So,
And I agree with that. That's why we're doing walls and doors. So I still see a significant need, and at some point, if this district doesn't start acknowledging our athletic facilities, then we're just going to continue to lose students to our south and to our north. But that's fine.
Fort King. Fort King is a very old school, 62, I think, right? It was built in 62, I think, 60-something. Anyway, my input would be if we're going to try to get rid of the portable city at Fort King as part of this initiative, that again, it would be whatever wing we built would be with an eye to be able to incorporate it into an eventual replacement school. If we have the money.
Money to do MTI if you do Fort King. I mean, isn't that the whole?
That was the whole.
So right now it's in the plan of what I have here. If we do 15 million for a classroom wing at Fort King, and I have 50 million on the MTI campus, that brings us to $331 million. And those are just projection numbers.
So here's my thing. 50 million builds a whole school, and there are 500 students here, which is a whole school worth of kids. So you could build a whole school in that field over there, and that would be enough to service more than enough students that go to MTI. And I don't think we should build a whole school for students who have been alternatively placed and expelled. If I'm a parent and my student is being put below that, and I could have a new school at my site, I just fundamentally have a problem with that, because 50 million builds a K-6 school. We've already determined that today.
We go back to Dr. Gullett, all students matter. All students matter. So we can't prioritize a student over a student based on their discipline.
We're talking about safety too.
We gotta look at safety. We gotta look at safety. We gotta look at where are we at? These kids are at this place. You got Highway 40 right there. They're running. They're all kind of stuff. Would you want to pay money for a lawsuit for a kid getting hit, running out on the highway?
They do that on Ward Highlands.
No, and they can get their education at home.
I agree, but that's
Yeah, I'm just
not at the price tag of $50 million. When you don't want to
I'm not saying spend $50 million here, but we have to get. Mr. Jones said this board said that we would support him. What his needs? His need is space. That's what he told Dr. Gullett. She just said today, it's on record. How do we help him? How do we support him with space? If we don't even have him on the table.
How much are you wanting to spend?
Listen, that's not my expertise. My expertise is to help him get the space that he needs.
How much does a wing at MTI cost, Ms. Dobbins?
You might as well just get a
Ms. Dobbins, you need a rolling chair. You need a rolling chair.
Where's that stool?
I need my exercise, so it's all good.
It's like squats.
So, depends on where you want to put it. So I'm assuming we would put it up on the recreational fields, up on the top, and because that's better land, right? So again, a classroom wing is going to cost you the same no matter where you put it, whether it's here or whether another school. So the question would be, how many classrooms do you need? If you're talking about a 16 classroom, then we're still going to be around that 15 million mark. But you then have to look at logistics. If you're putting it way out there, where's the cafeteria, and things like that. So you have to balance that out as well.
But Ms. Dobbins, to answer the question, I think we still have some MTI classes here. MTC classes here, or programs or something.
I think there's some dual enrollment possibly going on.
So if we could.
Sorry, Dr. Gullett.
Away from here.
Let's give Dr. Gullett a chance.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you. I was going to say, in another year, some of those classrooms are going to move over to MTC.
Okay.
So that will occur. And I would just want to comment too, I heard Vice Chair Conrad mention about students. We will be having students working online as well, so I just want to bring that to the table. There are other factors here, but I wanted to answer your earlier question about space, so we're working with all the different options.
So as those programs move to MTC, he'll gain some space.
Yes.
There's a whole back section over here that, am I saying it right, Ms. Dobbins? Back here where the fire truck and stuff was, that we could start. I'm not saying spend $50 million on this campus.
Not either.
But I'm saying that we have to make an investment.
Can't they get portables?
Yeah.
So this is my thing.
There are portables over here.
But what I'm saying, I realize it because I went over there and put a little ding dong on the door, so I know there's portables over there. My point is, so put $5-10 million and put portables out there and wrap it up and call it a day if we're gonna make available more space in a year from now when the MTC programs move. But I'm fundamentally, and I see Ms. Conrad nodding when we talk about this, I'm fundamentally in disagreement with students who chose to not be at their base school based on their behavior, prioritizing putting excessive amounts of money into a facility that, when we could be just putting money into the facility that they could have just chose to stay at by making different behavior choices.
Right. However, I didn't hear anyone sitting up here saying they wanted to put excessive amounts of money into anything. Number one, we wanted to put appropriate amount of money so that the students are safe, so the teachers are safe, so that we offered to take this on. So we have to provide what's necessary. And what's necessary is what is safe and conducive for learning. The kids that have the opportunity to come here, and I believe more and more they're going to recognize that it truly is an opportunity, but the ones that aren't recognizing that as an opportunity will then have the opportunity to do their work from home with a box computer for all, at that point, it becomes a larger problem that we can't take on. We have to be about the safety and serving the kids as best we can that are here.
So could Ms. Dobbins provide what is the cost estimate for adding the appropriate amount of portables with the acknowledgement that if we could get portables here tomorrow to address Mr. Jones's imminent issues with space, and the acknowledgement that we're offlining more MTC space that is here that would be able to become classrooms here, what does that need look like?
And may I just, I just want to give a little disclaimer for you, and that is that any sort of estimate that we're talking about at this phase is extremely broad.
Yeah, and we all agree to that. Yep.
And honestly, how can we be talking about portables when 3/4 of this conversation has been about removing portables, for safety. And every portable has a door. I don't know. Maybe we need to take a break. How about we take a 15-minute break? It's 2:24, and then let's come back ready to finish our list and wrap this up. We'll return at before 2:40.
Elena, is your room open?
I need some water.
I'm going to steal a snack out of the building.
35 million
That's the estimate.
That's
Yes.
the estimate.
for 10 years.
Of course, if we offline facilities, we'll increase our.
Okay, let's gavel us back in, yeah.
We in the open? Okay, great, thank you. All right, we are back on with our work session at 2:37. We had stopped, starting to have some conversation about MTI, but before we continue that conversation, we'll go ahead and recap with figures. Board Member Campbell, where we are so far. Thank you for keeping track.
Sure, so we have a $15 million classroom wing at Ward Highlands Elementary. We have a $15 million classroom wing at Maplewood Elementary. We have doors for classrooms at $2 million for Osceola Middle and for $4 million at East Marion Elementary. We have a new Bellevue Elementary School for $65 million. We have a new Dunellen Middle High School for $150 million. We have a classroom building at Spar Elementary for $15 million, a classroom building at Fort King Middle at $15 million, and a classroom building currently at MTI for $15 million, and a classroom building at Ocala Springs for $15 million. All of that comes to $296 million. So based on projections, we have $39 million left.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Just real quick, on the Fort King wing, just looking at the capacity, we don't need a wing there.
We need to get rid of all those portables. Been there forever, and hopefully we're going to increase capacity there as that school continues to improve, which may be another rezoning opportunity, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, just 'cause on
Not for capacity, more for.
67%.
Sure.
70%.
So in my thought process, because this was on my list, in my thought process, it was because ultimately Fort King Middle School needs to be replaced. And so this is the start to offlining some of their ancient buildings that are continuing to cause us maintenance headaches. So that's why this is a classroom building to get started to refurbish an entire school campus, but we don't have the funding, in my view, unless we did the whole, we added that 39 million I just said to Fort King and we give them a whole new school. That's the only other way that we could, they're just really high on our maintenance needs list and continuing to have aging facilities. That's why, that was the thought process.
So just to make sure I heard you correctly, Dr. Campbell, that includes a $15 million wing at MTI and then the wing at Ocala Springs, Maplewood, Ward Highlands as well, and Fort King.
Yes.
Yes,
And that leaves $39 million.
And SPAR?
And SPAR's on there too.
Could I just offer that $39 million could be put to SPAR and it would be a whole school at SPAR?
I knew you were going to say that.
I knew she was too.
If it's going to be like that, I don't have an issue with that,
Perfect.
Dr. James. But
Sure.
as I said from the beginning, MTI has to be on the list.
15
That's what
million
I
for
said from the very,
MTI.
I said from the very
If I get a school at SPAR, 15 million for MTI is fine with me. I think that Anthony community is going to have a really hard time swallowing offlining Anthony and not sending them to a brand new place. So if there's 39 million left and that's doing the wing that you wanted at Fort King and that's doing the doors, then that would be my request to the board.
And let's just, words matter. It's not the wing we wanted at Fort King. It's based on need.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I'm going off of desire list. So it was on Dr. Campbell's list of priorities and it was not on mine. That's why I said.
So I also had on my list of priorities that I had nixed because of conversation was a classroom building at Bellevue High School and a new cafeteria classroom building at Waimea Park. But
Bellevue High, we kind of talked about the rezoning that will occur potentially with the new high school. The new high school being built to offload the capacity there.
It will, but if you look at the capacity, because what we've done, also keep in mind, originally on the plan for me was we had a new Bellevue Elementary and a K-8 to help with the overcrowding at Bellevue Middle, because we're not impacting that middle school overcrowding whatsoever on that side. So we're not having that K-8 any longer in the conversation that we could put on the Lake Weir Middle campus. That's more than 39 million. We know that, but That also is a significant need because middle school, significant overcrowding with Horizon, Bellevue.
But the loan also encompasses, the loan that we've already taken out is encompassing a wing at Horizon. Our loan, as we've already written it out, encompasses a wing at Horizon.
Okay.
So would that be of the pleasure of the board then? If we have $39 million left while hitting Fort King and hitting MTI, thank you. I'm sorry, I was blanking.
So let me, just making sure I'm hearing this right. 65 million for Bellevue, elementary combined, offline in the school. Dunellen Middle High School, that's 150 mil, correct?
Yes.
Doors at Osceola Middle, 2 mil. East Marion Doors, 4 mil. Ward Highlands Wing, 15. Ocala Springs Wing, 15. Maplewood Wing, 15. MTI, 15. And then we said,
Fort King, you didn't.
did we say Fort King?
We did.
I mean, we haven't.
We haven't come to full consensus on that, because my concern is, I know it's needed and necessary, but because of where it is right now, that portable city, my question would be, where is there a place that the new wing could be located that is in good proximity that could then be incorporated into the new school when it's eventually built, Ms. Dobbins? Because that is a very, very old school.
So I would definitely want to leave that to the engineers, but I would suspect that there's a lot of land on Fort King that you could start moving it toward that north, I think it's the north side of the school, and start there. It may be a little bit further away from that cafeteria, but eventually that cafeteria's got to be replaced.
Right, and that would be part of
So that would be 15 million for Fort King, and then what was the SPAR?
39 is the number I heard.
But I think the math was a little bit off there, Doctor. I think you have an extra wing in there, because I just did the math without anything at SPAR, and it's 296. If you include...
That's what I have, 296. So I'm saying if we go to 335 as the projection, then 296.
But it's 296 without the wing at SPAR. Unless I did the math wrong.
No, I have a wing at SPAR. I can go through...
65 at Bellevue.
Let me make sure that my calculation on my Excel spreadsheet did correctly.
And while you're calculating, I have a question, again, about wings and SPAR. I certainly want SPAR to have what they need, especially if we're going to relocate the Anthony and take that offline. And right now, we're talking 340...
335, and my formula was wrong. So
Okay.
You're right, it didn't collect
We're at 296 before you do anything at SPAR.
Correct.
Okay, so say 350 students for rounding purposes at SPAR right now. And again, like Fort King, we look at building a wing that can be incorporated into the new building when we can better afford it. How big would that wing need to be able to hold, say, 350 kids? But maybe that building would be used for, specials and things that all the kids would benefit from. I don't know. I'm thinking about you, Board Member James, because you have to sell it to your community. I also am seeing that we are running up a bill here that takes every single penny of what's projected, and we're still needing to maintain the schools that we have left. And I thought that was what part of this
Yeah, you spend it all on.
tax money is supposed to be for, to also make sure our campuses that are still old and struggling, at least we can continue to patch them up. That's the reason why I'm bringing it up.
Well, we would be able to, we still have maintenance. We have money every year for maintenance.
Yeah,
And
but
it's
we-
never enough, correct. But if we're offlining facilities that are on the 5-year work plan, we are freeing up money to be available to other schools.
Yep.
And so this plan in 10 years is offlining or addressing a significant portion of issues we have when we're looking at what needs to get done in the next 5 and 10 years.
Sure, and I think the number I keep hearing is close to $2 billion worth of maintenance needs. So I just want to still have a little bit of an eye for that And how big of a wing? I think we said before 16 classrooms was going to hold how many students? I forgot the number.
352 if it's a 22 class size.
Which would be three.
Size of Anthony.
Well, it'd be 3-5 classrooms, so it wouldn't be kindergarten,
Right.
K-1, 2
So it's
classrooms.
lower. That's that 300 range.
Yes.
Right. So build the wing a little bigger.
Yes.
It can absorb all the kids.
So my request then would be, if we're at 296 and we're going to 335, that's $39 million. My request would be that the remainder of that $39 million goes to SPAR. And if it doesn't do a whole school, it's going to do a media center that's not a closet, and it's going to do a really great classroom wing, and it's going to address a cafeteria, and it's going to address the multi-purpose room, which doesn't even fit one classroom. Their art and their music are literally in a portable. They do not even have any of the proper resources for art and music. So then my request would be that the remainder of that $39 million, which is what's left to take us to 335, is used to address a variety of needs at SPAR that will fall short of a new school, but that would address a variety of things and hit students that attend SPAR currently, as well as the students we would rezone to there.
And I will share, Dr. James, the wing that was last added, I believe, at NH Jones. The first room is music, and that's an extra large room, and you could put art on the other side. We don't, it's not that way now, but you could, because it's an extra large room, and it would be nice.
Yeah.
To have those special areas there, and then the rest of the wing is classrooms. So just sharing that's
Pretty high up this list. I was going to say, if you're talking about Dr.
Not
N.H.
digress.
Jones, they're pretty high up this maintenance list. We could add a classroom wing at Dr. N.H. Jones, and that would offline some of their old. I just want to make sure, again, Anthony and SPAR are not high on our maintenance lists. So I completely appreciate giving something there. I do. But if we're looking at the specific needs that we were given, I mean, we're even talking about doing some things with Reddick Collier, and they're really high up this list. So maybe we reserve some of that money for those maintenance needs on some of these schools up here.
Fort King's not on it either. So, I mean, we've taken
Fort King is, they're definitely in the top 10%.
They're in the top 10% to
Okay, but
replace it
it's not on our list of.
It's not because of capacity. It's because of the thing is just falling apart, and it's costing us too much to maintain it at this point. So it's different. It's a little bit of an outlier. Yeah, well, Board Member Campbell, you raised a point that it's not always the condition of the school. It's the conditions of what's going on inside as far as the instruction and everything else. People still really want to go to Jones, even though it's old and has needs. But the north side tends to not get, a whole lot. And I do remember, when other big, beautiful high schools were being built, and we're out there at Cow Patty High. There you go. So,
That was my request.
If we're going to have I hear the savings that we're going to have over the 10 years that could go into the maintenance. Basically, how much savings is it total?
Well, if we just were to look at the 10-year projections of needs, and you didn't even look at operating costs, you're looking at, between Anthony and SPAR, you're looking at north of $8 million just in necessary facility costs, as well as, we're at 13 million for the Bellevue schools that we would be not needing, and we're at 30 million for Denella Middle and High that are in our 10 years of needs that are not going to be addressed because we are doing something else with the facilities.
and Denella and Middle still requires some maintenance, but not nearly as much.
I think with some of these, let me say this, I think we've all kind of had some concessions with what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And that's what it's going to take, because if we don't have any concessions, we're not going to be able to sell this across the district. Countywide, the biggest thing, and I've said this for several months, one of the biggest things for me right now is to make sure we get this sales tax across the line.
Yes.
I think these projects, or how using these to sell this, are good.
I think the board's done a great job in this conversation,
Yeah.
with that, really prioritizing and with an eye to if we can get this across the
And it
finish
does
line.
touch pretty much all parts of the county.
Mhm.
We just can't keep playing with it.
Right.
So are we on board with the 39 going to SPAR then? Is that what you're saying, Reverend Cummings?
I am. But again, we also
The
have
wing
to,
was 15.
No, what I had suggested was that the remaining balance, instead of the
Know
wing.
what you suggested.
That's what Reverend Cummings was saying.
what I'm saying is too, also, the community also has to know that things change.
Yes.
Yeah.
And just because this is a recommendation that this is what we would like. I think I said this to Teresa a few weeks ago. When I was a kid, every Christmas we would get these, that was you, Teresa, wasn't it? About the catalogs. We would get these Christmas catalogs, those wish books, Sears and J.C. Penney's. It was a wish. We go through and bend the, y'all. So y'all in my saying, you don't know about this.
I have no idea what you're talking
Here's row book, sure thing.
You know what's in stores.
Exactly.
Presents.
It was a wish. If we got it, we got it. We didn't, we didn't. So this is our wish list. This is our wish list, and this is what we have to tell the voters. These are the things that we would like to get done. If it happens, it happens, but priorities change.
I agree. Very good disclaimer.
So I would say $30 million to SPAR and the remaining 9 for those contingency plans. We just projected 335. What if,
Bucky's comes and we get more than that.
well, right, right, and it should.
Construction keeps going up.
It should, but I think that we have set this, we certainly need to come to consensus on exactly how much money we want to give to the Spar Anthony conversation. But I think if we did 30 million up there and left this other $9 million, there will be an oversight committee. There will be future boards that we give them $9 million to figure out what the next thing is. I think that we certainly have touched just about every part of this county with the Lake Weir Middle School going into the Shores. The Shores wasn't really touched, except we do have a brand new Lake Weir Middle School going there. So, I mean, there may be other needs that pop up. I would personally feel better if we stuck with this 30 million to Spar Anthony. It's not a full brand new school, but it at least, and it gives us some wiggle room of $9 to $10 million to say, that's our contingency fund to see if there is something else that comes up along the way that we need to do.
Go with that. I can go with that. We just
I can
need
go
to-
with that.
Let's quit messing with the form. If this is what
Yeah.
we're saying they're gonna be the form, let's quit messing with it. And let's be through with this. And let's give it to Kevin Shealy and whoever else wanna sell it. Let them sell it. Because we're doing a bad job right now selling it, because we keep changing.
Hey, if we can sell it to each other, we can sell it to anyone.
Yeah.
I
Right.
agree with that.
Dr. Campbell and I agreed today, and it's.
There you go.
afternoon,
Call
so
Guinness.
it's on today.
High performing
Playing
board.
the lottery tonight, because y'all agreed.
That's right, that's right. Well, that's great, and that makes my banker's daughter's heart feel good. You gotta have a cushion, So, all right,
So let's recap. Give
let's
me
recap one more time
All
for the
right.
record, Elena. Here we
for
go.
the record.
Okay, we have a $15 million classroom wing at Ward Highlands, a $15 million classroom wing at Maplewood Elementary, $2 million doors for classrooms at Osceola Middle, $4 million doors for classrooms at East Marion Elementary, $65 million new Bellevue Elementary School with the vacating of the Bellevue Santos property when that is built. $150 million for a Dunellen Middle High School with the middle school property being vacated until we determine what to do with that. Spar Elementary, $30 million. Fort King Middle, $15 million classroom wing. MTI, $15 million classroom wing. And Ocala Springs, $15 million classroom wing. And that puts us at $326 million.
Can we, instead of designating MTI for a classroom wing, can we say MTI for,
Capital improvements.
thank you,
Sure.
capital improvement?
I'd rather say that than.
Because it may not be necessary that it needs a wing as much as to change the infrastructure of the MTC rooms that they're currently occupying or whatever.
Yep. More, build in some flexibility there.
But at least putting some money on this campus that has been desperately needed. So we're saying 15 million for capital improvements at MTI, not specific
To a wing.
to a wing. Everything else we're saying classroom wing, but that would be,
I want to add one word there, student capital improvements, because there is a misconception that when we do money at MTI, it's for the district office.
They need to come visit.
I'm just saying, if we could just say 15 million for capital improvements for the what are we calling MTI's alternative program?
I get what you're saying, Dr.
Oh,
James,
okay.
but this is the thing, even if we use it for administrative building and we got administrative staff out of a wing, and we were able to put students in the wing, that is still for the students, correct?
I think it would be really hard for me to put the adults into a brand-new building and put the students into an older building.
I'm looking at it from a safety standpoint. If it's gonna keep them closer to the cafeteria, it's gonna keep them close together, that's how I'm looking at it.
I hear you. I'm just saying, I think that that doesn't sit well, and we've
As
kind of,
public conversation, if we're out trying to sell it, that's not gonna sit well.
Well, what'll sell it to the public is that we're working hard to improve the safety for
Safety
the
of the
program that we committed
it's in
to
there.
supporting.
It's in there.
I'm not in disagreement with what you're saying, Reverend Cummings. I just think we need to package that the most.
Well, I mean, we just leave that language.
That's
'cause
fine, leave
That
it.
gives us, I don't want us to write ourselves
I mean, it's
into a
not in
box.
legislation, it's just a recommendation right now anyways. We're just kind of summarizing our recommendation.
Capital improvements to improve student safety.
Yeah, just don't write ourselves into a box where we get stuck.
All right, capital improvements to improve student safety. Going once?
Going
Gone.
twice.
All right, gone. All right. Yay, we did it. Okay. Well. Anything else?
I think that.
There's always one more thing in this life. Come on.
Not on this topic.
Not on this topic. Okay. Well, very good, board.
And we have training up to discuss.
We have what? Oh, yeah, yes, we do, right after this. So let's move on to board committee reports and concerns. The next school board meeting is scheduled for September 24th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. I want to thank you, Vice Chair Conrad, for being available to conduct that board meeting since I will not be here. So thank you for that.
Looking forward to it.
There's a special school board meeting scheduled for October 3rd, 2024 at 7:30 a.m. If required, we should be hearing soon, maybe even today. No, not quite that soon, but we will hear ahead of time whether or not we keep that on our calendar. The next administrative briefing and work session is scheduled for October 3rd, 2024 at 9 a.m. All right.
No, yeah, correct, no topics on that.
No topics at the moment. I think that we covered it.
Expulsion hearings that day.
We have
At
Yes.
7 a.m.
correct.
Yes.
7:30, excuse me.
If we have it.
We don't currently have students scheduled for expulsions.
Not right at the moment. So we may end up having to come in for that at 7:30, but then no work session.
That's fine.
Okay? All right, yeah, that's pays to be productive, right?
So has it been canceled? The October 3rd work session has been officially canceled, so I can take it off?
Yes, the work session has been officially canceled, correct?
Or
For October 3rd. You won't be here anyway. Okay. All right. And I believe,
Dr. Campbell, you'll be up north, right?
I will be driving up north earlier now.
Yes.
Yes.
all right, anything from your seat, Ms. Martinez?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay? Attorney Powers?
I've used enough words today.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing additional from me either, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Campbell?
Only thing I wanted to mention was a recommendation that I received about us joining the Kiwanis Club. I believe you received the same request, so just at some point to have that brief conversation to see if that is something that we as a board want to have a membership with the Kiwanis Club. The justification for that would be because it would be like an organizational membership. It's $900 a year. I don't know that we want to do this. I'm just putting it out there. Because of our Camp Kiwanis and other things that we have relationships with the Kiwanis Club, apparently 8 years ago or more, there was a standing membership that the school board had with the Kiwanis Club, and under prior administration, that went away. And so, not under Dr. Gullert, we've not entertained the thought, I don't think. But I just wanted to bring that up. It is $900 a year. Essentially, if we had an organizational membership as the board, we would rotate, or we could have one person assigned to that, and then anybody else could go. They meet
Be like a
every
committee.
Friday.
Every Friday.
It's just the it's a club, but they meet every Friday.
And attending meetings, I'm sure, is part of the
Well, they have a
membership.
presentation every.
Yeah, I mean,
You
it's.
gotta go, like, kind of.
You don't have to be present. There are plenty of people that aren't. I've been several times to the Kiwanis Club meetings, but we don't have to make a decision today, but we do have a request from them to consider having a membership with them again.
I think it's something to consider. I'm not sure I'm ready to wrap.
And that's fine. I just wanted to.
today.
I don't mind serving. I just, with the Public Ed Foundation, there's a $500 commitment, but
Well, there may be reasons to do it and reasons not to. Primary mission, things like what you were just mentioning, certain memberships we have, their primary mission is education. So other memberships we've declined in the past because we don't wish to complicate things. We're perfectly legally able to, but there may be reasons why we want to and maybe reasons why we don't. However, we've always been supportive and had a good relationship with Kiwanis Club. We just don't want to, we may or may not want to be corporate members or have have that level of
Would we then open the door to be the
involvement.
same for Rotary and all our relationship with Kiwanis Club is great and has been forever, and we love the camp. That's a huge tradition here. I don't see that shifting or changing whether one of us is a board member or not.
I think individually, some of us are members of Kiwanis.
Yeah, that could be an individual decision.
I just wanted to bring it
That's
up
kinda how I
because
see it.
they
Yeah,
had
thank you.
requested we have the conversation.
And obviously, they want us at the table for, and like you said, there are pros and cons. We just need to figure that out.
So,
Pros and cons. Can we talk about that later?
okay.
Sure, just wanted to,
Right. Maybe we could come to a decision at the board meeting on Tuesday, which I've already shared. I think that we'll always be supportive of Kiwanis anyway, and I'm a little worried about the cons. I don't know. We're doing fine, I think. All right. Okay, thank you. Board Member James.
I don't have anything further. I'm grateful for the board entertaining the discussions today and coming to a productive conclusion. And I believe that we all are in a position to go talk to the entire community, but specifically, I think, go out to the places where we reside and speak with our neighbors about our plan and share the value in saying yes. So, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member James. And as you were speaking, it got me thinking, I know Mr. Carlisle needs something else to do because he's, but to just get it typed up, what we came up with.
we need that colored document that
Yes.
Lori had with the new information.
Right, and a one-pager so that we can have it to go out and share the good news.
Thank you. I was going to ask that.
Be like a handout.
Yes, like a
We should
handout.
need like hundreds of copies.
Our
Right.
talking
Talking points.
Well, and it needs to be the new slide in Kevin Shealy's present, because he has that slide in the presentation, so he just needs the updated one.
By Tuesday night.
Yes. Ms. Dobbins was already alerted to that yesterday.
Yes.
so-
Dr. Gullett, is that something that a member of staff might be willing to put together?
Yes, we'll take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, Board Member Cummings.
This has been a long day. Long day. Y'all did say pack your lunch today. I didn't do that. Very good meeting, very productive. All of the presentations were good. I think I hope our staff listened to the first part of the salary study, and they paid attention to those things that we talked about. And thank you, Mr. McFadden, for the Safe School updates, and you too, Ms. Thor, for the technical working group. I do want to start off by saying, even while we were sitting here today, we were getting alerts about threats on schools. And I think we have to come back as a board and just make look at our code of conduct. And we have to deal with these threats because there's everyday 3 and 4 threats. Schools, violence in schools. It's unacceptable. If these kids don't want to be in school, then they have to be, there are consequences to your actions. I'll say that again. There are consequences to your actions, so we need to deal with that. It's ridiculous that it's disruptive to the staff, to the students, to the community every time. So we have to have a real tough stance on all these threats, because what's going to happen is there'll be a real threat. It'll be like the little boy that cried wolf, and somebody won't pay attention because of all the fake ones that are going out. So I think we have to have some serious consequences behind that. Also, I want to thank everyone that went out. We've had some rezoning meetings. To me, those rezoning meetings have been very, very productive. We did the one at Shady Hollow, and I know it was small, it's only for 11 kids, but it's important to that community. It was important to those parents. And we're still trying to work out the details on that one. But then the Sunrise and the Hammett Bowens, which are bigger schools, and I'm impressed with how many parents did show up at those, because we want the community input. We need the parents' involvement. It's a team effort with us to get these things done and to get it done right. So we're never going to please everybody, but to get it done right so that we have the least amount of confusion. And then my final thing, and I kind of mentioned this a little bit. I saw when I went into this morning to get my mail, I saw boxes in the board clerk's office, and I'm trying to figure out, are we planning on moving again? Because personally, this is me. I don't think we need to be moving again. We've moved several times since I've been on the board. I think this is the most convenient office for us to be in. We saw it today. I don't think you paid attention to it, but we needed something ran off. It was so convenient to go back there and get it right then. And then what I'm hearing is that we were moving to your office. Did our board?
You heard incorrectly.
I heard our board clerk was moving to.
He is.
So that's a conflict for me, because anytime in the past when I've came to legal and there was another board member in there, I've been stopped and said I can't come in there. So if our board clerk is in that office and I come to see the board clerk, I'm going to get stopped again, correct?
No, you can come see the board clerk at any time. The only prohibition is we in legal try to protect to make sure there's never a situation in which two board members are present at the same time.
That will still happen then.
So there's no reason two people should be meeting with the board clerk anyway.
Why?
However, if you're
Wait, hold. Why not? Because we can both be in there getting our mail at the same time.
Right, and this office is still going to be there. It's just the clerk herself is moving.
So we'll still have access to
The office is still going to be there. In fact, I'm moving my conference room table into there. We're going to have nice, better chairs, so we have a place for us when we have our trainings or anything like that. I'm going to be having a room built in there that is going to be secure storage for board files and legal files.
All legal over here then.
I'll talk to you about this offline if you want.
No.
If you want it publicly, I'll tell you. That's what my plan is.
If we're going to move, let's move legal. And it'll be more convenient for, the reason I'm saying is we park right here. We don't have to go all the way through campus unnecessarily when we have an alternative school here on campus.
Sure, you'll still be able to access your mail and everything you access there. It's just that the board clerk will be physically with my paralegal and me and myself. That way we can all interact, do everything we need to do.
I just want to, I'm confused why you guys are all going to go to a smaller space when there's a bigger space available back here and you guys, like when I come here, I see like 3 people, generally, unless I have an intended meeting. I see a board clerk, or I come to you, or I come to Dr. Gullett. And so I literally don't understand why you guys would go into your office, which is smaller, when if you're already having to build a room for secure storage, why aren't we just moving everybody into this office, which is more convenient for us as board members and is bigger? That part I don't understand.
Well, you already frequently go to the office next to mine, which is the superintendent's office.
I've actually never been in her office. So I don't.
and the conference room that is there as well. What we've got is within my current and existing office, we have a lot of it was I think probably inefficiently used for storage of legal files, because we needed to have, there are rules about the secure locking of documents and secure retention of documents. The board clerk has similar requirements. So within the current room that we have back there, my intention was that we would have a subdivided area that was a locked area for both board clerk secured storage files as well as legal department storage files. That would then, those files, in addition to the fact that I would no longer have, my conference room table taking up that second office that I've got in mind, would allow me to move all of those directly into this and maintain that as a board as a board office. For the board to come in, the board would have access to the printer, board have access to the copier, board have access to their mail. We have access to that for conferences, everything else we intend to do. That way, though, however, we would then have all of the personnel be in a space which is optimal and comfortable for the personnel, and having easy ongoing access to a conference room right next door, which is superintendent's conference room, and also access to the superintendent and administrative staff that are right there as well.
Yeah, I mean,
So when were we gonna get told this? Because I just happened to walk in there and see boxes today. When was since this is about the board, when were we gonna get notified of this?
and she's our confidential secretary, is how I envision the board. She's our confidential secretary, right? So a principal's confidential secretary has an office with a door and they're able to have private conversations. So then is Ms. Martinez going to be in where your conference room is, in your office?
No, it's going to be where my paralegal is currently.
So she won't be behind a closed door to have confidential conversations with board members?
So I'll weigh in on something here. One thing that would be helpful to me with this model is I've had several meetings, and you feel bad. There's been a couple meetings where I've been like, it's fine for the Elena to stay or not, but I've had several meetings where there's been multiple people in there, including meetings with Rep. Hinson, where I kind of needed a place to be able to have a meeting. And I don't care, if the printer can stay in there, I'm fine with that. I think it's odd for, one person to be stuck behind 3 doors. That really doesn't do much for collaboration across. And that's something that we talk a lot about here is internal communication. I like the idea of, at face value, of having, we talked about how isolated it was Cummings when this first happened. That she was back there by herself and talking about you like you're not here, you're right here. So, to me, it's 6 one, half dozen the other.
I just don't know why you're going to a smaller space. That's the part that confuses
Yeah.
me. Why go to a smaller?
Probably for accessibility.
Accessibility for who though? Because legal
I'm
is our.
talking about across that whole row of
Well,
people.
but legal is the board's employee,
Yep.
Yes,
and so
superintendent.
so as is the superintendent, and the board clerk serves as our confidential secretary. So I know for me, I can speak for myself, when I come to this campus, I come primarily to see 3 people. They're all on this stage. And then I have a meeting with someone else. So I very much like, and maybe I can be selfishly, I like parking right out there, coming in this door, not having to enter this whole campus that has lots of stuff going on now, and I can come in, I can speak, and then I can leave. And I would love if legal was right back here, because then I wouldn't have to go onto the entire campus. And Dr. Gullett's office is not large, and so she often meets with people in other places besides her office. So, correct.
Conference room that's right beside legal.
Yeah,
Just where it would
sure,
be.
but there could also be a conference room in here that because legal, I've never experienced legal other than our off-air board, what do you call those thingies where we negotiate on the amount we're settling with? Legal has never used the superintendent's conference room that I'm aware of. Like, that's the only time we use it, but we could easily go back here if there was a conference room, which would be more conducive.
All right, and we still will have that conference room facility there. The difference is that if the legal office is right there, we were all shared in that one space, then that would also limit the use of that for other things.
And they all have to leave if we want to have a meeting. I don't know.
Because at that point, then I can't have even my clients, even board members, I can't have just everyone, a number of people that all have access to that area.
Put up walls, just like you're gonna have to put up walls right now to do your secure storage. So you would have to put up walls, but I don't.
Go ahead.
Just if you're done.
Yeah, that's fine.
So I personally appreciate the idea that all of the employees that we work with will all be within 3 doors of each other. And so we just park out front in visitor parking and go see anybody. Superintendent's conference room, legal, board clerk, anybody else that we ever meet with are all in that one building, personally. I also understand that this technically is an operations decision because now that the board clerk does fall under the superintendent's purview, I know that we have Attorney Powers as our employee, as her supervisor now, but I personally have no problems with this arrangement. I will love the idea that we could have this back room back here without having to push her out of the room whenever we need to have a meeting. I can see the value in us having our own space just solely for us whenever we need it and to have a meeting like what Chair Thrower had stated. And going to legal on a regular basis is something that the board chair tends to do. So it may not have been something that all board members have had the opportunity to do yet, but going into legal and talking to the board clerk on a regular basis are both things that the board chair tends to do on a more frequent basis. And so I tend to see an incredible value to get it all done in a one-stop shop.
I love one-stop shop. I just want the shop to be back here.
And listen, since I've been on the board, and Nancy, you came on the same time, we've had how many different offices, Nancy?
Including downtown?
Whole buildings, does that really
We had to move the whole building. We were on the end down there. We were on the end of that wing down there once before.
Yep.
We were back here in a little small room back. Why? I just don't like all of this shuffling around. We're in a, this was ideal. I was like, okay, I can come right in the door and I'm here. I'm doing what I need to do and go back. This constant moving, this constant shuffling. And it makes me think there's something else going on that y'all aren't telling us. Because, first of all, I didn't know this until I come here and see freaking Box.
Correct.
That's poor communication. Y'all just said one of the reasons for this is for better communication. Communication for who?
Sure, I've communicated my plans with the board chair and also with the superintendent.
Chair didn't share.
No, I understand. However, those sorts of.
Should have had some input in this.
Sure, and those sorts of decisions are not necessarily decisions that if it were coming from operations and not your other employee, that you would have much input in. When it was a matter of Elena's office was going to be moved from.
Put the name on it, because I don't want it to be.
Fine. When the board chair's office was going to, the board clerk's office was going to be moved from any of the 3 prior locations that it was moved, my understanding was there was not a larger discussion about which spot it was going to be. In my estimation, based on the needs of the office, based on the needs of me being able to provide Elena or the board clerk with the support that she needs, and also with the board clerk being able to successfully perform within my department, this would be the best potential option. And the board pays me and hires me to make sure that I run a department and I run that department well. I believe that this is the way that I believe will most efficiently do that. There are a number of, you mentioned the one-stop shopping. Well, the 3 people that the board comes and sees on a regular basis would now all be right there. This office, however, would still be retained by the board for board purposes because of the fact that then I would have that very large conference table I have, which takes up a large portion of my office. It would be now here with an ability for us to have those school safety and security meetings, which are right next door to Dennis. Those are the meetings that we have with the board for any kind of off the record, sunshine exemption meetings or anything like that. We would be able to do it right there. We would still have, the printer, copier, all those factors that are the boards to have. We'd have all of those items right there. Then we would also have the storage, which is currently taking up personnel space, that is sort of overflow storage but needs to be maintained for 10 plus years. That would then be out from under us. So we would actually be having, although we would have 4 people in my office, we would have literally 1/3 the amount of stuff that is currently in my office. And that would, in my opinion there, the way that getting things the most efficient is by having the people that have to work together all in the same place to make that occur. Now, the best way to do that, although I would certainly love to have a large expanded area, the large expanded area, right now, all I have to do is put in 2 short walls in order to make a secure storage area that has the, within this space back here. I don't have to do any of that to my current and existing office. Now, when it comes to how we would arrange for personnel, well, that's a large open space. It used to be a band room, I believe. It's a large, large open space. And so it has all of those advantages that I don't want to subdivide.
How much is
I don't think you can.
It's going to cost us to do this? Because now,
Almost nothing. I spoke to Ms. Dobbins about the fact that we're not talking about extending a wall to the ceiling. We're literally talking about, like we did within the, some people call it the fishbowl over here. They did the, in the old library here, there was like a half wall that goes up. All that I need is two walls coming out of one corner with a door so that I can secure a locked storage. I could do that without building any wall at all. The problem is then that that I have to strictly regulate the keyed access to both board clerk and legal department files. And that would then exclude a whole lot of people that currently there's very few people that have keys to my office, just like with the superintendent's office and Dennis's office. So I would have to further restrict that. And I think that would be counter to what the board needs with its ability to come in and go, and for that area also be the space that we could use for larger events. If we had a larger training, if we had something that was, a larger conference where we've had, the board chair has had conferences with facility staff, we have agenda review meetings, anything like that. Those things are currently done within the superintendent's conference room, but that is one space. If I have meetings with my, when I have meetings with staff, that's fine. If it's 2 or 3 staff, that can be done within my office. If I need team meetings or larger meetings, I need a larger space than even I currently have. And usually the superintendent stays very busy with her conference room schedule. So the superintendent's conference room is a pretty busy place. I can organize that schedule, but for the ones where we need a larger space for board purposes, we'd be able to retain that here. I would really hate to subdivide that up into a bunch of smaller offices. If you look directly to the left of that, we've already got the school safety offices there, and those spaces, although schools, they certainly have been able to make them work, they are highly, highly subdivided. And when we had first looked at those spaces, I had entertained the concept of moving the legal department over here behind the stage for exactly the kind of reasons you're talking about. The 2 reasons I came up at that time with saying it wouldn't be my ideal recommendation was, number 1, if I move to that left side where school safety is, the subdivision of the offices is too small for our purposes, because although there is private space for each individual, that doesn't work well with the way a legal office works, because all of the individuals in that office need to communicate much more directly and openly. If you've ever been in my office, you know my office door is never closed unless I've got a board member in there. Because we need to be able to interact immediately and quickly with one another. I feel that our department and the board and frankly the district would improve with the ability of the board clerk and the legal department to be able to have that same interaction, because you rely, as does the board clerk, on me for recommendations regarding agenda review items, recommendations regarding when advertisement must occur, all of those factors that the board clerk has to deal with on a daily basis. There are frequent questions that need to come back and forth between myself and the board clerk, and frankly, I don't have time in many cases, nor would the board clerk, to be able to catch each other in between the other things we're doing. If I'm on the phone, then my phone, she's got to leave an email or a voicemail for me. We've got to communicate all electronically back and forth. And many times that's not optimal. So I would appreciate the opportunity to be able to have anyone who I'm charged with supervising and helping to be able to be immediately within my arm span to do that.
Let me say this, that's exactly when you brought it to my attention, I agreed and didn't think any more about it because of what you just said. You know, I see it as you're the supervisor, it's an operational decision. I can use my 2 legs to walk anywhere. And so that's where I started and left with me.
So, and I just feel like I have confidential conversations with our confidential secretary, and so I would like her to be behind a closed door so that I can continue to have confidential conversations with our confidential secretary. And if she's in the middle of an open office, I can't do that.
Well, the open office you're talking about includes your attorney. I mean, I can't really fathom what kind of, but that's up to you. I won't, those kind of conversations, I don't think anything that's ever been discussed in my office, whether you were my client or another entity was my client, has ever been discussed outside of those doors. So
I'm not saying it isn't. What I'm saying is that is the level of confidentiality that exists currently, and I certainly would not want to diminish that level of confidentiality by moving her to a different location. So if you're going to put her where the conference room is right now behind a closed door, then that would continue to provide us with the same level of confidentiality we currently have.
And as I said,
And again, we didn't even know until this conversation, we didn't even know it was happening.
as I said earlier, I've come to legal and knocked on the door because the door's locked, which is supposed to be, and got ready to come in. And I was like, nope, you can't come in. There's another board member here. That's counterproductive for me when I'm on the campus. And so now you're saying if I'm coming to see my board clerk, I'm going to get the same thing if there's another board member in there. Whether the door was closed or not with you.
And that has happened to me too.
And that's what I'm saying. That's counterproductive to me. That may be more productive for you, but if this is the board clerk, it's counterproductive.
Well, so what I'm hearing from the board is that the board wants to be able to have confidential, closed-door access to the board clerk without any direct supervision by the attorney.
I think you can be in the same office. I just want her to be able to close her door.
Yeah, and that can't work in the direction that I've got this plan then. So if that's the board's pleasure and wish, and the board wishes to manage how I do that and take that from my purview and choose for the board to do that, that's okay. I work well with you. I listen to things that you tell me to do. But if we don't want to have these conversations just individually with me, because something I wasn't aware this would cause anyone any grief. If it is something,
No one even told me.
I understand. Well, and as I say, when the board clerk was moved to, I think, Kevin's office, I don't know that anything changed there either. I didn't have any way of knowing, especially when over here it seemed to me to be considerably less convenient for the board than it would be when you go. Many of you, other than the board chair at any time, might spend one part of an hour per week with me in my office. Most of you, not just you, but collectively any board member I've had, with the exception of the board chair, at any given time, and Reverend Cummings, you know this when you were board chair, in my office constantly because we're constantly working on stuff. And that's, apart from that, generally the other four board members, you know, I see you once a week for a brief period of time. And you're generally on campus to do briefings with other staff or to do briefings with the superintendent. And I try not to overextend and, you know, say, hey, everybody, I need to sit down and have individual briefings with you on a regular basis. And likewise, I try to be extremely, unless there's a need for it, I likewise also try to be extremely cautious and sensitive about the fact that while I'm trying to plan any particular thing, the plan in doing so often needs to be an executive decision made by someone because collective decisions outside of a meeting are prohibited. So therefore, I'm able to do things on the board's behalf and get the input of the board chair, notify the board chair, and if they are things which the board, of course, has any kind of objection to, that's fine. I listen to what I'm told. However, what I'm doing here is an extension of the fact that what I'm trying to do is make the board able to run its business smoothly while the legal department and the board clerk's offices are too. And I believe that this is the best mode of doing so. I recognize that with anything, moving the board clerk or moving my offices or anything else, is something that the board has input in and can certainly weigh in and let me know how they would like for me to proceed. I will tell you that twice before, there have been plans which were halfway through trying to the process of moving my offices from where they are to an entirely different off-site facility or to an entirely different building, and the board members knew about it, and it didn't generate really any response one way or the other from any of them. So I really honestly did not anticipate that this would generate any response either. I mean, I would assume that it would generate a response if if legal department were suddenly going to be moving to a location off this campus. But when we were planning that before and looking at how that would work, I didn't have any discussion or input, or anybody really had anything to say about it. It was just, oh, well, you might do that.
I appreciate what you're saying, Attorney Powers, but if you came into work and Keisha or Terry was not where they were and you had not been told, how would you feel?
Well, the thing is, the
They had
board
been
doesn't,
moved,
I understand.
You didn't know. You just seen boxes.
I understand. I don't intend to argue a point. I don't intend to argue a point. What I'm telling you is that is a bit different because the board does not directly supervise the board clerk. The board supervises the board clerk through either the superintendent or through me. And there's decisions that need to be made by those who are in the supervisory position. And when the board clerk is being supervised by the board, which was done before, those decisions have to be made by the board. And any decisions made collectively by the board have to be public. When there's decisions that are made that are non-collective decisions, they have to be made by an individual, and that individual, as supervisor, would generally, I think the process is I go through the board chair and explain what the intention is, and then, I would notify you of what decision I had made, and if you have any discussion about it then, I would expect for someone to let me know. I literally, though, I need to tell you that as of 3 days ago.
I'm going to be very frank and very transparent. I didn't like it. I didn't like how this is being done. I didn't like the lack of communication, because if we say we're going to be transparent, we say it every other week that we're transparent. I don't like that. We should have been told. I don't care if it came from you or the board chair. I don't care who it came from, but I shouldn't have walked in there and seen that. Not like that.
Well, we haven't heard from Ms. Conrad at all on any of this. Do you have anything to suggest, recommend?
I actually don't have a lot to say. I respect Jeremy's position on this. I also have not had any trouble, any issues with the office behind us and meeting with Elena there. The only other comment I really have is I do think having a door is not too much to ask if we want to meet with her in private as our confidential secretary. I think this conversation just is way off topic for everything that's happened today, and it's just a different level of a priority. So I'll just reiterate that I trust Attorney Powers'
Of course, I trust
decision-making. I will say the communication, I agree with you, Reverend Cummings, there could have been some more communication about this. But again, I haven't had any issues thus far, so.
And let me say to the board, to make it really clear, I don't have any difficulty doing whatever the board wishes me to do. And for that case, if the board here in discussion is telling me, now, first of all, I would appreciate the vote of confidence, and I know what I'm doing, that I've managed law offices, that I've moved personnel around and everything else. I get all that. That being said, if it's the board's pleasure, for whatever reason, that I not touch it, I am perfectly happy leaving my office exactly as it is right now, and leaving that office exactly as it is right now, and everybody, and that can continue that direction. I will tell you that the only difference, if we did that, is that it is more difficult for me to maintain the supervisory relationship with the board clerk that I need to do.
I have no problem with
Both to.
That's not an issue for me. I think you guys being in one office makes a ton of sense. I have no issue with that. I have no issue with that. But I maintain, I think it's crazy to go into a smaller space instead of a larger space. That doesn't make sense to me. And I want our confidential secretary to have the ability to close a door when we want to have a confidential conversation.
Would this help cover all the bases? Because there's value to internal communication via proximity. and we come and go, but staff is here to work together all day, every day. So I'm sure it wouldn't be that expensive to put are you saying that Terry's gonna move into what's been your conference room where your big table is?
Yes.
Okay, so she would move in there, the board clerk would move into her space, you put a wall there with a door.
How much that's gonna cost?
I just said, how much
I mean,
does
that-
it cost? But
Way
you,
less than moving all of legal over here.
and then
Now-
that way you've got it covered. Everybody has a proximity to each other, everybody has a door that shuts. I sit in there with Attorney Powers and have conversations, and, you know, if Terry's there, she's there, if Keisha's there, she's there. They're still confidential conversations, so what's the difference?
Confidential office.
It's a confidential office.
Why not putting Elena in the conference room and leaving Terry where she is?
Well, geez,
I mean,
Yeah.
come on, let people
without
run their
building-
offices.
without building anything.
Yeah, there are a lot of factors that many are counter to one another. For example, the very fact that, yes, I could do things differently there. I've thought this through. If I did things differently and we had another person, that still wouldn't change the fact that if one board member is in my office, another board member, for the purposes of who's sitting outside and who might be seeing coming and going, I don't put you in that position ever. So I don't put you in the position ever of having two board members walk out of the same door at the same time,
So
period.
that goes back to then Reverend Cummings' first.
I understand
How are
that.
we all gonna be in the same place?
I understand that, and that is the fact. If two board members are both coming to see me, one board member, if you call ahead and let me know, then I'll tell you, well, come after this person. But for the most part, I've never had to micromanage that because the board chair is there often, and individually, you board members, when you stop by, it actually is relatively rare for you to be turned away at the door for a few minutes while we're.
Let me just say, as the chair, I'm having a meeting with you and a board member shows up, you know, unannounced. I can always step out for a few minutes while they handle their deal. We always have things we can be doing. I don't know, we're getting to a level of
That has never
micromanagement
happened.
here that I'm not comfortable with, but
Chair Thor, that has never happened. When I was the chair, I've gone there and there have been other board members in the office and I was stopped at the door. Now, maybe I was
Yes,
there
I absolutely do.
many times.
Yes.
And when I wasn't the chair, that has happened.
I mean, that has happened to me. I've certainly been stopped at the door by Keishla before, and she has said he's with another board member. You'll have to come back.
that's happened to me once
Never.
It's not.
in 6 years.
Well, it happened to me often.
No,
Maybe I was going by the office.
No, I agree. I agree and I concur that it happens. I hope you all understand why. There's a reason for it. And so I respect also what's been said that if the goal of the board is to have a private space that it can spend individual time with the board clerk that is not through my door, then I get that. But you will still be, if the board clerk's office is within.
Meeting over here.
Sure.
No, but I'm just saying what you're saying, though. I just want to make sure I capture what you're saying. What you're saying, though, is with Elena in your office now, we would still be unable to come in if another board member is in the office. That's what I heard you say, and I want to make sure I heard that correctly. If a board member is in your office and your actual closed office door,
You turned away at the door.
we will be turned away because you don't want two board members exiting your office at the same time.
Which happens with the superintendent already, anyway. I mean.
What happens with the
You know, you
superintendent?
go in to meet the superintendent, she's meeting with someone else, we have to go down and sit and wait.
Well, we have scheduled meetings with the superintendent.
Yes.
So we overlap because of our scheduled meetings. We never have walk-on meetings. I have never had a walk-on meeting with
But
the
what I'm saying, the
superintendent.
same thing would, if you walk in and you can't get to Elena, you wait a few minutes and then you go in and you take care of your business.
And are we talking about continuing to strengthen internal communication here or board member convenience? What trumps one?
Yeah, I don't.
What's the board's pleasure?
I
mean,
continue
honestly,
to respect your viewpoint here, Attorney Powers, and here's my point, because you have managed offices before. You have an employee that is essentially in an off-site location that is not conducive to your supervisory skill, prowess at this point that it has an easy remedy. And so I have absolutely zero issue with trusting you implicitly with how this can work best. And I believe, ultimately, the board will find it works really well as well. It's going to be a change, and right now, we're the ones that are going to have to adjust to the change. But beyond that, I completely trust you with this decision.
I heard what you just said, but I also heard something you were about to say. You were about to say that he didn't have the skill set to supervise someone.
That is not what I was about to say.
That was about to come out.
100% you put words in my mouth. That is not what I was about to say.
That's what I was hearing.
Well, I'm sorry you heard me completely incorrectly. You have an employee that you are supervising that is essentially in an off-site location, and it would be much more conducive to everyone, including this board, for you to do that in your office as opposed to the way the setup is now. And that's what I believe implicitly.
Reverend Cummings, may I also just contribute this? In the interest of transparency, I also do not have the ability currently, with the setup as it is, if staff need to reach out to the board clerk, and staff meets with, for security purposes, a locked door here, and then staff happens to call and let the board clerk know that they're here to drop something off. Staff have been told if there's something for the board clerk, you can bring it to my office. However, regularly still, people are going to deliver stuff to the board clerk, and they run into doors that are locked, which have to be. And those doors are the exterior doors to the auditorium here. Then they call the board clerk's number. Well, just like my phone, the only time, if you call my office, the only time you're ever not going to get somebody is if I'm physically on the phone on my line at that time. Because otherwise, from 7 to 6, somebody's picking up the phone. Now, when the board clerk is on the phone, and a lot of business that the board clerk needs to conduct is telephonic. When she's on the phone, that person calls and they get a ring. And so they don't even know to be let in, or, I mean, we could set up a buzzer system or something, but that's yet another potential solution. Now, one of the things there is, though, if staff then says, oh, the board clerk isn't doing what the board clerk needs to do, or the board clerk isn't there when the board clerk needs to be, or if anyone says that they needed to communicate with the board clerk and were unable to, that person, I can't defend that, because that person is not in my office. I can't help the board clerk if she has an immediate question if she's not in physical proximity to where I am. Now, when I'm in a meeting like this, for example, I have my email here, and if my office needs me for something, my office is emailing me back and forth so I can communicate with them as well to give direction. For transparency purposes, I will tell you also that you need to, one of the reasons that's factored into my decision is ensuring that when there are a number of items related to agendas and the board clerk's duties, that I can assist the board clerk in doing those things, and that I'm immediately available and ready there in order to do that. I'm not able to do that when we're in separate offices.
I maintain, I'm totally cool with y'all being in the same office.
And again, the difference between all of us moving into this space, I've outlined why I don't believe that is conducive.
That's fine. If you guys can all be in your office, that's fine. I just maintain that I would like the board clerk behind an opportunity for me to have a private conversation with the board clerk. So that can be a decision made later. I'm not queen. I'm just saying.
I agree.
So would the board then just prefer that for now I just put a freeze on any action that I'm taking while I attempt to figure out how I can make those things work?
That's fine.
All right.
Yeah, it seems to me like it's a pretty much more simple solution rather than moving all you guys over here to just create a wall and a door or I don't know. I didn't go that deep into it because you shared that's what you felt like you wanted to do and why, and I'm like, all right, you're the supervisor.
By no means, it's not saying that you don't know what you're saying.
I understand. I don't take it that way.
I hope you know me enough to know that's not the case.
And I do think, board, that we need to be aware of the fact that Attorney Powers has been tasked with, supervisory roles, and for us to put a freeze on anything without coming up with another solution, there's lots of other places we can meet if we need to have a private conversation. But, we're here to get the work of the district and everything done and have proximity to each other. So it would be my suggestion this is his lead, let's follow it. And if I want to have a private conversation with anybody, I can guarantee you I will find a place on this campus to do that.
I think we're giving him enough time to figure out something. Again, communication, transparency for me. I don't think one or two people should know something and the other board members don't know.
Oh, no, please understand, my only reasoning is that the board chair is my point person to deal with, regardless of who that is at any time, for things that are not district-wide decisions.
More than one board member knew.
I'm not aware of that.
But more than one board member knew, that presents a problem for me.
Well, if more than one board member knew about it, it was then because of the only people that really knew about any alteration were people within my office or the board clerk. And those things shouldn't really be communicated that way.
I'm through.
I say no freeze, but whatever.
We 3 said freeze.
I'll take a step back and I will try to come up with other alternatives and options, and then I'll present those a little more formally to the board.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, sounds like a plan. Vice, did you have anything else, Board Member Cummings?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Vice Chair Conrad.
Thank you. I'm glad I wrote my notes down because I don't think I would have remembered what I wanted to say. I just have a few quick things. I particularly wanted to share the rezoning meetings. I thought I was able to attend 2 out of the 3, and they were fantastic. Not only do we have great attendance by parents and school staff, but we had a tremendous showing from our district staff. And so I just continue to be appreciative and thankful for the time that they give to our district and the success of our district, because they're here for work sessions, they're here for board meetings, and they're here, they're out and about at schools late into the evening, taking time away from their families and their loved ones to do the work of the district. So I just wanted to extend my gratitude for that, and a job well done. Every single parent or family member that I visited with coming in and out was happy, and their questions were being answered. So kudos to the team on that. I did want to give a shout out for Give for Marion. We had several board members were there last night at kind of the finale of the event. And I went home last night and I told my husband, I said, it is a really great problem to have when there are so many fantastic nonprofits in our area that you struggle to decide where you can give. That you wish you had more so you could support more nonprofits. And as I sat there and listened to the work that was shared and the groups that were recognized, so many of those entities overlap the work that we're doing in our schools. And so I'm just really grateful they pick up where we leave off, the work that we can't do, providing for our students and for our staff members. So it was really a night of celebration, and in my book, the school system wins too, because they're supporting us each and every day. And then lastly, I have a question. My computer died while you're sitting here. I did get an email from Jamie Gilmore while we're sitting here, and so the contract is being held up, and so I just would like someone to touch base on it with me. I guess it's been delayed twice. If you could just reach out to me, Attorney Powers, and let me know what the holdup is.
Sure. I think that as of now, it's still under review by Mr. Gilmore. I mean, he's recently sent back, just in the last day or two, some scope of work changes that solve the problems we've been talking about for many weeks. And I think that it's probably, I'd have to check. I mean, literally within the last 24 hours, there may have been some changes to that, but we've.
Okay, and I think he sent that back to you, so I think it's ready for your review.
Okay.
If you would just update me when you have a chance.
Sure, I sure will.
Thank you very much. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. And yes, I just briefly looked at my email, and it was the same, so it might not hurt to update all board members when you get an opportunity to give us that update. Thank you. Yes, for my part, I'll say that the gift for Marion is amazing. I especially liked what Kathy Bryant said, Commissioner Bryant, the other day when she said, you know, maybe not everyone has treasure to give, but time and talent makes a huge difference too. And the fact that they more than doubled their donations was just really something to be amazed by, and a lot of good going on in this community. So thank you, board, for it was a long work session today, but productive. I think all of us were glad to stay till we got it hammered out. Thank you for factoring in the time to do that. I know several of us had other meetings, but this was really important to get done. So I'm glad we did that. And with that, I don't think I have anything else at this late hour. So I will say we will go ahead and adjourn. And it is 3:52. So we made it out before 4 o'clock. Thank you all.
Are we gonna still do can we just?
Yes, but that's off air.
She said, but we're done.